powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Wabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
So do you know how long the company has been in existence? 22 years?
No, I didn't. It's when you reached out to us and mentioned that you're 22 years, and I think that's shocking. I've followed GhanaWeb for quite a while, more than a decade, but I wouldn't have pegged you guys for having been in existence for more than 2 decades, and I think that's really positive for you guys. You've served the nation really well with the kind of contents that you've delivered to your readers over the past years, and I think that it's been a pleasure, having worked with you. For me at Soccerbet, and for every other reader out there, I'm sure they'll be really pleased to know that you've been in existence for 22 years. We want to, from here at Soccerbet, what we want to say to you at GhanaWeb, to your management, to your staff, is congratulations for this particular feat. It's been an amazing journey, I'm sure, and I want to wish you all the best going forward for the years to come. Everything that you do, may it work well for you. May you go beyond your boundaries and continue to serve the entire populace.
located in the Volta region in a town called Sogakope, and it takes about 2 hours drive from Accra. Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. So guys, I've been tired for some time now. My breath and a girl needed rest, and so I found this place on Instagram. It's called Villa Aroyo, and so I decided to come take a day of rest and rejuvenate my body for the week. And so I'm here to have a good time. I came alone just to relax and all that, and you know I can't come here without you. I'm coming along with you. Let's go right into the video. Hi, I've already settled in, already feeling at home. Guys, look at this. Wow. So this is going to be my room for the next night. I'm so excited. Oh, this is so beautiful. This is a good welcome, and I like the fact that this is an African print. I'm already feeling at home. I mean, this bed, and it also comes with a wardrobe, and this is their bathroom. So I'm going to have lunch. I got here not too long ago. I'm going to have lunch, and of course I'm taking you along, so let's go. So my lunch just arrived. I got banku. Look at this cute container it came with my tilapia and my cutlery. So I've been told they have a fish farm, and so I mean I'm going to eat fresh tilapia just right here from the farm, and it looks good here. Imagine sitting here with a good view. Yeah, we sanctify this food in Jesus' name. I pray with thanksgiving. Amen. Hey, guys are invited. The tilapia is really big. Ooh, I can't wait to dig in because I'm so hungry. You guys are invited. Let me try the tilapia. This tilapia is really fresh, and I think the fact that they have a fish pond right in front of their premises this is really good. So guys, this is where I had lunch, and now that I have had something in my belly, let's take a tour of this place. This place is very beautiful, very airy, as you can tell. Very serene, very quiet, very calm. I think I did a good decision by coming here just to relax, and I'm going to be here for one night, and I mean you're coming along with me. And wow, so if you can see closely, the guys are working on the fish pond, and this is how the fish pond looks like. I wish I can get closer. Maybe a drone shot will do. The tilapia really looks so big from here. Wow, this is nice. This is nice, and this is different. Like, and it's at a prime area at Sogakope. It's very close to the Sogakope bridge, and so entrance. It's easy to decorate here for like private parties because the rooms are just 5, and so you can get the entire space to yourself if you have the whole 5 rooms. And so yeah, it's really huge. This is like it can serve as a football pitch, a playground, a reception area. They also have a lot of baobab trees here. If you haven't seen a baobab tree before, this is how it looks like. It can grow so big. Yeah, and this is how it looks like. I have actually had a baobab fruit before, and it's very good. It's like it's a wild fruit. It's like yoi, blackberry. Yeah. This is so pretty, so airy. Oh, I really made a good decision. So this is their kids playground. About 5 baobab trees. Let's go to their tennis courts. And it also serves as a basketball, and so this is a perfect place for your family. I would highly recommend this place if you are coming with your family because it's family friendly, it's kids friendly. Let's look at this. They even have the kids marking. And so it's there. I think the red ones are for the kids, and yeah, so you can play your basketball here. Oh, apparently there are more baobab trees. These are 2 more. I think so far I have spotted 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7 baobab plants. Wow, how interesting. So this is their family suite. This is so beautiful. So this is like the kids' room. Wow. And it also comes with a wardrobe. Hi. It also comes with a wardrobe, a very spacious wardrobe. And I love it here. I like the fact that it has 2 entrances, so you can come from here. Your kids can come from here. You can also come from here. This is the pool table. If I had come with someone, I'm sure I would have been able to play that. But it looks like because I came here during the week, I'm alone, there are no other guests, and so that's how come we got to see the other rooms. You get it? So let's go upstairs. Let's see what's upstairs. Let's go up there. Guys, I have 2 beautiful women here, Romy and Famia, and they are the owners of this beautiful space. And so, since I had the opportunity to meet them personally, guys, you only get this opportunity once. And so, I'm so fortunate to have met
you here, and so we're just going to talk about the place, how this place was in existence, and anything anyone watching this video should know. Yes. So, Mommy, how old is this place?
This place is basically about 2 years in existence, functioning.
Oh,
but we've had it since 2015. From little up and down from 2007, eventually 2015, we got it and we started working on it. So we started operating 2019 under the name Villa Aroyo.
So it's two things. Aroyo is Mom's name.
Oh, okay.
It is also her grandmother's name. And Villa Aroyo is the name of the house we lived in when we were children.
Okay.
And so when we thought of what to name this place, we wanted something that had meaning to all of us on various levels. And so that's how we settled on the name Villa Aroyo.
Okay. So how many rooms do you have here? How many total rooms do you have here?
Altogether, there are 5 rooms. There is a single room, a double room, and then 3 family rooms. We give priority to the family rooms because we wanted this to be a family space.
So I came here, before coming here, I saw your pictures on Instagram. I'm like, oh, I need a place to relax. So I'm like, okay, let me just come here. And I came here and I'm like, I'm so impressed. It has, the land is very big and you just have 5 rooms. Why the concept?
Yeah, we wanted people to feel free, have plenty of fresh air around.
Yeah.
And with the coronavirus now session, this is the type of place we would like to stay. And the 5 rooms came because we are also just 5 in the family.
Oh, wow.
My 3 children, my husband and myself. So if you go to the rooms, you will see that the rooms are named after our name and the places we liked and we visited most.
So when I came, Tanya offered for me to try baobab drink, and I liked it. And so I'm wondering, is it something that's known for you, like a baobab? Because I've seen 7 baobab trees here, and it's very different because you see baobab trees in the northern part of the country. You barely see baobab trees in the coastal. So is there any reason why you have baobab trees here, or it's just because you like it?
This is a very old piece of land. The building has been here since the 1950s, and so have the trees. One of the things that we kept in mind when we started working on this place was to make sure that we didn't cut down any of the trees. Yes. And so you get a lot of deforestation as, more urbanization and then, cities and towns start to grow. But within this particular space, we wanted to make sure that we preserved as much of nature that was here long before we showed up. And so you do find, I think there's 7 or 8 baobab trees in this garden, and we make sure that they stay intact. We use the fruit to make
the juice. Yeah, it was really good. It was my first time trying the juice. Yeah.
And it's a very healthy fruit. It has a lot of nutrients, has a lot of fiber, a lot of minerals, things that are really naturally very, very healthy for the body. So we try to make sure that we incorporate that in what we serve to our guests here.
And the tree also has a meaning, traditional meaning.
Oh.
You see how huge it is.
Yeah.
So in Ewe, they call it Ajidochi. And you say,
are you learning?
Ajidoa, about Nunya, Ajidoi, Ashima Tunu. Meaning that wisdom is a big thing. It is like the baobab tree. Your hand cannot go.
Yeah, it's very huge.
So wisdom is a huge thing. To have wisdom, you must have the grace of God. And yet still, you cannot put your hand around wisdom. It's broad. So that's the reason. Nunya, Ajidochi, Ashimotumi. You cannot put your hand around. So wisdom is a very good thing. If you have wisdom, you must ask God for more and more. Because it's unlimited.
Wow. Wow, that's interesting. God brought me here at this time. So, Mommy, is Villa Aroyo a Ghanaian owned business?
It is 100% Canadian owned. It is 100% women owned as well. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, you guys need to tell Mommy to adopt me. I mean, it hasn't been 24 hours yet, but I've enjoyed my stay here. Your rooms are very cozy, very comfortable. I feel like I can call here my home because it's like home away from home sort of thing. And so, anyone watching this video, do well to come by. Look for Mommy, look for Famia. They're always here to make your stay here comfortable. So, Mommy and Famia, is there anything you want to tell anyone watching this video?
Yeah, people who come here, they are so amazed because when they come to the gate, they thought it's just somebody's home. Until they read the thing. Then they are curious, they want to see, which we don't normally allow people just to come in and they have to book. And when they book, eventually they come in, they say, wow, a huge, beautiful swimming pool, second to none. Sparkling and clean. Then we have our playgrounds. We have a beautiful playground for children. I don't think there's none this size in Accra.
Yes, I can agree. I've been to a lot of resorts, a lot of hotels, and I can testify that this place is family friendly, especially parents with kids.
Yes. Yeah. And we have volleyball courts, basketball courts, and tennis court, international standards.
Yeah.
People come to us like, why do you bring this into the village? I say, we want our village children, when they go to the town, they are not lost.
They have a feel of
home, city. They have seen it all before. You know.
Yes.
And we have a big, fish pond. You know, I mean, actually, they are not pond. We do them in the river, in cages. We have them in cages, and we run it by ourselves. We have about 98 cages, almost 100, and we rear our own fish, which we serve the customers.
I had a fair share of mine today.
It
was really good.
Yes. We have a plan for, catch your own. We have it ready. If you want to catch your own fish, we let you catch it. We have it ready for you.
Wow.
And, we are not that big. 100 kgs, not 800 kgs is not big. But 2019, we got the best award for the fish farmer in the Volta region. 2019.
Wow,
the best fish farmer in the Volta region.
Thank you, Famia. Is there anything you want to say to anyone watching this video?
Well, we appreciate you coming to visit.
I will come here again. And I will bring my family. The next time I come, I'll come with my mom and my sisters and my brothers. Come here with everyone. They have to have a feel of what I've experienced.
And that's really all it's about. This place is for family. It's for friendship. It's for people to spend time together. We're all so busy in the city. We're running after our work, running after our assignments, running after our children. And this is really a place for you to come and pause, take time to be together, and just enjoy each other's company. Good food, and a good environment. We make everything fresh. We make sure that you have healthy ingredients, healthy meals. Yes, everything to just enjoy and feel better before you head back home again.
I can't wait. I can't wait to because I came here and I've already slept and I'm like, that is very unusual of me. Usually when I go out to create content, I usually will vlog, be all over the place. But this time, the fresh air that I received, I was like, oh, I have to sleep. Yes. And so you have to come and experience it for yourself. You've heard from Mommy, we heard from Femia. It was so nice meeting you.
And our staff.
Yeah.
We have friendly staff here who are very hardworking. They make sure that you get what you want because everything is prepared, from bread to everything.
Oh, you prepare your own bread?
Everything. Cookies, everything.
Wow.
Everything is prepared here.
Fresh.
Any food you want to eat, you have it on the list. You pick it up. And our staff are very enthusiastic. And they don't work from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. But if somebody wants to come here, we allow. But our busy time is from Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
During the weekends.
Yes, so that they get 2-3 days, some go off and so on and so forth, and they clean the whole place and so on. We believe in quality, not quantity. That's why we don't have more than 5 rooms. We want it's a home away from home.
I know, right? That's true. And I'm already feeling it. I'm so glad I even came on a weekday, because if I had come on a weekend, I'm sure I wouldn't have met you. Yes. So lucky, guys. I'm lucky.
The place was full.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mommy. Thank you so much, Fenia. If you see them in town, I am their new daughter.
Yes.
You need to put some respect on my name.
We love to have you as my 10th daughter.
Yeah.
1,000 years later.
Breakfast is set for me. Good morning. Let's see what we have. Yummy. And fresh bread baked from here. This is one thing that I really like about the place. The fact that they have branded almost the little things. This is really cute. So since I came, I've not really had a chance to swim, and so this is how I look. I'm going to dip my hair in the pool, and of course you are coming along with me. And I forgot to also share that they also give you like a small phone, so when you need anything, you can just carry it around and just call the reception, call anyone for assistance. And so yeah, I'm going to be here. I'm going to call Israel to help me take some beautiful pictures. Oh, the water is, it feels so cold. I can't wait to dip. So this is how the pool looks like. It's quite a huge pool. And this pool is for kids. Woo! It's for your kids here. And they also have a splash pool. I don't know how you guys call it, but once the fountain is on, it splashes water all over. So meet Israel. Israel, say hi. Hi. What is this called? The thing with the kids, the splashy. So Israel doesn't know the name. So if you guys know in the comment section, let me know the name of that thing. It splashes water out for the kids to play. So yeah, I'm about to swim and take pictures. The good part is I have the entire pool to myself. I came here yesterday, right? And it's funny how yesterday I came to rest and I really rested. I didn't swim because swimming can get tiring. Today, swimming is part of the itinerary, my dear. Let's go swimming! Nice to meet our chef. This is our chef. I'm wondering what he's going to do with the cow. And he says they're going to slaughter it.
Yeah, I'm going to slaughter it and do my the veal chop, the ram steak, entrecote, everything.
Wow, then it means that everything is fresh.
Yeah.
Like,
everything
wow.
is homemade here.
I'm impressed, like so much
we
impressed.
Never buy anything from outside.
What's your name? So when they come, they look for you.
Oh, this is Chef Matthias.
Guys, all the meals have been eaten. I'm even going to eat now. Thank you so much, Chef. The meal looks good already. Oh wow! Thank you so much. What's your name? Millicent. Okay. So this is my lunch. I'm having rice, chicken, and salad. the Volta region. In fact, I'm so sad I'm leaving Villa Aroyo. I think, to be honest, by far it has been one of the most relaxing trip ever. The place is very private, and so I think because they have only few rooms, they only have 5 rooms, and so everything is like you are sort of on your own in terms of social distancing. I mean, like, you don't see everyone in your space. It feels just like being home, and I think I would call the place home away from home. And so if you need a place, I recommend that place. The food was good, the tilapia was fresh, the chicken was fresh. So even though I had 2 major food and then 1 breakfast, I would say the place is like, it's good. I actually enjoyed. I'm sure you can tell from my face, I look more relaxed than yesterday. So yeah, it's about time. I'm going back home, driving all alone, you know. And the good part is I got some baobab. I requested some baobab and I got some. Here it is. This is how the baobab fruit looks like. And so whenever you spend some time there, at least ask them for baobab fruits, and I'm sure you gladly get some. I mean, it depends on the season you come though. If you come just within this month, August, I don't know how when it bears fruit, but if you come within August, I'm sure you'll be sorted with some baobab fruits. And so guys, I'm heading back. This brings us to the end of this video. Thank you so much for watching this video. Let me know the favorite part of the house is. Which part do you like the most? For me, I think I like the space, the fact that it's very private, and I like the fact that the food is fresh. And so yeah, you are very close to nature. You are very close to like everything. If you want pool, there's a river, there's fresh food. Oh, I'm talking too much. Until next time on my next video.
As you can see in the background here, this is a saloon vehicle. Just a few minutes ago, we saw that smoke was coming out from beneath the Legon overhead, just in front of the main Legon entrance. I mean, the University of Ghana here in Accra. And so this is what's happening now. That's the vehicle. It's completely in flames, and you can see the smoke rising high up into the sky. The fire service just got here. We can't tell exactly when this thing happened, whether the car fell from up this overhead or whether it happened from beneath. I'm here to actually speak to the fire service, but like I'm saying, the fire service just got here. They just got in, and as you can see, they're already pulling their hoses. They're just trying to put out the fire. If you look closely, you see that they're just trying to put out the fire. Well, it's still unclear what exactly happened this morning here at the Legon overpass, where this saloon vehicle was caught up in flames.
You just have to know what is one by two of that. No, one by two of that. One by two of that. Bibi Koso. One beside what happened. One by two is overseas. One of their calls. I'm the kind of accident. One of their calls. It can't happen. And then here, it's for Obika. What do? Let's see. I say, what can you do about speeding? One of the different one. I will be shoot back. You would rather tell you and tell me that it's over greedy. You're not in my shoes. So you rather ask me what is going on?
Yeah, so that's why I came and asked you what is going on. And you're also angry with me that you got a release car. Oh, God. This is normal.
What's the other? What's the other? Only me. Let me cast it. One pizza, one they see here. Nippon point at it. What about my two? I don't know my table. I swear, nobody happy to you. Why? Nobody happy to you. Nobody happy to you.
To work this morning, I was passing when I saw the car burning. There were a lot of people around here, you know, watching. So I tried calling the emergency lines, but the lines were not so good. So I had to turn with my bike to the other side, go to the fire station, go and make a report, and then come with them to help them, you know, fight the fire. So that is exactly what I saw.
Maybe we could deliver there. Amobi. So the main one say car KCB. Say trotro driver no ochi break o e dey me say dem car KCB ni yi fa me to say ya on the car or the car na pem na see an ji film ti me so even. See ono it's a brand TV our buy see or say on na free fire service for or multi buy which means free police for a free police for cry and so some service or musuno and san come e manage the fire extinguisher dum ni kakra but still you share na if it's any dum ti e wan say we see start say den e full e pp and one say boom meja to mu.
This is how the school looks like. No one is around. You could see one and then two people around. Not like the first. Even though at the previous days, you could see as at this time, some people are not, they have closed classes or lectures. But then you could see a lot of people here. But because of the strike, see, no one is here. No one is here. The ones are here are, I think, yeah, the security men or they are doing cleanups or something like that. There are no people here. You can see there's more people. I think they are doing assignments. I'll be talking to them and find out what they are doing here. Maybe they are studying on their own or they have group works or assignments to do. Yes. Let me go around if I could see someone and talk to. Hello, hi. Hello. Please, what's your name?
I'm Lucy.
Oh, okay, Lucy. What level are you?
Level 200.
Oh, okay. So what are you doing here? I can see you are sitting here alone. So what are you doing here?
I just came to do my group assignments.
Oh, okay. Only group assignments?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It means they have been giving you assignments.
Oh, yeah, they gave it to us weeks ago. Yeah. Oh, our lectures have gone on strike, so we are not coming to school. We are just home. So if you like, you come and learn. That's why it looks like that. Sometimes I do learn in the house, but sometimes being in the house and learning is I feel lazy to learn in the house. Okay. So I come to campus when I get the time. Okay, I've not heard anything, but what I heard was that Thursday they will go to court again. So we are all waiting. We are hoping that something positive will come out because since the strike, the students will not be learning like they are busy, living around and all that. There is some sort of happiness, but upon the second thought, you know, if you are doing yourself, at the end of the day, we are going to write exams, and if you've not learned anything, it will go against you. It will affect your GPA. So, as much as you are on strike, as a student, we need to learn on our own. So that's what I'm doing.
Oh, okay. So has this strike has positive or negative impact on you?
Definitely to be negative impact.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we are lacking. This week we are supposed to learn. There are topics we need to treat, but because of the strike, we are not treating them. And then we feel lazy being in the house and all that, and it's going to reflect in our results.
Okay.
Actually, me personally, I came for my project week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I don't know why the campus is so empty, but I'm sure it's because of the strike. No teachers, everyone is home. Not really, because my project has occupied all my time.
Okay. So you mean you are working on your project alone?
Yeah.
You're not doing anything outside?
Yeah, because the deadline is Friday. I'm not happy because service starts in September with no written exam. So when they come back from the strike, we are going to have to compile the national service and the exams, which is really stressful. The impact is negative, of course, because now we are stranded. We don't know our left and right. We don't know when we would complete, when we would write exams. We don't know. We are just there waiting for them. I'm a student here.
Okay.
And I'm in my final year.
Thank you.
So we are packed with projects and assignments.
Wow.
So when the strike came, some were happy because they had completed it.
Okay.
Others too were sad. So when the strike came, we don't consider strike in terms of project work and other stuff. So when the strike started, some of us come here as a group because we are in groups. So some of us come here to do the project work, to see our lecturers when the need be. Some of us to come for assignments and stuff. Some to come for studies. So it's like everybody and the purpose of coming to campus despite the strike. For we the final year students here, there's nothing like happiness.
Okay.
Because we have limited time to do whatever we have to do, even before the exams. In what way? In terms of marks, in terms of limited deadline, in terms of even results, because some of us have to get our results verified. We can't take bad results home. It's not a thing.
Yeah.
So
4 years here,
I mean, I'm a diploma student, so 2 years exactly. So in terms of that, we have a whole lot of things to do. We just need to make sure that everything goes well so that we leave the school in peace. That is everybody's prayer. That is everybody's prayer. We'll come up to 9 a.m.
Oh, okay.
Yes, up to 9 a.m. So we're dependent on it. So when if you see people here, probably from 9 a.m. going, that's where you see students and workers here.
And since there's a strike, no one is worrying you that you shouldn't come here because of lectures are not here, there is no class. No one is restricting you guys from...
We are not restricted.
Oh, okay.
We received a notice from UTAG that teaching and learning activities will be held from 2nd August. And well, it did. Till date, we haven't had lectures going on. But then we received lecture slides from some of our lecturers, which we go by. I, for one, I do go by. I've drawn a timetable, which I used to learn, though teaching isn't going on. Well, I thought to myself that being home and not going for lectures, why don't I look for a job to do for the moment, for the meantime, while teaching is held. So right now I'm working, but then it's transparent, which I have adjusted a time for myself to be learning most at times when I'm free, when I come back from work. I don't stress myself. My work isn't too stressful, so I get time for myself to learn. Well, the strike has affected me in a bad and a positive manner. The positive as in me getting a job as a side school, and then the bad, which lectures aren't going on, so I don't learn like I used to. But then I do revise my lecture slides and I do some research and all. So it's a bad thing, but then we all hope for our lectures to come back.
Okay, so apparently this is an effect of the UTAC strike, where teachers are not teaching, and you could see students. No one is here though, but there are 1 or 2 students around.
Yeah, I can see that.
It's because I'll say this strike is favoring us. You understand?
Really?
Yes.
You are really enjoying the strike. In what way? As a student,
personally,
you're supposed to learn.
You're supposed to learn, but you know, we are not in normal terms. Our academic semester is very short because when the pandemic was on a hike, we had to stay at home and all that. So it's edged into our academic, the normal academic way we have to do things. But now it's very shorter. Understand? It's short. So the strike, in a way, it's a disadvantage for lectures, or it's affecting the lectures, but us, it's an advantage for us.
Really?
Yes.
Oh wow.
Because you have projects and all that, and the time was very short. Because our last project we had to submit was the last 3 weeks ago, and we had an extension to submit it on the 20th. So compared to when we're having face-to-face lectures, it has dropped because of the strike and all that. But when you come in the morning, people are around. But when you get to this time, that's why it is UTAG. But we students, we are not strike, so it's open. You can use the school facilities and whatever is available for you.
Okay,
you have a project figure at hand, so you can't just sit home.
So the library too is open for you guys
the library
as well.
is open. It's open.
There has been some strike.
Okay.
People came around earlier, but they just left actually.
Oh, okay.
There were quite a lot on campus. Yeah, they just left. I'm a top-up student, and most of us have jobs that we do.
Okay.
But the rest of us who do not have jobs, we are still learning on our own. In fact, I came for a project with my class group. So they've left, but I'm still here. I'm trying to do some things with Eileen. Not exactly. At first, I thought I was given, I had time to do certain things. But right now, the pressure is rather mounting on us. Because if we still haven't done our exams, which we were supposed to start, and some IAs, when they resume lectures, the pressure will come on us. It will come back to us.
Agree public sector workers Ghana, we have this petition to present to our people, and we are telling them that the 4% and the 7% must be renegotiated. As the Ntiamwa report, Professor Ntiamwa report is saying, that what is good for the Article 71 office holders, same or more. Page 57 is saying that either same or more must be given to the public service. It means that the house service must get same or more. You are talking about 79%. How can 79% and 4% compete in the same market? No. How is that possible? It's not possible. How can 79% take lead in the market? Then 4% is also supposed to enter that same market. On this note, agree public sector workers mentioned above, comprising of almost all public sector workers in Ghana, who are completely not happy with the 4% and 7% base pay salary increment for 2021-2022 calendar years respectively. We would like to state emphatically that the 4% and 7% for the 2 respective years are nothing to write home about. There are indeed numerous reasons to the above assertion that we cannot accept the aforementioned percentages of a base pay increments. We are highly disappointed that some percentage could be given to a sector of workers and not any other sector. May we respectfully ask whether other sector workers, including Article 71 office holders, have been given the same percentage? If no, may it be asked again, why so? Are some sectors better than some, or the people who work there are more special than others? If a sector happens to be more special than the other, what makes it to be so? Can it ever be mentioned that a particular sector workers are not special and therefore not necessary? These are questions that we cannot really understand. Our major factor worthy to note is that Ghanaian workers cannot just survive with a 4% base pay increment in the wake of the introduction of these numerous taxes and unnecessary new taxes at the beginning of this year, which are affecting our standard of living badly. These taxes are the COVID-19 health levy, financial sector cleanup levy, sanitation and pollution levy, energy sector levy, increased value-added tax, national health insurance levy, road toll levy, fuel prices hikes, and in its attendance, 13% transport fares increases, which have inextricably led to a rise in price of foodstuffs and other general goods and services. Rhetorically, how could someone taking a salary of less than 2,000 Ghana survive after all these taxes are deducted in addition to Senate union levies? Union levies, how much would be left in order to take care of family and any other responsibilities? More also, in reference to Professor Yantia Mobidu's report on emolument of Article 71 office holders, the general recommendation relating to the implementation of the 57% of page 57 of the report with reference number PCE 2020 REC 05 categorically states that the percentage increase granted to Article 71 office holders in any particular year should not exceed what is granted to public servants. I hope you got that. Thank you. The report is saying that the percentage increase granted to Article 71 office holders in any particular year should not exceed what is granted to public servants. That in recommending the adjustment to the salaries of Article 71 office holders, the committee took cognizance of levels of salaries and activities in the public sector. This recommendation is informed by government states' intention to ensure that base pay in the country is decent and the gap between the highest and the lowest income in the public service is reduced. It is a fact that the annual gross salary of a principal superintendent in the Ghana Education Service, for instance, is similar to the monthly gross salary of a minister, who, coupled with the 4% killer salary increment that necessitated our knock on your door this day. Can we say that this is very fair? No. In reference to Ghana Labour Act, Act 561, 2003, Section 109. 109, where it appears to the Chief Labour Officer that out of any of the terms any of the terms of a collective agreement are suitable for application to the class of workers who are engaged in the same kind of work or who work in the same area as the workers to whom the collective agreement applies, and B, that the parties who included the agreement were sufficiently representative of the workers to whom the agreement is to apply and their employees. The Chief Labour Officer may direct that those terms of collective agreement shall apply in relation to that class of workers and their employers as they apply in relation to workers of the class specified in the certificate and their employers. The C says, the Chief Labour Officer shall not issue any directive under Section 1 unless 3 months before issuing the directive. The Chief Labour Officer has, after consultation with the appropriate employers' organization and the trade unions concerned, published in the Gazette a notice. They are saying that when agreement is reached, wait until 3 months. Inform the people, let them be aware, accept it, gazette it before you implement the decision. When they went to the table, an agreement was made. How many days did it take them to implement the 4%? Does it mean that they were having the 4% already in their pockets? Very corrupt. Now, describing the class of workers to whom it is proposed to apply the agreement, setting out the terms of the collective agreement and giving particulars of the manner in which and time within which subject to the proposal may be submitted to the Chief Labour Officer. If subsection 2 of Section 109 of Labour Act states and restate the Chief Labour Officer from directive effective payment of what has been agreed to at their tripartite committee until all workers are equally favoured, why should he hurriedly direct effective payment, knowing very well that the agreement does not favour a section of the workers? As the 3 months meant for the consultation exhausted, we hereby respectfully ask that the Chief Labour Officer be directed by law to initiate a fresh negotiation, having in mind that we want 25% base pay increment and not that of 4%. And we are also asking that quite apart from that, the 7% they negotiated for next year should also go to 35%. Either than that, he can also resign. Then the Article 71 office holders can also reduce their percentages to 0. And also tell us that because of the economic conditions, they are not going to pay themselves any salaries because we take almost everything for free until our salary issues are settled. When we gathered here at the beginning, bring the microphones down. People were thinking that the numbers would affect us in the match. I asked, how many people are supposed to present a petition? Only a person. So we don't need the numbers. All that we need is a representation of the people. Demonstration means a representation of the people. And people were also asking, the people that have come, the press and others, and I was telling them that they are part of us. Some of them belong to the private sector that are going to enjoy only 6 CDs a day. How is that possible? Multiply 6 CDs by 30 days. How is that possible? Then, talking about the police, yes, they are more than us, but you have forgotten that they are also public sector workers. So everybody that is here has an interest in what we are doing. Oh yes. So do not fear of the number. The number is there to showcase something. Should they fail us, they will be surprised by the regional representation that is going to happen. This is there to showcase that we are not happy and we aren't going back to sleep. On this note, I would like to have the petition that is supposed to have been presented to the Speaker of Parliament. The Speaker wrote to us back telling us that there are standing orders in Parliament that we do not go. And that standing orders does not allow him to receive our petition directly. Meanwhile, in this country, we've seen him receiving several petitions. I am surprised. Then he directed us to look for some of the members of Parliament and lay our petition through any of them. It will surprise you that after contacting a number of them numbering over 10, only one agreed. And today, before we started the journey, we informed him and he said he would be here. Midway the journey, his phone has been off till now. That does not stop us from presenting our petition. We'll present it to the people. After that, we'll find a way of getting to them. They have offices. The offices are open. So they should be there waiting for us. When you watch a Nigerian movie, after the end that we are all supposed to go home, you will see an inscription saying, this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. And we shall continue.
This peaceful demonstration means a lot to every public sector worker. If only you have conscience, it means a lot to you. And to me, a public sector worker, it is the source of my life because it is about my livelihood. It is about my salary. And when I compare myself to the political elitists who are running the system, who are in high-ups, if you like, they are taking a whopping 79% increment of their base pay. And they have the guts to negotiate in a gentlemanly way with my TUC leadership and organized labor to give me a paltry 4%. That is an insult to my intelligence. Why am I saying this? Look at the cost of living today, very high. Look at inflation rate today, very high. Look at the cedi and the dollar rate today. The cedi is down. We go to the market to buy. I buy fuel. I sit in trotros, I sit in taxis. Okay? Even transport fares have shot up by a whopping 13%. Meanwhile, the political elitists who are running the system today, they don't sit in trotro, they don't sit in taxi, they don't even buy fuel. The V8 they drive in is my tax that is used in buying the V8s for them. They don't pay for electricity. They don't buy water. They don't go to the market to buy food. Everything is free. Yet, some take, let me use the old currency. Some take 2 billion, 2.5 billion, 1.5 billion. And me and my colleagues, we take home 800 Ghana, 600 Ghana, 1,000 Ghana, 1,200 Ghana cedis. My brother, who deserves 79% increment? Is it the person who takes the billions and gives me just the pittance? Yet he doesn't go to the market, he doesn't buy fuel, he doesn't pay electricity, he doesn't pay for water, and I pay for all of those out of that meager salary? I am putting it on record today. A lot of the public sector worker men
are having broken homes. Their wives are leaving them. The reason is that they can't provide for the home anymore. Yet you can't go and talk about your home outside. A lot of the women are doing other things that are unprintable, cannot be said in the public space in order to survive. Why should we run the country like this? Professor Ntiamwa, in her report, stated clearly that the percentage increment that will be given to the Article 71 office holder should not in any way be more than or exceed that of the public sector worker. Why have they decided to what? Shelve that and do what they like? And to the TUC leadership, I pity them. You take 2% of my money every month and you feed yourself fat out of that money. You pay yourself huge salaries. You drive V8s, you sleep in mansions, and you go and in cahoots with government. Give me 4%. And you still have the moral temerity. You still have the moral high grounds to still deduct my 2%. They should stop it immediately until the shame they've brought to themselves is reversed. We are saying that we are wiser today. We are not like our forefathers who were oiling the wheel of government in the name of public sector. Today, some of us are much educated than those who are sitting in the high offices. Today, we are wiser than the TUC leadership. Who we pay, they don't pay us. And they must listen to the conscience of the masses. What they have done is a shame, it's a disgrace. They should go back. Look, why should they even negotiate for next year, 2022, when you know that the factors of the economy, okay, inflation rate, the cost of living, blah, 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 you cannot determine it next year. Today, you can't determine next year's inflation rate today. You can only project. But half the time, the realities, the real numbers are different from projected numbers. Don't you have conscience? Don't you have wisdom? Can't you wait till the year comes, then you negotiate? Why? What crime have we committed? Is it a sin to be a public sector worker today? We will not agree. We will not allow it. They can come for all of us. We are ready for them.
Africa and China has to do together is that there should be more transparency. There should be more transparency. And if there is transparency, getting into debt trap will not be a problem. It won't happen. So there should be more transparency. Also, China needs to learn from its experience in, and improve on some of these areas. Its policy on non-interference. So what is happening in my country, China says, I'm not going to interfere. But you look at the Zambia case some time ago in 2006, the ambassador intervened saying that if you continue to mount up xenophobic campaign against China, I'm going to close diplomatic relations with China. So when he heard them, they are able to come out and do this. So we want them to be minded, and also to what is wrong, they should point out that this is wrong. Non-interference, I think that policy should be relooked at. Its labor relations and human rights records has to be also improved upon, and its customer friendliness. At times you see some Chinese products, they say no warranty, no return policy. So some of these policies, which are not the best, have to be dealt with. And finally, to conclude, I would say that as of now, the literature out there shows that both sides are learning, and they are learning to greater extent. Now, there is concern about trans-boundary project. So it is not only within Ghana or whatever. So some of the projects we are seeing, Zambia, Kenya, Uganda, and what have you. So these are some of the things which are important, and it has to be encouraged. Chinese lending now is captured in IMF programs, which is good. So we want that transparency. And if other partners are there as referees, at least is there for our interest as a continent. So when we have the US representing, we have others coming in, I think it should be embraced and it should be encouraged. And our relationship with China should be more transparent than it is today. Then there is also some reduction in Chinese workers. Its own economy has improved. Labor cost is better now. So Chinese workers coming down to Africa has reduced because the economy has improved, which is a win-win for all of us. Areas of concern now is that there should be more regional focus. So Africa, like when it comes to negotiation, we should have a joint negotiation between African countries and China. It shouldn't be one country. Then also, in terms of our governance about contract, we should be more transparent in the contract. The opposition should be made aware of. At times, the opposition comes in and it's like, oh, the opposition is more inquisitive. It's for our good. So that award of contract, value for money should be taken care of. We need to also invest in innovative local mechanisms, like we saw in the case of Kenya, where it says now, I want 48% to be sponsored by me. 40% of materials should come from Kenya. I think these are some of the things we need. And finally, we should focus on most productive infrastructure to maximize benefit. Because we heard about the metrics of essential metrics. And this essential metrics has to do with the value of the infrastructure. So the infrastructure should not be in ceremonial things, but things that are have economic value.
Now I want to focus on some of the key aspects of the FOCAC infrastructure plan. In fact, I don't know if this presentation should have preceded the case studies, presented by my colleague, because I am going to take you through the principles, in the plan, and he has told us, whether these principles are being applied or not. So I am just going to take you through what the FOCAC principles are. Infrastructure plan. Now, under the plan, China and Africa aim to pursue efficient and high-quality projects. That's what the plan says. Now, economic and social benefits of the projects will be a priority. Now, we know that there's considerable inefficiency and waste in executing African infrastructure projects. The cost of the projects are often inflated, with the benefits accruing to private individuals at the expense of the state. Therefore, if the FOCAC plan is to give attention to efficiency, quality, and economic and social benefits of the projects, then it will be a step in the right direction. Now, the FOCAC plan envisages mutually beneficial cooperation in the planning, design, construction, operation, and maintenance of the projects. Again, these are the principles. If you go to the ground, as my colleague discussed, the question is, are these principles being applied? Now, African countries will be involved, according to the plan, at every stage of the process, thereby ensuring that their interests are fully taken into consideration. So when our colleague, are you from the university, you said? Yes, and then you seem to be saying that, you know, there have been all kinds of projects which don't seem to meet. They don't even look Ghanaian, and then they don't meet our, you know, maybe priorities and so on. Now the question that should be asked is, you know, does that mean they are being imposed on us? And don't our policymakers, our leaders have a say in determining what kind of projects that they want constructed? That's the question that we need to ask. Because the plan says they will be involved at every stage of the process. So you expect that their interests will be fully taken into consideration. Now, the focal plan aims to ensure there's a good governance of infrastructure projects through best financial practices and effective oversight. Now, this approach, if followed, will enhance efficiency and lower costs of the envisaged projects. This way, the usual abuse of development funds by African governments should be minimized. But even more importantly, the plan intends to ensure sustainability of African debt. This, it says, will be achieved by encouraging African countries to utilize their own resources to the extent possible. This, again, if followed, should help avoid the high debt burdens of African countries. Again, it's been suggested that, you know, Chinese involvement in Africa in undertaking these projects is causing African debt to escalate. So we need to interrogate that, because according to the plan, you know, this should not be happening. In other words, they have a provision that will ensure that African debts are sustainable. Now, China has committed under the FOCAC to support Chinese enterprises in utilizing their advanced equipment, technology, and expertise in standards and services to help African countries improve their infrastructure.
Se wamo share fan service no we ka ho aye 2 times makola die e ko frɛ mo first day wamo si nsu onim second way nsu aba wamo se wamo ka na sei enti aban hwɛ na se wo hwɛ na se mfa so bi enu wamo so betima aye adwuma boa wo man ne dia e na won cross ho mumu no on mu bu ho no fanya stores.
What can I say? Congratulations. The media these days is not easy. I think that you guys are doing your very best. And when I look at the team of people who are doing this work, I can only congratulate you and hope that this team will maintain and move on to achieve much greater things. But congratulations. You're doing a good job.
First made the announcement to you that this week, one of the major things that will be happening will be the commencement of works for the Agenda 111 program, and ready to commence. And then there are about 3 specialized hospitals, 2 of which will be new and 1 a redevelopment. We also spent some time explaining to you that the district hospitals, not the entire Agenda 111, the district hospitals, civil works expected to take about 12 months, and that on Tuesday, His Excellency the President will be in Trent. I hear you are called the COVID class prefect. You haven't heard it, eh? They've been saying it in town. They say you are the COVID class prefect. But today he's not here to talk about COVID. We're also here with the President, also here with us. And we're here to provide further briefs. You recall, again on Sunday, we had questions about health projects that were already, I say it for a third time, health projects that were already commenced before Agenda 111 was introduced. I'm taking my time to use this expression because we notice that some people prefer to refer to them as abandoned projects. I hope you are not one of those. These are projects that were commenced before Agenda 111. And this afternoon, the Ministry of Health Infrastructure Division will be giving us an update on these health projects that were commenced before Agenda 111 was introduced. That update will be provided to us by the Director of Infrastructure at the Ministry of Health, Ben Amponsa Nkansa. Ben, where are you? You're here. I would invite you shortly to give us an update. I think we have a PowerPoint presentation for him. So Ben will take us through the status of health projects. Abandoned all the health projects. They've abandoned all the health projects. They've abandoned all the health projects. You can get an update, and you can actually also send your reporters to these places and tell the country what you are seeing there, whether indeed these are abandoned health projects or not abandoned health projects. In fact, I was on one radio station with a colleague MP who was very sure that a particular project had been abandoned. We provided information that it has not been abandoned. It's been completed. There's a medical director. There are about 17 doctors who are working there. He said it's not true. And the media house said, we have sent our reporter there. The reporter also says that the place is not working. I said, no problem. So we finished. We called the medical director. We called the editor. We connected them. Said, go and check whether it's true or not. Somehow, it's turning out that the initial report that it has been abandoned is not correct. So one of the first things we want to do today is to give the Ministry of Health an opportunity to give a status update on the status of health projects that were commenced before Agenda 111. Have they been abandoned or not? To provide that update. Also, since Sunday, we've received over 30 different. Compiled them. I would invite the PR manager at my office, Mr. Kweku Obiaje, to read out some of the requests we've received. He would respond to them. And then, if there are further, we would invite you to raise further requests or further questions on Agenda 111. All of those that we can answer here today will do. Those that we don't immediately have answers to, we will defer them, get you the answers in quick time. I want to acknowledge the presence also of Sally Pobetete, Head of Project Planning and Cost Estimation at the Ministry of Health. Where is Sally? There you are. And Dr. Kofi Asamaba. I think it's Asamaba you're talking about. Oh, you are here as well. Thank you very much, Doc, for being with us. So, let me start by inviting to the podium the Minister responsible for health, the Honorable Kweku Ajimai Menu, to make some opening remarks, and then he Dr. Ben Ampoma Ankansa. Thank you. Minister.
Thank you very much, Kojo. Our friends from the media landscape, I also want to join Kojo in welcoming you to this session this afternoon. We are here to address the situation of what we are hearing from the media about projects that have been abandoned. My colleague has actually explained, and I'm proud to stand before you to say that since I joined the ministry, no project has been abandoned. We have done some presentation that my director for infrastructure will do after I've exited. But we've categorized all the projects we inherited from 2017. In 2017, and the various status of these projects. Last year, we did a lot of shortcutting on some projects. And we are being asked questions as to why these projects have not started or have not completed. Let me state that it looks like very soon, very quickly, all of us Ghanaians are forgetting about the fact that the world was hit by a pandemic which disrupted normal economic activities. Projects like La, Shama, 12 different hospitals to be done by just one contractor, Vamed from Europe. We did shortcutting for all of these in October, November. By December, COVID second wave has hit Europe and its attended disruptions. People were not going to work, like in our country. Anytime there's a lockdown, some people go to work 2 weeks, they don't go 2 weeks. Up to even today, some banks are still practicing that social distancing model for workers. Flight disruptions and cancellations and restrictions and quarantine and certain demands at certain airports wouldn't allow easily contractors and engineers who are coming to engage us to begin work for these projects to be done. Around February, we also had our own thing, and we introduced our travel protocols of quarantine and things like that. So we write letters for certain meetings to be done, and these will not come on. Insurance companies that were underwriting these facilities that we have actually entered into, borrowed to work. Some of them, they will send you messages about people not at work. And these are things that have actually delayed some of the projects we did shortcutting for. You wouldn't deliberately do if you haven't got monies to do. All of these projects we did shortcutting because we have had cabinet and parliamentary approvals, and finance has given us the go-ahead to start work. And I believe Mr. Nkansa will give us an update on all these projects and what it is. The good news is that all that we have to do on these projects have not been completed. And within the next 2 weeks, Vamed alone is mobilizing to 12 different sites, Shama and La. Next week, you will see work, even now, preliminary works ongoing in these places. And so the cry, and I believe those of you want to join me, second week in September with my infrastructure department, for us to show to Ghanaians what is actually on the sites that we are talking about. Because I don't think I have a lot to say. I wouldn't delve myself into the Agenda 111 since Dr. Nsensar is here to do that. But what I want to say is that projects that we inherited, I can categorize them. We had a contractor we call NMS that was supposed to do about 6 projects. The only single project that was completed under this arrangement was the Dodua Hospital. When we came in, they were completing Kumawu and Fomina and Sekendi flats for workers. We did an assessment with finance. What came up was the fact that the monies left couldn't complete the projects that had not been undertaken. So we needed to engage. Value for money audit went through, got a report, we engaged them. And luckily for us now, we have managed to get the contractors back to site. We are now triggered. I myself did so much work on projects that Vamed was doing in places like Besiansi, Gomade Rampon, Briwa, Etsimsunkwa, Bimponeja, Jamra, Mankron, Akumfudi, Ekumfi, Nakwa, and Gomwaposin. All these 10 projects were completed under my watch, as early as 2017, late, and 2018. So I'm beginning to wonder which projects we have abandoned. Even Bekwai has been completed and is in use as SP. Now we've completed significant portion of these projects. Tepa is online, Nsoko is online, Upper West Regional Hospital is online, the one in Central Region, Aseng, is online. He will show you all these facilities. So which ones? Garu, there was no work there. They didn't leave any money as part of the package. We started looking for money. And luckily, we will soon see some work in Garu and even Timpani. So which ones have we abandoned? Konfanochi maternity block was left undone for 45 years. Now go there and see what is happening in Konfanochi. Kolebu, if you go there now, you'll see some good work being done. The nephrology center, the maternity block. We are now looking for funding to try and tackle the surgical block that is looking so nasty in Kolebu. UGMC phase 2 is virtually completed now. The place has been operationalized and is working. We even came to do some extra work on Ridge phase 1. Ridge phase 2 had problems because after change of government in the US, the funding agency, American Exim, and so they couldn't advance funds to us. It is now that we are getting inroads into seeing how best we can get money to come and do Ridge phase 2. So which one have we abandoned? Maybe I'll end here, Kojo, and I will leave the stage for San Council to come and show slides of what it is. But I'm inviting those of you who get space to join us on a trip to see some of the projects that they are claiming we haven't started and see some good work on some of these projects. Early part of September. Let me thank you very much for your understanding.
Minister, grateful. As you resume your seat, I would like to invite Dr. Ben Ampuma Nkansa. Did I get it right this time, right? Yeah. To take us through the full presentation, the status of health facilities that were commenced before Agenda 111.
Honourable Minister for Health, the special advice reserved. As my minister rightly indicated, I'm doing this presentation on behalf of the Minister for Health, Honourable Koko Ajimain, Menu MP for Doma Central. My presentation is going to be made in about 3 different slides. The first presentation is going to be given on the completed projects from 2017 to 2020. I think we can, good. So that is, well, it's also that the phase 1 is completed. So these are the pictorial presentation on the project as it stands now. I believe that some of you have actually visited there and you know that the place is actually the issue about COVID and its complications. It actually affected the production, and for that matter, also the supply chain for most of the construction material were also affected. And that is how we have to even request for an extension on the loan agreement to November to enable the contractor complete such projects. We'll see. The Tamale Teaching Hospital. An upgrade and rehabilitation of the Tamale Teaching Hospital was also done by VAMED. This was also completed and commissioned at the phase 2 of it in 2019. And that is a pictorial presentation. The construction of 10 polyclinics in the central region. I think when my minister was making the presentation, he made allusion to the site and even enumerated all the sites. These have also been done. In addition to that, there were 5 polyclinics that were also done in Greater Accra, namely in Ashamai, Botiano, Adenta, Sege, and Oduman. It's also been completed and commissioned for use in 2019. So these are some of the sites. We have the main entrance to some of the buildings, and then the walls, the service block, and then the staff accommodation. The Upper West Regional Hospital was also completed, and he also talked about it. That is one of the, there were 8 hospitals that were being done by Iroja the Invest. 6 of them, Upper West is completed. Ano North Municipal Hospital in Tepa is completed. The Tyne District Hospital in Soko is also completed. Chufu Atimokwa District Hospital is also completed in the central region. They are all coming under the Irojedi in the first SA. In addition to this, there were some CHIPS compounds because of the issue about we have this, trying to provide access to every level of care. So it's actually in the form of a pyramid. In addition to that, 13 of them have been completed and handed over and they are in use. And I think the size can depict. Bekwai Hospital, completion of an equipment of 120-bed Bekwai Hospital has also been done and it's been used. It was commissioned in November 2020, and as I speak now, it's fully operational. Construction and equipment of 5 district hospitals and a polyclinic in Sola, Bupe, Tolong, Somenya, Veta in the Volta region. And then the last one, a polyclinic Bamboy has also been completed and is handed over for use. Construction and equipment, I think that is those who are the other one, the yellow, we've talked about all of them. The next batch of projects I'm going to talk about, so some of the projects, even though you might start in a particular year, it will end in that particular, in other subsequent years. So that is the time horizon that we are looking at. So currently we're looking at the ongoing projects. As I speak now, the ongoing projects that are already ongoing. We have the Sewia Regional Hospital, that is in Ashanti region. This project is about almost 80%, about 76% completion, and we are expecting that hopefully by the end of this year, that project should be completed. And then Konongo, in addition to that, there were the construction and upgrade of 5 hospitals in the western region that was done, and that was also currently there are various levels of completion. We expect that by November this year, it should all be completed and it's in use. These are all 10 key projects. They are designed, built, and equipped. So once you move into the facility, we just start using them. And these are the levels of completion as you've seen there. In Swayim, Wasadunkwa, Mpoho. Again, there was the modernization and equipping of 4 selected facilities in Tetekwashi, in the eastern region, Kibi, the process in terms of the medical, the clinical areas. Currently, we're doing snagging, and overall progress stands about 85% completion. That is the phase 2. And that is why when I was trying to explain, I talked about the fact that because of the issue about COVID, it actually affected some of the construction. Completion and equipping of the Cath maternity. This is one of the projects that have been on our hands for quite some time now, as my minister alluded to. And I can assure you, if you looked at the slides, you realize that the one on the left, yes, you can also see from the left, that is the old structure which is being demolished. And a new one has, we believe that within 6 months, certainly it's going to be by 2023, it should be completed and should be in use. Rehabilitation of the diabetic center, diabetic and clinic and research center in Kolebu is what we can also see there. It's also ongoing. As part of the there was a nationwide construction of chips, which is also being done, and you can see them from the slides. There are quite a number of them. There are about 26 of them at different levels of completion in Akuya Chrome, Kwadia Chrome, Kwaji Chrome, in Sutem, in Tunkumsu, in Ashanti region. So because of that, there were a number of other projects that have been initiated. Adaklu in the Volta region, Sewia in Ashanti region, there is a treatment center. Panta and Dodowa, Asamiso, Goso, Kolebu Teaching Hospital. And there were about 16 or so of them in number, 13 to 15, yes. So those are so these are all the treatment centers. The last batch of project that I'm going to walk you through has to do with projects, just as my minister did mention, has to do with projects that were approved for implementation in 2020. He talked about the rehabilitation expansion of the Shama project and also La. 180 bed, what I'm saying is not there. It is also being done by VAMED. As I speak now, the contractor is also there working, is on site. Again, there is a construction of a sub-regional hospital in Tema. If you look at the Tema enclave to Ashamai, we don't really have any bigger facility there that is trying to address our level of care. Population is increasing. So in addition to Greater Accra Regional Hospital, that is a RAGE, we're also developing a sub-regional hospital in Tema to be able to take care of people within that environment. So Tema, as I speak now, the project was actually handed over to the contractor this morning. So Tema has been handed over. The Central Medical Stores, which was ravaged with fire, has also been handed over to the contractor for a complete reconstruction to a high class and what we call a pharma grade facility to be able to manage our medical supplies and the rest. In addition to that, we are setting up, we're going to, in Doma, we are also going to construct 12 hospitals in Eastern Region, Ashanti, Ahafo, and Greater Accra. And in Ashanti region, we have Swami, Drobonso, Sabronumu, Manson Kwanta, Chedie, Ahafo, we have Mem, and Greater Accra, we have Pong Katamanso. These projects will certainly see the light of day, and I believe that with about the next week or two, the contractor is mobilizing to site. It's being done by VAMED Engineering of Austria. So in a nutshell, these are the projects that are actually ongoing in the Ministry of Health, and I'm happy to make this presentation on behalf of my honorable minister. Thank you very much for listening.
Yeah, thank you very much. The Honorable Minister will join us very soon. But I will just, if you remember, somewhere last year on the 25th or so of April, one of the updates in COVID situation in the country, the popular fellow Ghanaians, His Excellency the President announced what his government wants to do to improve. What it means is that such places, with the population of over 100,000, some of them 140,000, and in one of the districts, for example, at Tumakwangoma, over 250,000, there was no doctor. That's what it means. If there is no hospital, doctors will not be there. And as Mr. Nkansa and the minister said, our health system is in a tier system. We have the community health planning system, which is the lowest. Then we have the sub-district system, which is catered by the health center, where normally we have physician assistants. And then we have the district hospital. The district hospital is the first referral center, the primary referral center. So if you look at it in this way, you will have the base, the community health systems, and then the health centers. They are supposed to be feed into a district hospital in a district. And then the district hospital will then feed into the secondary health care system, which is the we call it the regional hospital. That's where we have specialists, at least the 4 basic specialties: medicine, surgery, obstetrics and gynecology, and sometimes ophthalmology and also dental services. And then we have the teaching hospitals and the specialized hospitals. So as a country, if you want to achieve universal health coverage, which you are all just fighting to achieve universal health coverage, you should have a system where people can attend hospital near the place that they are living without any financial encumbrance. Luckily for us, since 2003, we have the National Health Insurance Scheme, which this government, as part of the manifesto for 2016, and then also 2020 elections, we want to put the health insurance on its feet, and we are doing that one assiduously. So if you add the health insurance plus easy accessibility to healthcare systems, then you have what you call universal health coverage, which is for SDG 3. And that's exactly what the president and the government wanted to do. So when they came out, that we have 88 hospitals without, 88 districts without a hospital, out of the 260, then the president said, we have to have these hospitals in place. And I'll explain why some people are saying, why don't you finish the other hospitals before you start doing hospitals in the other places? If you are in one of the districts, I'm sure you will be annoyed. You will not say that. And secondly, Mr. Nkansa has gone through to tell us that every hospital project that you have has a source of funding. If it's Eurojet funding, if it is VAMED funding, if it's NMSI funding, you don't go and use Eurojet funds to go and do NMSI funding, because they are external funding. And this, what we are going to do, government is going to fund it. And I'm sure somebody will ask, where are you going to get the money from? But where there's a will, then there's a way. So this government has vision. And if you look at it, the government has a vision towards human capital development. One, digitization to make sure that we have smart economy in this country. The second one is to have educated people in this country, the free SHS. And to me, the third one, which I'm very happy about, is to have healthy people who will do all the work in the country to create wealth. So these are the three cardinal points that I see that the government is trying to do to improve the status of the economy of this country. So when we look at it, we realize that there are some districts. If you put a district hospital in one place, if you are going to build the 88, they still have a problem, because if you look, I'll take a district like Atumakwangoma. Atumakwangoma is like a U covering the whole of the former Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly, which has a population growth of over 200,000. The place is growing. Then nobody can pass through the Kwangma side, go through Kumasi and go to Chadie. So we look at all these things, and then it was decided that let's add some hospitals to some places so that everybody will have access to good, healthy, and quality health systems. And that's the reason why we reached 101. So the Agenda 111 consists of 101 district hospitals, state-of-the-art, fully furnished, fit-for-purpose hospitals. And I'm using the fit-for-purpose advisedly, because people will ask, why are they not the same hospitals around the country? Administration block, X-ray, physiotherapy, kitchen, maintenance unit, and then a place where we'll do the electrical systems. And it is being done in such a way that we take the environment into place. There will be solar energy, so that the place will be like a green hospital. As a regional hospital. Luckily, we have the Ashanti regions having a regional hospital, and the other regions all have regional hospitals. And then the president said, we should also add a new regional hospital for Western region, because you look at how Western region is growing, and the Fio Quanta should be refurbished into a metropolitan hospital for the Sekendi Takoradi metropolis. So if you add that one to it, then you have 108. And the president then asks, what about mental health services? So this is somebody who is looking at health holistically. So he said that if you look at the mental health services, even though we have mental health beds in psychiatric beds in almost all the hospitals, if you have a specialized psychiatric issue in this country, if you are at Bunkurugu Yoyo, you have to move to Accra or Ankafu, other Pantai or Accra Psychiatric Hospital. So His Excellency the President then decided that put one psychiatric hospital, specialized psychiatric hospital, in the middle belt in Kumasi, and then put another one also in the south, in the northern belt, in northern region in Tamale, so that even students, nursing students and medical students who are doing studies in psychiatry will not have to move every time to Ankafu or to Pantan. So if you add that one, then it makes it 111 health facilities. So that's what the meaning of Agenda 111. Agenda 111 is moving Ghana from where we are towards universal health coverage.
So, Doc, let me interrupt you. Like I mentioned earlier, from yesterday, we've received over 20-something questions that we'd like to quickly run through for you to help us with some answers. And then colleagues here, if you have follow-up questions, you can ask them. Mr. Obiaje, you have the microphone. So quickly take us through some of the questions. We'll take them, then Doc will respond. We'll take them. So let's take them in batches of about 3. And then Doc would.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The first question has already been addressed. It was asking the difference between Agenda 88 and Agenda 111.
Okay.
And Dr. Nsiasari just addressed that.
Okay.
There's another question that says that our maintenance culture as a country is quite poor. What will government do to ensure that all the 111 hospitals are maintained? What is government doing to ensure that contractors do not do a shoddy job? That's the second question. And the last one for this first batch, what state institution is going to oversee the construction processes and make sure the contractors do a good job?
I think we should add 2 more to it, so we have 5 in the first batch. So oversee construction. All right, let's go. 2 more.
How many estimated jobs will the Agenda 111 create?
I think the President answered that yesterday.
Yeah.
So we can skip that one. So
And
give us
then
2 new ones.
This one, okay. So is the government going to deliver on its promise of delivering the project in 18 months?
And then the last one. That those regional hospitals will be done through EPC. So, Doc, maintenance, quality of work, which agency will be overseeing construction? How confident are you that there can be delivery within the 12 months for civil works plus 6 months for installation and testing of equipment, which brings it to about 18 months? And do we have any further information?
Yes, maintenance. In fact, when I was explaining about the hospitals, every hospital will have a maintenance unit. We also have realized that for the equipment to last long, we want to have equipment package which will come of at least 7 to 10 years maintenance. And there will be technology transfer to our biomedical engineers. Hospitals where we leave it and then no paint will touch anywhere. And as I said, it's also going to be a green type of building. So this is how it's going to be like. Who is going to supervise these works? Because we are going to do 111 hospitals throughout the country, and the most important thing that every region, it's not like what Mr. Nkansas showed us, that if you look at the VAMED project, it's Eastern region and Ashanti region. Sometimes we are in the Savannah region, sometimes we are in the Volta region. Most of the things that the previous government did for the polyclinics, 10 of them were in Central region and some in Greater Accra. So the other regions were left out. But this one, every region in this country which has no hospital in a district is going to benefit, and it's throughout the 16 regions. So we have divided the project into 8 zones. It's a flagship project, and His Excellency wants to make sure that this is done and done well. And I remember in one of this, he said that he wants to see this, and he said it yesterday. That's why he said 18 months after the construction, the equipping, and then the training, the hospitals will be commissioned and people will work in it. So it's going to be something which is going to be done and done rightly. You're talking about the finance. I think later or maybe the Minister for Finance or Minister of Finance will come and tell us exactly what to go in. But what I know is that the 101 hospitals plus the 2 psychiatric hospitals, apart from the Greater Accra hospital, which will be going to be redeveloped and refurbished into a world-class psychiatric hospital, it is going to be funded by Ghana government. And I'm sure everybody is opening their eyes. Where will the government get the money? Ghana government, that's why I say where there is a wish, there's a will. If you are willing to do something, you put your mouth there, you put the money there. It's the same thing with when we started the free SHS. So the same thing will happen. And that one is going to be done in such a way that we now know the project coordinating committee, through the lead consultants and the consultant team, has now put down the payment plan, the cash flow, how much money will be given from day one, every month, how much we need. And this is what is going to assist us. and assist everybody to be able to do this. So people, we are going through the processes, through the procurement processes. I'm sure it's going to cabinet, it will go to parliament, and then the contractors will come to site and do it as a turnkey project. So that's how we are going to work.
Let's go to the next batch of 5 questions.
Though government has committed $100 million as commencement funds, what is government doing differently to prevent the construction of hospitals from stalling? The next question is...
So it goes into the funding question. As has been mentioned, the Ministry of Finance will join us for a subsequent brief, and they will answer the financing parts into some more detail. So let's go.
The President said the completion of Agenda 111 will make Ghana a center for medical excellence in the sub-region. What analysis has government done to reach this conclusion? Do you mind sharing with us? In the President's speech, he gave an indication that some 25,000 health professionals will be recruited to work in these hospitals when they are completed. Does the country have that number of health professionals readily available to occupy the various positions as government has indicated? Next question. What is government doing beyond the construction of hospitals to endanger a local sense of ownership in local communities where the hospitals will be constructed?
2 more.
Are mechanisms such as defect liability in place to ensure that contractors return to site to fix damaged parts of the hospitals if need be?
And the last one.
And then the last one is a question relating to ex-President Mahama, who is reported to have described Agenda 111 as an afterthought. What will be government's reaction to this?
Do you have any further questions? So these are the...
Yeah, there are a few more.
Okay, so let's take this 5 and then we'll come back. Center of Medical accounted for in the contracts and is
seamless. And then we should have a system in place where we also take care of the very specialized clinics. And the President said that apart from this, and the Minister also said it, and Mr. Nkansa said it, that we are building a renal unit. I won't call it even urology unit. It's a renal department where you can do even transplants in Kolebu, and work is ongoing now. Kolebu surgical unit is also being remodeled, and they make a very specialized hospital. The same thing is happening in Komfo-Anokye in Kolebu, where maternal and child health is also taken care of. And I'm sure as we go forward, we have also Komfo-Anokye Accident Emergency Center, and then we are going to have Kolebu also Accident Emergency Center. So this will be the apex where all the cases will be going to. And the President mentioned there's a $2 billion money going around within the sub-region where people access healthcare in India, South Africa, and other places. And when we do this, Ghana is going to be a medical tourist center in the sub-region and to bring in direct foreign exchange. So that's why he spoke about medical excellence. All the hospitals that we are going to build are hospitals with state-of-the-art equipment, with also a lot of facilities which can even fit for even a teaching hospital in other countries. Who are going to work there? There are a lot of medical staff that we are training nowadays. This hospital that we are building is also going to expand medical training. There are people who are training where they can do their clinical work. These hospitals in the regions, in the districts, can be centers where teaching can take place. I trained my postgraduate in Germany. In Germany, when you start medical school in a university, you don't complete there. Most of the people will go to the what you call the teaching hospitals for teaching. They call it Lehrkrankenhaus house. So you go and stay there and do all your rotation when you have specialized. Region plus the regional hospital as training grounds. Nurses can get places to go and do their rotation and everything. What we are going to do, we know that there are nurses who are sitting home. Now, if you get all these hospitals running within the next 18 months, it means we won't have any nurses going on demonstration or making noise before they are employed, including pharmacists and everybody. The next thing we are doing is that, Ghana, we are taking care of postgraduate training for doctors. The same thing will happen for other scholarly secretariats is paying for their tuition fees. So we get enough specialists, and then we decentralize the specialist training because we have some specialists in these hospitals which are well equipped. And it goes with accommodation. So rural areas where the accommodation is a problem, there will be accommodation for our staff to stay in. And young people who are going to work want adventure, and that is what will happen. So there will be enough staff to be employed into the system.
There's a question of local ownership. What are you doing?
The local ownership. I'll tell you a story. When we went around to look at 29 sites which were not fit to bring staff to work there, but the owners are you. And you see the enthusiasm and the happiness in the face of people. So there will be a system in place where there will be advisory committees through the Ghana Health Service reform, and then bring the local community to own the hospital so that they look after it as their hospital.
Defect
so from the
liability, is it accounted for in the contracting
the
process?
defect liabilities are also accounted for in the contract. And maintenance, as I said, even after the contract, maintenance also is also there. We want to make sure that the medical equipment will have at least 7 to 10 years maintenance agreement. Why Agenda 111 is an afterthought? The president is only 8 months in the second term. I'm sure if somebody have talked about this thing maybe in 2024 January, then I will agree with the person as an afterthought. So I don't know what the afterthought is. This is something that His Excellency the President has seen because of COVID, which is a pandemic in every country. Everybody wants to have hospital beds and also have health facilities which are very stable in the country, in their country. It's not only Ghana. We also almighty India, where people were being treated in cars with oxygen on them. Even in the US, people were treated in ambulances for hours before they get places to stay. So every government should be thinking about this. If the government is thinking about it, it's not an afterthought. I don't believe that 8 months in the second term is an afterthought for anybody.
Let's take the final batch, and then colleagues will take outstanding questions.
Honourable Minister, there are two more questions. So the first one is on procurement. And there's this question that says that Agenda 111 will see the importation of health equipment. What is government doing to make sure that procurement processes are duly followed? And the final one is again on the former president, who is reported to have said that not every district needs a hospital. What is government's reaction to that? Thank you.
In the sense that when a shortcutting is to be initiated or done, we see it in the media domain, and there's that pomp and pageantry. So I just want to ask that projects that were initiated by previous government that has been commissioned, some are at various stages of commissioning. It doesn't attract that. That is why critics will say that.
Yeah, but it's also your task as a media person to find out whether their claim is true or not. So I hear you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon,
sorry, I said I'll come to you. So take it and Nana, yes, let's hear you.
Okay. Normally, when projects of nature take place, the argument is that the contract sum, sometimes they say it is over invoice or whatever it is. Are we going to get value for money for these projects? Because estimates have been made.
So how are we ensuring that we get value for money?
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
So then my second question, Dr. Kansa,
yes.
Yeah. Why have you sat down all this while for people to, as it were, form their own opinions before we come to clear the air? Because
no, it's not true that they've sat down. Right here. You were here the other day when GRA came to report that 30,000 professionals are not paying taxes. I've been looking to see it on your front pages and other, but we don't see it. But, you know, this person has alleged that this, go our front page. This person has alleged that go our front page. So if the people of Ghana don't know that this has happened, even after we've briefed you, it's because you are not telling them. Chairman, let's hear you.
Okay. To review, specifically sections 4D and then 4E, government indicated that it had expended 636 million Ghana cedis on the Agenda 111 project. And their concern mainly is that we are now beginning to see the real commencement work. This is another major concern, is the fact that government has decided to employ a team of project coordinators at the presidency has all the technical experts. I want to find out from the Presidential Advisor on Health whether this is true. And then third question, a lot of people have raised concerns about the funding for the project. You said,
yeah, then there was a question about how you're ensuring value for money. So let's take these ones.
Yeah, thank you very much. The procurement processes are all followed strictly. Everything that we are doing about Agenda 111, we follow the procurement processes to the letter. How are we ensuring value for money? If you realize, this Agenda 111, the district hospitals, is one of the most well-calculated fixed-sum contracts. I think if you compare the cost of other hospitals before, it's nowhere near us at what we are doing now. I think the president mentioned it, that of equipment is about, if I will run it up, about 17 million. And you can look at what other hospitals cost. There are some hospitals, 7 hospitals, which were supposed to be built, which you know the cost. And you should all find out how much that cost was. And I also even heard people trying to compare that because it is not as expensive as other hospitals that they've seen. It's not going to be a very good hospital. But the coordinating committee is made up of Ministry of Health, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Works and Housing, Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, and then the Honorable Chief of Staff is the chairperson, and of people from the Office of the President. We have other subcommittees, which are the technical subcommittees. We involve the technical members from the That's what everybody will want to see, that this project is done and done very well. And then the next question is, the Agenda 111 has spent, how much? Is it 600 million? And maybe when we look at the budget, we will see if 600 million has actually been spent. I don't believe that. I know that for the past 1 year, this committee plus the project steering committee and all the subcommittees have been sitting in the office, in the rooms and closed doors, and we've been working assiduously towards this. That's the reason why yesterday it ended up that the president have to commence the project. And somebody was saying that why are we making what pan and pageantry about it? There's a proverb in Chi, you don't hide good things. And I'm sure if nobody knew about it, you will say that, oh, there's nothing like Agenda 111. So we are showing everybody that this is what is happening. And it's commencement of the project, a plan that we will all be looking at whatever is happening so that nobody hides anything. And we want to be as transparent as much as possible for people to see. All what we want to do is that we want these hospitals for the good people of this country.
There was another hand here initially. Okay, so then I thought there was one there. Okay, so let's start from the back and then we'll come. Yeah.
Doc, please, you said the presidency wants to have an oversight responsibility over the projects. That's why everything is being coordinated. I want to find out, did the presidency award the contracts to the contractors specifically? And
so who is the contract awarding authority?
Exactly. And is there a way we can have access to the contractors handling each project so that for transparency's sake and following up, open to the public, and then we see the progress?
Yeah, Sarah, on the second one, I recall saying here on Sunday that we're going to put up a whole website that will publish the database region by region, district by district, number of hospitals, which contractor is on which site. So we'll do that as we go along. But I'll defer your first question to him. The government of Ghana generally contracts, and contracts sometimes through a particular ministry or department or agency. And so your question is, who is the contracting party here? Is it government of Ghana directly, or government of Ghana is using a particular agency? Doc will respond to that. Let me take... Oh, there was a hand up here. The gentleman in brown, yes. So 1, 2... So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes, so my concern is about the timelines. I didn't hear Doc speak about the 18-month
timelines that has been given, whether it's...
We all did. Yes, sir.
Yeah, me didn't Isaac Otin, me
Isaac Maintio.
Otin or Untumi TV. Doc, Besemi Busa say, we share a buying projects. I was a cost or a memoir. Better say, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. But at the end of the day, nobody who say, na ye baby, eja baby. Na a hon sema betoja bibri. Yes, sir, ye busa say, we no, a hunya Ghana for. Phases near saying, you 1, 2, and sana 18 months and also an answer. And secondly, you say about the project, be say a war mining now. But to be na Bibia Fufro and I say more credits be the Fufro Bibia Beboom. Na a more month for junior, a war, sad the panel, a free ho. Yes, Rebusa said, dear Nana, to be a cobasa, I say, project a bebom and munano. See, I had the abandoned project as I become. Abandoned
projects.
Abandoned projects.
Abandoned projects, you know. If you see, you are to work through the list of projects.
Minister Matthias here. Meaning,
choice of words now is critical.
All right.
Obi owa be an common eating in our wenti or so on the radio pedio better abandoned projects.
Not the not person me busa say I then to be an critics and I say ye per se magana for being free agenda and be a modia but say this one project the person me busa say the entina sometimes bua ye tena ho ame kobasa ansa na ya be yi ano masem busa no.
Okay.
Honorable, good capacity hospital for KNUST. Over the years, about 14 years in the project, you have one more Obiamfa Nensa Enka. Maybe say what is the state of this project, KNUST Teaching Hospital? Sisi Abenoka say, Aquaco Sisen, ye Twasso, and I say, ye Tuna JJMO, City of Kase, Oma Banding Project Biayan, better say.
Just one. Do we have timelines by which the remaining contractors will move to the 87 sites? And would that one also be accompanied with a pageantry?
Yes, sir. As in, will the various districts decide that they will also do their own commencement certificates?
Okay, thank you, Honorable. I want to find out from the Ms. Dr. Nkansa, how many projects were inherited from the previous government and has been completed in use?
I think he gave the full data here.
Yes, I want to know the specific number.
Yeah, but he gave the data here.
He gave the data.
He gave all of that data here with pictures.
So take them.
All colleagues didn't have the pictures to it. He did. We can give you a copy, sir. We'll make a copy available to you. Doc, let's take responses.
Yeah, thank you very much. Somebody has a question. Why? Who is the contracting? Is it a ministry or? I told you that this work is being done at the office of the president, and there is a steering committee, project steering committee, headed by Honorable Chief of Staff. So it's Ghana government which is contracting the contractors. Ghana government can contract people through any of the ministries. So this one, Ghana government is contracting from the head of the government, because it's a very important project. And as I said before, the ministries that we are talking about, they are all part of the project steering committee. So it's nothing which is that anybody is hiding from anybody. The next question is phases. No, I also don't believe in phases. Any project that you say phase 1, after phase 1, if you don't take a phase 2, will never come. So all the projects are in one phase. That's why yesterday it was said that 88 of the sites are ready to start. As I speak, even yesterday, when we met some of the MMDCs, they are ready with their sites. So today it will not be 88 again. So anybody who is ready, after this commencement project, which the president did yesterday, or anybody who is ready informs the zone, and the zone now, consultants will take the person to the site and then call the district chief executives. And I'm sure, as the minister said, most of the MMDCs and the chiefs first time in your life. You won't let it go like that. And I'm sure they will do it and follow it up. But His Excellency the President yesterday has opened it up, and then anybody ready will go to site. So the timelines is going to be any time that the President says, but it will not be very long. As I speak now, I know that a lot of the contractors are picking their papers and signing their contracts and doing all the necessary things. They've all been given letters. The 88 which are ready, the contractors have been given letter of offer. So they are signing the contract and move to site to work. KNUST Hospital. Yes, I know about KNUST Hospital very well. KNUST Hospital was a project which the KNUST, the university themselves, were doing from government of Ghana allocation. Now I know they want to package it. They have packaged it actually, and they want to finish it. And I also know that they've gone to Otumfuo, they've come to government, and the plans are on the way for the money, some money to be secured for funding, and then they will complete that hospital. So it is in the pipeline, it will be completed. But it was started by the KNUST hospital, KNUST themselves. And as somebody was asking, you know, na ye na adwuma na okoso. Nti bibia no beka kwa mu. Obi a wasati bia no, you make sure say ibedi afe any fa no, district hospital so no mo wie. Regional hospital so dem say fie you know any fa ko fie miensa no mo wie. Ye ka afe ne fa no a, de kire say ewura pon kroma kire mu. Afe no eye construction, civil work. And omo ye. Ye wi omo wie civil work na omo ye civil work no equipment no bebem. By equipment omo wie civil work na mate omo say afiri ho no. Na equipment omo hye equipment ni nyina hospital ho. Na omo sabe painti ho biem. Na fe omo frɛ Ghana service for the staff ama wo mu. Na omo test afidie no na omo train wo mu on it. Nti bedru afe ene fa no. Na president akokate commission hospital na je say ye pese ye commission ya na hospital this wa sana nipa akoyi mo adwuma. Nti enefri na ekosi bi say Ghana service director general ne minister of health omo ye adwuma together. Say staff o mbe ye mo adwuma nyina no hwan na be ye adwuma o ha hwan na be ye adwuma o ha. Na me de me den say MC atede ti enkola na omo tifie say nurse for we rotation so te ho no ye wonko fo a ye be train omo ye adwuma nurses for ye train pi ye apomudene no e kosoro ano no ti uka we nyina abomu a ene niema ye be ye ekeka ho no a West Africa sub-region ha no ye be ye the medical hub for West Africa na for this care be shim omu this care be shim on na hospital no so mu bie na nkofo ye adwuma na ye nya quality services e wo Ghana ha ti eno ena wo se ma obi aye ne de ma obi anka se o we enye adwuma e be baso.
Okay. Doc, thank you very much for your time this afternoon and for providing answers to all the questions that we've asked. Colleagues, we are grateful. As I mentioned, we'll be walking this journey with you as the weeks go by. If there are any outstanding issues, we'll bring the appropriate persons here for them to provide you with the responses. On behalf of government and the ministry, we thank you for your time this afternoon.
Continue thriving and obviously achieve higher, and everybody knows that even though I'm not working with them again, but my personal relationship with the owner and many of the management and the staff, it is where my heart is, so I wish them very well, but I'm sure that even without wishes they will still do very well.
Music lovers have been engrossed in a conversation as to who raps better as they feed on another beef, this time between Amrado and Obibini. The two rappers have been displaying lyrical dexterity in their bid to prove superiority over the other. Is the beef tasty? Tragedy befalls Beverly Afaglo as a raging fire leaves her homeless. We table these for a riveting discussion. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantepa, and this is Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for joining us on Bloggers Forum. The show is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-4133-397 to place your order. 026-4133-397. Cheesy Pizza, your way. Joining me on this episode, Vida Duchuma Boatin is a columnist. Vida, Akwaba.
Yeah,
fine.
Cream.
Why? One play Africans Nana Yaoredu, aka Nana Yao 18, aka George Kwakudia. Oh, Yaudia. Bakubi Kamo, Okra George Nana Yao Dia.
Nana Yaoredu.
Redua ah. Mami you.
Why you personal? We didn't know.
Nana Yaoredu Ajima.
I can't say fatal.
Oh, that's a million fatam. And I answer.
That's a punch. As a beef near Sassy and
okay.
Mate, and yeah, young Kwama Bruni way. She's on standby with Nkomoho.
Na ye de ye hwe nim say ye actress ye Beverly Afaglo ni fia kwakwohwe ye keka ye nsasa kaka ne aye ne mboa ye ho ana mo di beef ni nemu eye amrado na obibi ni beef no den na kofa bai amabroni na watwe ma be de woni se ma be cheche mu nsem bia fa wo kon ase bia na ma be na ma banti mo ma ye ntwa ye ho sesi a na ye mbra wede mo ma ye fa we ho semi ye nhyase eye na watwe mfiase a na be to dwa se eye actress Beverly Afaglo oja to ni fie wotememu oje che se ehim fie ni dwebe che se we nya pin krampo eye mfim na se mi bai no no do no ni fie wo krom na wo frɛ ni so oja to ni fim ti de speed bi odi bedu ho wo chema wo frɛ ye fire service won so bedu ya won nam ho a oja no wantumi anso be ho sempo de ye fa nkoto nchen actress ni chema wo lusu bibia but one na wo fie ye ne mba ne house wo mu de hia anka wo na se mi ba na nkofo di won sema arechiche sema akoma actress wo chema wo de enye hwe fa manyame sesi a wo ti asidi wo yo areche mu se won sabe kaka ne wo lusu nyina sabe kan ne nkofo bebre aka se wo be ye ne mboa ye wo ha na eja ya be to just say ye GoFundMe account bi be to dwa ai ye actress Yvonne Nelson no di kan share ye no chema say wo raise $20,000 ama Beverly Afaglo asem nya nkofo de wo chema asem mu ye mu ti say bia Beverly oni baby da komode no oni hwefo ne ade wo chema owo ska anya mpa bia wa sign deal so no ankasa ye adwuma nti say sempa ba mo de bia kanka moba mumu ye ne management kwadi number bi betu dwa sem mumu kaka na wa send wa mbese mo ye ne mboa na kan de ye hwe na akọ raise GoFundMe e mo wo krom hasem ni tenkofo da dialysis so ngofo mo hia mmoa na be so chese ada na mo ye sa ni colleagues na Ghana fo ya ye support ne ye se ye keka ye sasa kan kan kwan so anu no ngofo bebre de wanu atu ye actress do safo ase sa de enye sa like Chris Vincent ngofo bebre a chem but actress wo bebre ye na Mama Brown ahofe Patricia Majid ofu bebre ehhehhe eye GoFundMe ye bisa se GoFundMe account no mu be support ya na se mu se we die sister no wuska mma yɛn fa nkɔto nkyɛn sɛ na wɔtwe deɛ wɔn sɛ kurom ha ayɛ de kɛkɛ ɛyɛ amrado ɛna obibini beef no ɛno a na kyɛ sɛ yɛde kyekye yɛrɛ kakra ɛyɛ amrado no kɔ team westwood show no so na freestyle bi on my live bi all kan sɛ ɛyɛ baako bi ti wo so ɔyɛ rap di ni masatnas ɛna amafo show no sɛ amrado asɛm a wo kan da asɛ wo ne obibini anya obibini de and on also a studio Naja was also release this track be at a get ama amrado so a man so on also say and on also releasing the track they say I want kasa penyomu net na why ya judge na hu nia ni punch mu eye den ankasa regular stone so the edina no atomo chema say there mo amoya upcoming rappers mo ntena na mo fa note na mo take note na wan kasa hu sense man kofo na hyehye ne echi ankasa ntina watwi de ye need de chi sa beef no oh jaja man for chema be ye dan kasa man for the moment for beef nsem and to hoy say yakọ enim bia eye moisha nsem mi ban ko bread one no atum na ba ko atwa manfo no sunu kra ye audio bia wochema obi a oye ni pie wo friend Nelson on eye actress ama mu ne edi nkomo no obi a bebe liki audio ne de yenim ye liki na eye TV personality delay wato nkrebi akoma Nelson ochema wo ye nipa bone pan nipa ntina wi asenyesa obi a wahwe ama waduanda fe de na wo kase moisha be brain no keka nkofo ho nsem also aya suro no ben wa wo nsem na Nelson bu moisha ni nka no ho nsem foton but the lay asem wo kan se wo Nelson wo na obebre enye moisha na mama ye nto aso eye fancy gadam ye no de nsem bia beto jo chema se wo ni chrome ha se ye akra se de musi akra na ye Ghana nyina be de bi other regions wo ho but so person wo hiti wo akra de na obo modern na apɛ hit song bi because we tumi our fan base wo other region wo na wo top but aye akra ha se wo ni hit song a nkofo fele se bia wo hit sa wo nim se wo chrome ho pe na wo hit be ba akra na wo hit wo akra de na Ghana wo hit wo baby aye say it was then mama ye fa our resemi enkoso ye wo krom ha say ya na ye fix the culture wa won say wa akwa demonstration wa akwa ewie dedaw ne ebesi ka enim say ka ye ho kugu anen eye Lebanon TV personality Lebanon for consignre Victoria na dey say bia betu dwa o chema se bo se wo krom ha say na wo nam na wo ye fix the country leaders mo fix the country se wo di enim eye wo ye convener of this fix the country na bomodian na live abrabo eye Ochema dressing to dress appropriately. Asem yo be kan yan kofo de. Kofo chema as asem ya wukin would ni eye efi odo ene enya. Cause Victoria Lebanon be kan asem ya na nche kra yo. Be say 5 hours earlier na efi odo aba be release video bia ni nufuni na hu se ni post na egu na wo se we de on efi odo na enya. Na asem ya kokoye efi odo de no no so reply we se wu Lebanon. Wo ye o se wa warinti ahyewo adwuma bia na efi odo na eka wo chema wo first na ka jantra wo kwa wo try say wo huki no with papa bi kwa so be ma ne eye dollars bi ni ade wo se no kwa wenje ntinti wo ntumi beka ene ntumi beka say wa warinti wo kasa enimtia wo sa abra no abobida dress na wo eye wo kasa wo dress yi huni na wa ye bida wo nsem fufuru no eye Aisha Modi na wo twe na be to just say eye comedian warriors watch a plot of land bi kakra na we dey anka ni jesem comedian warriors nso abeda na se na eche so bi chewade na wa ma weni aso na waka so we dey meda wase nya popon sha ni nyina waye na nkoma edi echi ni se embe to just say Aisha ache eye warriors asase na kofu se comedian warriors unsuro nyame unsuro hwe Aisha Modi ade se bibu ye bibi na na wasan so be show receipt waye se waye se o kasa dodo nti anka wa chewade na waka so de bi me mpe koso china bi se woni ne nya asema nkofo na ekan wo se obaka cho se wasi dan wo so kro beka se bubu no oje na asase ama muzu se wo so de ache ne de na se receipt wo so na woni din wa asase no so de any worries woni problem bia se wo de eye chicha kojo echi e wo social media won se na say so pushi some campaign be fix GS o chema system ne nche da anya adwuma be konkro krase bi be hu dan bia nkofo tima wo se ye classroom ne nyina ense fata nti GS mumbo modern sanso che curriculum bi already concerns bebre na aya se no wakasa na ye wo hwa na ye ti se wo se GS asomon so on bra for meeting bi aya chicha kojo wo se wa afro nka bla na nka ye nka nsema nka wo kwede na nka wa hye wo long sleeves on the teacher ni kama wa taki in teacher kojo mbe sam batakari bi a wa hye echi wa konfu echi twetifu krampo also do aya office na papa bi sa ni say na na wa address sa no so man mbu ai onu so bi sa ni say na sa ha anya classroom don't me nchire me say na me dress ni teacher kojo dress ni o de coin na manfo mo amohwe atwa yi ana say mu say still fix GS And see, I come has say, and I have not to drop pay some list be. Okay, can't go for some man. I obe back one didn't come A plus and A plus. No, who say I've not carbon, you know, say Abna somewhere and a baby I would do. Or Chema, unyo bianca one water will come. Also, I now Cassana will drop in for fooding for fun why be number bondi. Also, a patcho, you need if you win. Now, some buy na a year a month for Chema. Kwame plus na would di a year abna kwa temchema anybody nye fail your cost rokobon. Wa show ye. Aye, was no corner walk upon who a man for neck was a walk upon who na fedi say why you brony and no cry and kind. But some of us obin obinya sema. I am moon try some more bad address only pana wakan. Need and continue the uncle and kind fan. I don't manage cheese a straight bullets. Suddenly the moon jay. The said I'm common coin now won't say my body master media bremo. That's a neighbor and swisher. About to pa no abeg of moon some namon to has some my
Thanks, for the segment
in scandals, meaning she has not been out there for the wrong reasons. And she's here on Talk Entertainment to get personal after this short breather. My name is Elsie Lama, and you are watching Talk Entertainment on GhanaWeb TV.
I mean, me share A+ video, and I didn't know say enye menijio, say enye mareho, because it was a mixed feeling for me. Body shaming kakra ebemu. But then you ask yourself, say, women are comfortable body shaming and mema. Because, say, danena na man mubuefu say, your body shaming moana. Abna Koko has been heard a number of times describing a mema manhood. Just a describing a BDS, I mean, and also it's part of the body. So if you are comfortable saying that in public now, you also push other men to also look at you and pick a spot on your body. And also, you know, kind of body shame you with that. Means so no any good thing no. Abna Koko somehow called sa a friend is saying bash no on herself because una sha say e dey mema minim say membo dia mema no yes say ho no or describe the good mema bi animo ase. Now, Abna Koko issued now with a member bia of so Neoma Dane say they must come out to admit say or Neomo Ada because she says so. So we are now perceive bema be public admission so ni wada ansana ube validate one. I think you have a problem. Because me who ni ntia bema ba publicly because on ni wada added to what you do. A+ said in the video, they say, or the products be about all tone. She needs the bars around her to be able to sell those sexual products now. And lo and behold, I saw her a few days ago, or displays products. Meaning, say, I support A+ when he says that we have to put a stop to our public ridicule. Now they be offer phone no bobon crofodi so nyoma yebinti. I say who hold you at a standstill. You just drop a few WhatsApp chats and then everybody believes you. And memma will chrome her. Say could be the placard a sinitri so. I try ma nyoma da e dia nam chrome her. Na ka wonu say nke dua crave shot to chrome her. I mean, you can't be doing that. And in your culture, I'm glad she says that nobody raped her. And your consensual sex, and I'm going to have you. Spare us. My catch-up says, 2021, Sansem Funo, Jimmy, and yes, also be. So if you are body shaming a mema, their penises. No, some fools say we're fools and say, baby, into a monk. I mean, you don't have to, and I've seen a lot of women jump on insulting A+. It's not good. I'm not saying sir I'm endorsing body shaming. Maybe I mean sir. I don't really mind. But then you called it upon yourself. And you should stop. Obia shabre and sharp nako concept. Stop that nonsense. Obi no one to be lose international. Do you why? Why?
Nana. Hey, oh my da.
What's that?
Fancy God, I'm saying, say, Munya hate Wakra. Say, you are not. Yeah, so Munya hate Wakra. I think, say, a feminine and a crack, you know, and Accra and Ghana. By the music space, Accra and Ghana. Mine my thing is that it exposes our lack of what we call, maybe let me use the technical, like lack of regional music growth. In Ghana, it's like we are all centered at one place. In Ghana, among other regions, it takes something extra for them to get attention, like America movement, something extra. But if you had a proper system where regional music growth is working, Kabun say there are so many talents and they don't even have to come to Accra. Or by Accra is or one stage. So Aboni show.
The regional music awards, are they not helping?
Yes, you see, I was coming to that. A build up, but almost so no. You see, there has to be a pipeline to everything. In the past, Ghana Music Awards, the main artists we know Kokora, because then we transport our artists to Africa through that pipeline. Now, the regional music awards is helping, but it's not converting into the mainstream Accra conversation. So still, acquire lack of regional growth.
So we just stay there.
Yeah, and they have to find a way of building a pipeline where, if I win Artist of the Year at Western Region Music Awards, I should be able to get automatic nomination into Ghana Music Awards. And I said Ghana Music Awards, and I said 3 music awards, you understand? Then you can grow the regions. But acquire individual or private investments into we say, since connect yours to mine. Because if you are not all principles, it's very sad. Macasio tried to break through in Accra. He did, almost like 80%. Or call back to North, as you can be. Why should he be so? Almost like, but there are radio stations in the North. I even heard it's a TV station, crowd North. So adding, like people say, I'm on for sure. We have to find a way of bridging the gaps. Systems. I was saying, to grow regional. Yes, idea. See, I'm about to say something. People are fighting him, but it's the truth. The frontliners, Ghana Music, they be all the big names that come now. If they are falling off, we take a lot of time to get a new, like a replacement. But also other side now, they have so many names now in music doing well. Frontline as a son. Let's be sincere. Doing well. Changed. They have certain Omale, certain Fireboy, there's certain terms. Like as a son, they have so many. We don't have. Until say you move from Kumasi to Accra and come and do one or two before, if you are fortunate to get a break, it's not necessary. It also affects events. And my event system into me imagine Fancy was filling his home,
the studio.
Yes. Oba Accra was forcing for Bukum.
So, but he played at the National Theatre and was huge.
No, won't you say the Tamale is 5 times bigger than the theatre.
Yeah.
Oba Accra, he has to force the show.
In terms of venue.
Yeah, also a boxing show no ever form not over Bukum. Now that's all. But if our systems were working on, can bet me a similar show Accra. You know what I'm trying to say? I'm not saying say elsewhere there are no underground. There's upcoming artists everywhere. But systems work that some artists are able to get at ATL. He's the biggest into about New Yorker. Or a show back no. BET Music Matters. They on earth they put talents that maybe are mainstream on your records, on your curriculum, but the people who are watching the native home, they are shouting because I say, well, you get me? Or you're big. We have to find a way of solving these things. It's a Ghana music. I bear one way, sir. I have a name, sir. I'm not going to
quick one.
I'm not going to go. You're worrying us. I'm not going to go. Who say Juma? I'm telling you. I'm not going to go. Who say Juma? Oh, say Juma, a home for so back on the say. I'm not going to go. I'm not going to go.
Any day.
Oh, yes, I just say a flag. That would have it. Because I'm parable. I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you.
When we return, we'll talk about Amrado, Yautog, and Coco Flake. And then we will settle on the beef between Amrado and Obibini. It all happened after the first 3 rappers that I mentioned, Coco Flake, Yautog, and Amrado, went to Team Westwood to do some freestyle beat like that. Stay with us, it's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back, it's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Next is Amrado and Obibini. Now, so if you've been studying or if you've been following the music industry in the last couple of days, Obibini and Amrado be a person say yes what is so. Now, this is how it happened. So Amrado, in fact, for close to 2 years, as far as I can remember, Obibini has been branding himself as Rap Wudini. If you follow on Instagram, where hashtag Wudini and a hashtag Rap Wudini. So Amrado went to Team Westwood, okoye freestyle. In fact, rap no nede, kama, fine pa. And after selling Ghana, after talking about some ills in the Ghanaian music industry, as a rapper, he decided to boast on bragge kakra. No bragge ya no koka say akwobi a friend who say Wudini brat na se na onya nro ho aho brasim. Eno na Obibini say we are you obada be latter days in ta person kire me bra penyi say me no me a small boy. So that's how it started. Obibini has released Deceased. Amrado has released The Throne. Obibini comes back with Carcass. Amrado is not responding. Amrado says we in fact 4 minutes now release in The Throne no yechichem kra na ni nyina response to Obibini. So Beefnet say how is it going? Is it good? Is it okay to end it? Is it the one that we've been, craving? And I say, beef ni etina pa. Say they are strong. Amrado a kind. But first off, let me get your take on their performance on Team Westwood. Mami starting free na neya. Koku Flake, Yautog, Amrado. Let's do that one quick and move to the.
Yeah, I mean Flake, Talk, Amrado, Team Westwood. Shouts to Bibini. I think that it was an amazing job done. The three boys went into it, and they did Ghana proud. The level of expectation on them, especially the two, Amrado and Yao, they were able to meet and even beat it. Yao Talk, people were saying, "No, me, I wasn't afraid for Yao Talk." Because Yao Talk over the years, has not, on the cast, say, your best rapper. On no beyond the court challenge, say, no, dear, on the rap, no, it's I didn't know. He has never said that. The kind of composition in his rap, on what he did, perfect, delivered it on point. Was able to sell himself more. Did 3 of his songs to an international audience. That's even the dopest part for me. Amrado, however, I was scared for him. Because that platform, names have been on that platform. Medical has been there, Manifest has been there, Sack has been there, Nasty C has, like a lot of people, African rappers have been there. So for you to have gone around to say that, you're best rapper, it's like, it's an international stage. Like how is it going to be delivered? And he killed it. His approach, first of all, his approach to the whole thing. The confidence of telling teams to bring it back, let's do it proper. And then the way he delivered the flow and the arrangement of the flow, you see, praising, talking about his homeland Ghana, introducing new artists to the world, telling the people to come to Ghana and do investments and all that, and then doing some references. We say Nasty C the rap, but certain Joe go slap him, which is the opener, lyrical Joe go worry Nasty C. I like that. Then the way he brought it back to the industry, talking about the fact that now, you feel me? I like the way I was sharing the rap. It was unfortunate that one thing I didn't want to happen, and I see all the things Amrado said, all the amazing lines he delivered, it's just one line. Anna, I take it over every beautiful thing the boy did on Team Westwood. And in rap, everybody knows that, Charlie, they are always a stray bullet. It's not as if say me I can do a line, and then in rhyming, in my sound rhyme, I feel like a branch a part and I'm the shaman, a befete. But even as I know, I can be a so you feel like I'm trying to insult you. Why can't we just throw light on the positive that the boy did? How difficult, like, it need anything. Chinchina was a line, was a boy into beef.
Now, say Jumadin na wakakoye in order to build his rap like prowess, like Ganesh makes a rap ni adadia no. By now, come first and camera no, because community yetimi ne compare ebia. Na CC money, Vector money, you know all that is other young rappers some outside Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa for rappers, no Tanzania rappers. We should be beefing them. Like how Lyrical Joe went for the kill with this Tanzanians and things and all that. You get what I'm trying to say? We should be doing that. The boy has done something amazing. If the man boy is you know, this thing has covered all the work Coco Flake did. Look at a singer rapper who was able to deliver on a Team Worship platform. That same platform, a singer went there, he couldn't deliver. Davido, he couldn't do it. True. So why can't we do that comparison? Why must we bring it down to a certain beef, a certain one line here? Like I don't get Ghanaians. Like me I'm like Nani Papa knew me. No, but because I don't get it. Listen,
I mean, you're making
when
a lot
Obede when manifest there, no, his first line, or say then, our Father who art in heaven, do you paint pictures?
Yeah.
I do the same, blah, blah, blah. It became a news, like, we're praising him for his lyric, you know.
Same as medical, because medical also sold Ghana.
Look at the things Amado said. Talking about, even he was even able to be creative with even encouraging investors. He did business in his rap.
Yeah.
Must we leave that to come and talk about a certain one line, unnecessary line, and create a whole beef to destroy what the two boys have done? Hey, come on. It's very unfair, but hey, I'm 1 out of 30 million. So.
By the way, too.
Yeah, Tim Westwood, and he ain't follow Kaka. But what it says is that Miss Roma, I'll talk because relatively, or young, on to Quinda. I think the Coco Flakes is into Quinda, but the whole experience, Sankawako SS, now it's always SS2, SS3. Now all of a sudden, if you are singing our budget, so to Quinda London, you try BBM performing. To me and get it over quickly, the total in such short periods. I was a little bit scared for him. But then Osha said, I was like, well, he's got his groove on. Now, I say near Amradu, you know, and Kofor exalted and not over the other two guys because Amradu, this is not his first time couple in the UK. Until at least said, the baby, I'll talk draw a bit more, no draw a bit to me, a free because we're caught a honometer. But I mean, him say, I'll talk to me and your cry won't be as bad as Davido. And then the name was Irish. It wasn't going to happen. Now I agree with Nanaya on the fact saying it was it to me they compare other top artists on the same platform who couldn't do what the three boys did, like Davido as we mentioned. But funny enough, people want to pitch Sarkodie against Amrado. So they are saying Sarkodie Kohono. He did lyrics warning you mudada on a beat over there. So we shot the Tim Westwood session now. I said, and you man walk airwaves no so that and of Sarko repeating or they can cry frame. But because Amrado did like original freestyle and then you be one in existence.
No, Amrado's there's a verse, the last one that he did
has been around for like 2-3
for a month ago. It's something I've forgotten the title of that rap.
But you and I would not say
it's been in the system for like a month or so. The one that he talked about social media. Yeah. You
and I would not say Amrado track and Sarkodie track there. Sarkodie there was scratching it. Definitely you may have heard Sarkodie and even though no they are about like a month or two ago. Into the attack no when they get best. We have a system no 10 years and I hear people say and yeah with longevity game no now Sarkodie now Amrado is going to take over and blah 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 and listening to Sarkodie
that song is that song is Death Sentence.
Yeah.
Okay. Listen to Sarkodie speak to Tim Westwood. No, he didn't even lord himself over the young guys. Also, Charlie, omuye dope. I mean, you have more opportunity now they will blow. And even Tim was saying that Amrado somehow sounds like Ono Sarkodie. And he was happy to claim that. So I don't know why back home, no, you near Bray a new best rapper. And you know, was Amrado to me sailing through now your backbench Sarkodie. I think that it's not necessary. So I debate ain't necessary.
Nana. Beef no, minimum say when you say associate beef, but beef no cost a mouth.
Listen. When I heard Amarado's line and his explanation, I was talking to my team in the office and I was like, this is where Obi has to do what Sarkodie does best. Stray bullets. Okay, so you have a song coming up. And yet this song, why a commercial song? Then you want attention for the record, right? So you drop a stray bullet in the song, like Sarko say, Obi can't check computer as in the gym in a casting. Then because of that thing, it might be a part of a rhyme scheme, but what address the issue, by the time I buy no, or I say it's big boy, what's a funny hobby? Or the same thing on Sub-Zero. A lot of jabs in on why the BB no. That's how you do some of these things. When you are coming to address an issue, address the issue. This is how a battle is done. It's not a place where you come and show me your rap skills. It's a place where you win my heart. Close your eyes and form a circle around the two boys. One on the rapid first, second, Obenya the loudest cheer. In a battle, that's how it is done. I don't care if you are Michael Jackson, you can sing past me. When you and I are face to face, and I tell you that when him say Oba, wapo, not fast hey, now count, that's a fast here. I won. You get what I'm trying to say? I didn't feel his first song, Disease. I didn't. His second one should have come before the Disease. Because the first one, battle.
Maybe the first one was just a bait.
Yeah, but you don't have the time. You said the boy says rap within it and so you don't have the time to come and show your intelligence or whatever it is. You understand? However, whatever is in that song, however he said it, whatever is in that song, people have to decode it. Then there's a conversation around the fact that, oh yeah, bro, phone, I'm saying, hey, Manifest did a song to just Sarkodie. Everybody raps that song word for word. You know why? Because he knew he was coming after somebody that's rapping tree. He was able to arrange his words properly. Whoever is even lame doesn't need a decoder to decode it. So God MC became a big song because of that. So it's not about language barrier. Language in it's a battle. A battle na yaba. Me say who fin say you be who na attend this. Now the count there. Yeah, ona chroma, you pick papers on the ground. Papers on the ground. You get what I'm trying to say? This is the mean and I am. Me, I almost said that therefore. I didn't like it. Amarado went for the kill. I was telling people that he will not do a part 2. People like over here, I'm saying no. For 4 minutes, it's like Nas, Ika. Nas, Ika. Yeah. The longest rap this song. Reply. You hear me? Why maybe Ubo Baby second song and Kakas or whatever. Amarado 2 minutes now. First one. Never second 2 minutes. Never answer. You get what I'm trying to say? I've seen him make comments that the deep ones are understanding, but the battle, man, go school now, call you. Oh, sure, rap, let me know. The Obika Church say, or Obekotokutono, or more of fight in Tadeo from as a fool, sir. Between the old and our kind and any median, who will people shout to? It is Amarado's own. You understand what I'm trying to say? And to be familiar, his first one, he himself, within him, he knows that the first song, Disease, no, he missed it.
But knowing how Beef has projected musicians, I mean, you can talk of the female banter, the Yellow Baroni and all those things.
True.
Is it right for Amarado to just end it at a time where people seem to be more interested? Say, Charlie,
let me tell you the mood Amarado is in, because I've worked with an artist who has been in that mood for some time before. When you work at GhanaWeb and you are always working hard, when it's time to give the best worker of the month, they're moving for. But your colleagues know say, I'm not about when are we demanding? Let me wait. Then one day your chief editor comes and says, Abantaba, come and show us why you are the best worker. Do you have time to go and come?
No.
That's what Amarado did to Wibini. I don't have time for me to come and show you that I can rap. I have told you that I can rap. It's done. This is it. 4 minutes. I just saw part 2 but first to second to third one never know. It's like you're going for a visa application and you say my documents in a kwaba.
But what about the commercial side? Yes, watch us out to rap, but for streaming and for all those stuff, you don't think that it's right
once the beef, once Amado,
you think you've proven to Obibini say Mr. Rap sing, but the people are craving.
Yeah, but the people who are craving are people who had hailed him, so they want him to come back because they feel like, oh, the second one. Listen, I'm sorry, but Obibini's second one is, in all fairness, it's not as punchy as Amado's first four. Please. You get what I'm trying to say? And yet, so those who are craving is because they feel like come and do finish him. He's an artist. Also numbers. He feels like when he announced his song, you know, when he announced his song, he had over 1K additional subscribers or so. His numbers jumped. He's probably by the mass or what he wanted to do to announce something. Amrado, let me tell you, he's a content creator aside being a rapper. From here to say, oh, creative content.
Yeah.
So he whatever he does, they said there's a plan to it. The Obibini fell for the plan. My team West Sudaba, my yetinsem YouTube na yesi me yetinsem rapper still oh my fans. My team West Sudia, the buy no, e pese ye artist ania. The me na say nya say chi. Now, okay, this guy want to bring himself. Okay, yeah. Then I show you that I can rap. I'm done. Now there's an echo. The streaming now can show we outside. When people were waiting for him to drop their reply, he just put we outside the link. And that's what I was saying to my team that he should do. He should just come and say, shouts to Bibini, we outside, and post the link. Send a sack for the manifest. Shenya say, okay, Amaro's reply, Bibini, you know what he should do? Should play the beat, right? And say a moment of silence. And then you boss please, Obi Akasha 3 minutes.
Vivid, vicious.
So me dey beef dey me.
Beef they will be happy. It's having beef when you can't be a lover of rap and run away from
because yeah review.
They say measure bars.
We would need beef of the year.
You know.
If the second one bobo miyema, get one in fear. Come back say, but what is second one? What do I say?
It can also happen that a war until so say will reply because now war na the other be
cat has been.
Adam one.
I said
me say no run just me say a bit ma say I don't know war too much man. You can't even get up to send a reply.
Yes, it's me both technical no count be not like a both no what to form. But it's me both be so to form kakra. The year one you do 7 and now sorry now. Now we go ni pano. But we ni pano tone and sana also every anything say na punch be ni.
Emo ha. I just think who.
Right.
Vivid mamiti.
I think the beef is timely for both artists. You know, Bibini has been behind the scenes for a while now. Xylophones and same yani ade. We hu na just say be a party be no pull up na blog CD infonia to no sokaka. For Amrado to know he has our talkability, especially after the flow now or Tim Westwood Honor. So he needed that. He needed to remain in the news for like continuously 2 weeks. Solid, a brand. Now, I didn't know say Obibini referred to himself as Wudini until I checked beef semi by me check here. So I didn't really see the need for Saadi Gidi, but I also know who say what's nature when you be Sama Yantinka or Becca because who is actually booking him now? Sure, Ben or Bo, Sanya Xylophone cry interview, normal interview, Kanya Xylophone FM no Bequa. I'm booking, sir.
Amrado and Lazarus.
Yes, and I agree with that bit. No, but that line. Oh yeah. I wrote a few things down. I'll be beginning too refined for the kind of street beef now. Ye penal. Aha, yenya fe na berry salad di burger. Masa. Yenya brie ye pen some Paul on some maybe see da be can. Ye be go akọ dictionary mu ne hu say e usa word we cry. Yes, I'm trying to bring no be released to. Yes, polished kind of. The nyum na auto no it doesn't do it for me. The flow is so refined. That's na odi wa term cramp na enyo ya. Cause we be is a strong man. Strong man no kazi when ma efe kra we say usun because when ma efe nechi no ne asichere wo ho no e be blow off. But it too refined for my liking. Now the lyrics no in the deceased track no e bi wo ha catch me attention me short to her. Or say Amrado Yetiano, £30 and a couple of teas. Now into me 29 keys was saying. I mean, job near a week. Before you could bring this line, I ain't gonna have crap on your Canada say, Omoko no munya £500 pay.
Maybe a bosuba na major pie.
And it's a bosuba way the jana and yam pie because man who a 2 week a job go jobs ni biwa otia was so crap to me treating things na dinner meeting. But when it was 2 weeks, just the £500 he did can well not to swap about £30. And the man here we crash at £30 is so unrealistic for any artist to take, because he can't even buy you a bowl of wache or UK, talk less a performance piece. It was so weak for me. Now it was also expected. Now I'll say there is a fear to book rappers with fire bars like him. So I just realized, say, as a booking Amrado to UK Nangasan, because you feel say you have the fire bars, and the UK is also brofuni or you feel say you rap in English better. There's this notion say, oh, rap or brofuma, una bank account to me, but it's not that. And I throw jab at Party in the Park Fund, but there was also a subtle jab to Sarkodie, because this year he was a creative director for Ghana Party in the Park. And Onubi Benin has said, say, if he is to be made, say, on listing the 5 top rappers, he wasn't going to include Sarkodie in it. And I'm thinking, say, hatred, no, and ahoya, no, is born out of the fact that Sarkodie being a creative director for Ghana Party in the Park this year, no, or Bailey the youngsters and not you, Benin, who feels that we established rapper. And it was also weak because who fire no Ghana high, better transport to Ghana, or say UK was a Konakobo show. Now there was also this part, or say Amrado is not part of the Kumericans. Can't Asaka boys, Tog, Kofi Jama, and that's it. So where do we place Kwaku Flake, Money, the other guys? I didn't know Asantini Bia Eklemi Kumerican, or Bia than the whole boss our trend, no. And the Upo corner, it will be a shoemaker, or be a tailor, or no crack Klemi Kumerican, no, rapper, or Santini or Frio. Then a chess owns me claim so a Kumeric. And the also no weak jobs. I feel some by say Nina one fee to say Mungo Park. Amrado has been telling you essentially or trek it or nante or hustle to make it. And so hustle Nina is paying off. Indeed, if you come to tell me say Nina one fee say Mungo Park, it's only affirming the guy's hustle, no? Because they be on Namu or try to make the music head. So you are rather
hold on, just a minute, right? How many guys do you think even know who Mungo Park is? Because any person who's a minimum salary.
Oh, say what in Juba Quacker?
What's in? So this one, sorry.
No.
When she just read the line, who's the name?
Mungo Park.
Satam no na Obiaka said Lazarus in Benin, you be scapegoat.
Yeah. Obiasu nim Lazarus.
So at the end of the day, time a young coffee and got drink, he said, hey, send a line more, you know. Yeah, crowning win another double. Yeah, crowning another.
Yeah. He also said, say, or Amrado girlfriend, you go chop him. So somebody Jimmy na Jimmy. Yeah, can't creative bars. Yeah, can't creative. Who chain ko really, you know. Man, I download it. Just a what? Oh, just what I want to say. We sex session, and we download it.
So, or the better
these are money.
Crowd girl, no.
Oh, Korea bigger. The two of you, man.
Of a sort of Cheryl.
There be oh, Korea bigger. Like the two of you.
And I'm so of a Cheryl say, be our girl, no crown.
Yeah, they did to iTunes.
Because of bow, oh boy, no.
Just somebody Jimmy.
But I know that in the reply to Bibini for Amrado, he never said anything like that.
Yeah.
Clean.
What's my say?
He even said the F word, the most intelligent way. Something.
Yeah, also the middle finger. Yeah.
Creative way. What do you catch STD? Jimmy. Kona go there. Now. On to Ninyom carcass. Masa, it was a total waste of time. Obi me catch on. I didn't know beef, no one else shall say. I didn't know bar first. So you can dictate the pace of the beef. So Phil say untimine 24-hour release like Eno, Baron, Nene, Sister Fiane, Frida Rhymes Moya, relaxing. Yeah, tea pen I actually unzem engineer actually. Yeah, if it's a 48-hour release, Would they release you to your bus they take the pace, making sure say information and something about Shakakas phone here. What they were to
Amrado did it for you.
Amrado did it for me.
Amrado then or you I mean on the throne.
Now, or see Yanko dictionary. I feel like I call EPP bookshop. I got a dictionary. I will tell you, bro. Now, who's here on Reza? When you're ready, I maybe it's now. And I feel like I make up a white marker. And whiteboard name marker. I maybe projecting lyrics. So, when you assignment, I did my music students at University of Cape Coast. So I began to go to dictionary. I mean, decoding. Now you are proud of it, saying, and Yankupun Shira, Amrado, into no working hard. That shows output here very low. Just working hard. So you don't need to put in input. And if you recommend your interview, releasing you not that because you mean sure that then you nakasa and nantim bra fie. Now Amrado, Charlie, lyrics no P. Valentine say, it ain't in a first or buy na shout outs to Chatterhouse. For next year, best rapper award name. Me name the award no. I don't know what's award. Then no, I mean
it's a validation.
Yes,
I
don't know why.
No matter how you look at it.
He says that it doesn't work for awards, but it's part of the industry, quite part of the system.
Yeah.
Until every time, ubia time swan, the man. Adena, why you juma? You didn't say why you juma. Not time as na young farm.
I see a 12 hour, massa.
But rap, I don't know, so ever check. I see rap category and yet vote or say technical. It's board.
One has a
the best rapper is industry. It's an industry award.
Any you ever seen now? But yes, stay relevant. Beef no na or my shares no matter because it worked for her. I mean, you can't once a man. The subsequent year no we need. Now I see okay some job be intimidation and lawyer intim and now be chikata. Yeah, right. Charlie acquaint rap. Now why they need chikata okuma say ban radia law luminary muna yam kam brofo. Or things the person tell say wo be benin already now we liking mu to bobukala dada. And the way bobukala any lawyer and team combination there. And all the usu joke. What's my say? Usu joke and be but one way chikata dia masa. On we need election petition but I'm running the Odubeko school. That is what he was trying to mean. Or see xylophone signees in any hate except or no Obibini. And a week, mommy. Because Tisha Munina bro, true Munina, who be any Akiana, the Venturing Kokoi. I don't know, baby. I'm telling you, holiday a week, man, back or sick in the carriano. I said the Edifa Brodier or Gosso. I forgot so that. Now who truck he panabema no kwani who fifin truck him we denche dani brody na gu nti say wo bibi no chance pa utie say why say o rap I say brody ade fa brody o go so now the other buy and go get a dictionary to check it out. What massa you don't know what you're about. I feel Obisa say when was the last time I Obi playing show? A valid question to I mean kai show be awide. What place should be a Mwakubiana? I feel saying the cars no rented. A week, man.
But it's true though. It's not his cars. It's not. It's a
who wants them?
No, it's
but also I subscribe to
and I'm one car.
A branding. That's what they all branding.
Yes. But
it's sometimes we support fake it to make it.
No,
I mean,
you can't
appear anyhow.
Drake and Pusha T. Drake waba. And can you big deal about the Aqualani? So Pusha T has to just say Aqualani winning money brain fee. And I'm just say, hey, Drake.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. When I'm now say Porsche, when I say, until actually we say, men's go for good. I say, yeah,
now, also, can be says, or penny and yen Juma, Aquala Bedani penny. Well, penny, you get it. Now, so who say, we a penny and Sebi, one more bra, remain penny and one more bra, now Aquala, remaining Aquala.
But penny,
but to say you quickly replace a penny, dear Charlie, and no, so now a more hakakara me, and then so I just have to make that point now. Or say, you can't try to say we've graduated from releasing just audios. Ain't no more man, or they taught us better. So you come back with a video. Can you imagine Senka or your video? Can on any boys or rap said yeah. I mean, every viewing it's a pleasure, and every cost, every numbers and so increase, but audio need
maybe because of time.
Well,
especially when I mean
the fastest reply in hip hop.
Yeah, you know, and then a man, it was well organized, like planned. So we know we release this, we release that.
So he says that he's the only MC who has projected Ghana. What's in Westwood is not true, Master. Yeah, but just I
say a rapper. Say a rapper.
It's not true.
I say a budget into
it's not true. And the heavy and say more brand penisa for the album. I think the album me fefe. Na money beefy. Sales more years ayana. So me dear, minya and cause handy last one.
Another one
because the last one would rather bury or no obibi in a car.
Okay, right. So that's analysis by my panelist, by the Duchmoa Boatin, vivid, vicious, vociferous, Vida.
I will say Obi not drop the last one.
Obi's hand dropping.
Is it right? Like I drop. The meaning is in Unobi Bube, Ebebu. So when me bu now where mua mitimi bugu so. So that's when we should drop another one.
Drop another
give him the bars.
Okay.
Talk about it.
Because if drop another one and it's heavy, then people can say, oh, okay, be a first one and then move Amado.
Yeah.
Until I want back until we get cement. Drake and
you disgrace
back to back.
So I can guess the title of the next one. It's Odeba. End time.
Disease
Kagana end time.
Right. Let's take a break. When we return, it's rather an unfortunate news because actress Beverly Afaglo, her house has been burnt. According to Ono, panties
dross
Pieto one Febi. It was only her cars in our movie from the building. Apart from that, her merchandise, her jewelry is condemned to Drube. When we return, we'll talk about that and the fundraising initiative that's ongoing online. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Welcome back. It's the final lap. Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. I am Abrantepa. I'm doing this with Vida Duchmoa Boatin and Nanea Redu, aka Nanea 18. Now, quite unfortunate, actress Beverly Afaglo's house at Tema Community 9 was burnt, and according to Onono, the one fashe, apart from Nika Seja, Omutimi moved through, or she wasn't in the house when the whole thing happened. She was called, she came back, the fire service came. Their approach or their countenance is not something that she was happy about. She's blaming them for the incident. But there's something that is going on online. Some actresses and a section of the public almost raise funds through GoFundMe, $20,000 US. Now it's also untimi and so na. Whilst this was ongoing and people were donating and sharing, the link and all of that, then a video drops. Apparently, she did a video some time ago, touting the wealth that she has. Say if she said all these, then why is she saying and people should come to her need?
I'm not broke. I am so not broke. I work hard for my money. I've run Celebrity Hall for 6 years and it is running. Check out my customers. They buy things for 300. My cheapest thing I sell is 150 Ghana cedis. Broke people don't sell things that expensive, and I make money. That aside, I just opened a company which is doing good. BAB Handyman is growing, and we are doing fine. I'm not broke. My husband is not broke. Listen up. Maybe you don't know, or probably I've never said it because I don't need to say it. I don't need to prove myself to you guys. But I think it's about time you know, so that you stop putting tabs on me and thinking that, yo, because I don't flaunt this, I don't flaunt that, I am broke. My father is Tobi Sachimaja Afari II. My father was a very rich man before he died. He has properties all over Ghana. If you care to know, ask about my father. We are not broke. My father died and I inherited some properties. So if not even working hard at all, I am a landlady, so I take rent. I can take my rent and decide to go on vacation every fucking month. So people should stop putting tabs on me. I am not broke. And stop trying to destroy my marriage. April 14th coming, my marriage will be 8 years. Please stop messing up my marriage.
So that's a video recorded way back, even before this incident happened. You know, some time ago, there were rumors that was when she recorded this video. But Nkofo say, almost brain receipt. Also, on Honchre, who was scapa, so bet me a judge, man, we're feeding on rent near the other. But Nkofo also say, a dine is different from just eating. Ona Bonuncho, Anna Vida.
The man also.
Yeah, Mami Tio, I mean, when you heard the news, I mean, so far, what you make of it, and then the raising of the funds. Let's tie all those. Okay,
me T, you know, I actually heard her normal commentary over the bent building. You know. I was wondering, say, let me just say it's sad. A dying say dear. Ne area, and say one day, Nina Besh Sanity, a dear ye panty. Yes, me say one and sanka your shri bia. But then no, say me na mi fie I don't think say I'll be in the right state of mind to pick a phone and be running commentary and then put on social media. Ebia na obusuni bi na beye dia, but me ankasa in that state no. I don't see myself doing that. Then I ask myself, say why in the sadia? Then it means say butaye bi ebetai a trading tia oyesano. And she kept on emphasizing panties cry, me wig, me ba niema, dem niema bibia, and not tonable listing in a set echo. Now, Bashi Fire Service so in that very video say I drew hand tem of what use musu for so some drew hand tema muntini nyehwe but o share video ni na fire service for no bi so ne nemu a nia can almost try say on bedum no because if you don't off a journey completely e be say suru na suja no obefo say ewu so na bi aka for another problem about and she kept on castigating e won say ebia no omo ho nso o makade ni ho
also omo buy no omo say the
smoke no omo ntimi enremu and then at least omo nja ho at least they are kana aside but they are trying to quench the fire na enkofa another problem ba and then the same person do matem what am I saying? I mean, I feel it's not the right time. At that time, me ndum January or chinebi ebia na more influence. Ne penny be bit me afro. So come to my office. What really happened? Say. Based on what some have a catch up and then they will make sure say going forward they will procure some new man no. But she was too interested in bashing government and fire service and they have misplaced priorities. Obiasu min baby ujina sort of allegedly. When it comes to politics. And it's that time now, Obia is sympathizing with we will focus is bashing a buying when your property is going down before your eyes. Oh kunu, which is probably honey ho. And I was wondering, say, as a man of the house, how is he taking a sem I mean, okasa oni baby da. Oni baby and kwala ne man me tie ne interview on Peace FM kwana or say nkwa efie na wakotene mu no omo person mo change TV channel hwe de omo pekro mu ntumi because
I was say any sister fee and it's if the house is yours you can decide which channel to watch than will be fee
Matthias but in all of this conversation The husband bit is missing.
He says he's relocated to Abrochi.
What's my say? The husband, ebia, yeni baby. Oh, there be me kunu to 2 years say. Emo frani me no yebenya baby ada. Oh, me kunu busi fie bi. But in all of the explanation, the husband bit no anyhow. And I know more men man mu ego. Into say ma worry oba say. Na some case now all the explanations she's given, she seems to alienate what side of or any kind of contribution, because looking at her now or championing causing like you're a single parent but you have a partner, and people are asking questions because already now you have a cancer center one tower bamunsemama our rainy yegu now yebusa na say if you know dear, because people are saying she said yes, it is my house. Quickly then you ask yourself, say sebi you manu sisumuna so anya bia ye ware no bema na amfa na nko ni fie ana ojane mo nkotena ono a oba ni fie ana
the two shall become one. It's a house.
Matthias here what's my saying? See, I was expecting ye fie what's my say to tell say no, there is a partner somewhere in the equation but it is my house. The video way back out so I'm ish until can when you said the least things are oton 1.5 obia o papa what properties are scatter, the word she used are scatter across Ghana has said and you be a way as you know there should be another alternative and another house, and I be an said your castle landlady maybe another day I can or so they are hanging on to me you for no free one now. Ye busa ne say Yvonne Nelson so per se or ye go find me Emma. Uji tumana. The response ne say Yvonne frame. No car so be na say so be dia enyo onye. Asa wo nipa kro ya ohia moa. Asa ne wa kind the past bi den ntina asa wo pese obeyi wanim say wo hia moa. Enti ama ye hu how ye be balance asem no. Ye wa ha na kofori efie ehye. We all saw the outpour of odo. People donated. I mean, yeah, when I'm trying to be and go fund me. I think it's a high sense of the same company. So the appliances near dear, but when it comes to Afaglona, sympathy no ends at sorry, nyamen count. But I check the free, but there's a conscious effort from the colleagues to push it before people feel say be abebwa. And I'm saying all this is because of the response. Me hear more as I'm person me team any my say me hear more because my say me won say me yon heneba and all those things no. Until he should make it clear. And in as much as ebe here no, factor in o husband ego anyhow obe feely listening to you respond to these things as if say uni chijina phobia. So she should check that. Until you born by say omo bebwa omo me cheda da no. Ebi nso mechi anka na hair video wo sha bantepa. I don't think they would seek a because nipa na so da pem so dada. Nti hu hia so di bi akoye de be kan. So hwe na hu hia mo an so come out boy say me okay. Na ye hu de ebe.
Nana.
Ana kwa. Epokran so to abegum.
Epokran so to gum. Nipa hia mo. Oji ne boy ne nyum.
In following the whole thing, I feel like Ghana for the hashtags need too much. Asemba, they don't know how to come out. I can do a video. Asemba to me see with my about me. Like like let me use the example, like the Ikote issue for instance, where I was seen in a photo. Apparently the photo is even a cropped photo. Or what site? And whoever cropped the fan, of course it was a fan. I have first hand because if I only I capture the man, Fanny met my presenter. I was telling her the issue. It's only offering to Hopper. So, somebody crops the photo, comes on social media, and everybody's insulting Ike Kote. Or you say, what you say, or you drag, or you say. When you see some of these things, as you saw how Ike was, Nathaniel interview now, he was furious. It was like, so if you see me dressed like that, so it doesn't mean like I'm doing drugs. It is Ghana. Assembly, maybe I don't know at the time what happened between yes, I video, but I suspect and listen to that audio. I suspect people were trying hard to make it look like you get what I'm trying to say? People were even trying hard to make it look like, oh, I said, so she had to make it clear. So on that basis, I have to address the issue. And like the video said, yes, I am away and son of say, and you will be an say. So I have to say that, may I say. Make I to me that I went into a radio station. I was in an Uber, I got down. The security people said they won't let me go. So I was going back and I saw that another popular quote unquote blogger at this time, popular around this time. So they thought I was going to be furious. I didn't say anything. I just came back and I wrote on social media that,
yeah, I remember that.
Some of us, we might have to work harder. The station called me to apologize. They called, they said, Nana, you're part of I said, oh, no. It happens. Any person was wrong. Any person. And to say, someone, I said, my address in the first one. That's what Phil said. And Nunti. The actual men now, said, you may breno. You have to make reference to it in the ultimate. Because I am one, I'm not going to yes, I video
no. But say, I'm say, Obika say, be our problem. You can use this as me broke me.
No, but
you don't think that she went too far in that video?
No, she didn't. The fire service practice, what I don't like the bashing of the fire service. I don't like it because we are trying to make it a norm in discrediting the guys, their hard work. You got what I'm trying to say? Even to work in that outfit, it's not easy. Because he won't come back. Because it's fire demand on way. And your police saying the speaker, the motor rider back. It's a risky job that these guys they do. So I don't like it when Ghanaians make it look like I said Ghana fire service or me useless. No. It's wrong. You have to, what am I saying? It's wrong because you may be so we be a case of the pen and paper and I'll be a video. I can do my home. Challenge is a war. Come on, say, oh, the can you challenge you? A peanut. What am I saying? So I don't like that part. But anyhow she feels, it's like somebody losing somebody. Now all grieving. Now Pastor Chen said, this is how you have to grieve. It's wrong.
Okay, right. So that's how we draw down the curtain for this episode of Bloggers Forum. The show has been sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small size of pizza, fries and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesday at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price on every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-4133-397. 026-4133-397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. A reminder that the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign is still ongoing. Let's help reduce the rate of accidents on our roads. If you are a victim, if you've lost a relative, if you see anything that poses as a danger to lives, kindly let us know. We are interactive. Let's get interactive on all social media platforms at the GhanaWeb, or send us a mail, newswires@ghanaweb.com, newswires@ghanaweb.com. The GhanaWeb Excellence Awards nominations are still open till August 31. Send your nominations through awards@ghanaweb.com, awards@ghanaweb.com, or log on to ghanaweb.com. We have forms placed randomly. Nominate with reasons. Let's know why you are nominating someone. There are 17 categories up for grabs. I've been on the show with Nani Aroyo. He's with OnePlayAfrica.com. Vadeduchuma Boatin is a columnist, vicious, vivid, vociferous, Madam V. My name is Benefo Boaben Abrantipa. Thank you for watching Bloggers Forum.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money? Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Hello and welcome again to another exciting edition of Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Joseph Adamafio. And today we're coming to interview a former Dreams FC player who helped them qualify to the Ghana Premier League some time back, but later had to move to Rayon Sport after a good offer came in. And currently he plays for Yanga in Tanzania. Well, we're taking a short break, and when we return, we'll delve into the discussion and I'll introduce my guest to you. Stay tuned. So you're welcome back from that short break. So my guest for today is Michael Sarpong. Michael, welcome.
Thank you.
How's the season been so far?
It's been amazing by the grace of God.
Yeah, you've been doing amazingly well and projecting Ghana on the map. So how did it all begin for you as a footballer?
Thank you for the question. It began from where I started playing back in my primary school. We had like a school tournament, and there's a coach standing beside me, and he saw me play, and then he took me to the club called Gaddafi at Mamprobi Simpe.
Okay.
I started training with them, and then eventually I was promoted to the senior side. I started playing from there. So actually began from this small city called Mamprobi.
Oh, okay. So Mamprobi has been very, very inspirational to you.
Yeah.
Like, we've heard about players like Stephen Appiah, the Sabers, and a whole number of players coming out of Mamprobi. How inspirational were they for you coming, growing up?
They've been like so inspirational to me, because all of us growing up, they were our mentors. We were trying to be like them. So we named ourselves by their names, like Stephen Appiah, Emmanuel Clote, Saba, and stuff. So they paved the way for us, and we are also following now.
Throughout your journey, what was your breakthrough? How did your breakthrough come? Like your breakthrough to Dreams FC, did it just happen, or it was a steady process?
So Mr. Kurt Kweku, now the Ghana president of the Football Association, he was the one who helped me move to Dreams FC. Actually, Dreams FC came for me at Liberty.
Okay.
When I was about to start a new season, and then Kurt called me. He was like, Michael, I wanted to come to join Dreams FC. I'm like, yeah, that is sure, I'd love to join. But meanwhile, he's seen me play before when I was at Liberty against King Faisal. That was my very first Premier League game, and he was at the stadium. So since then, he kept talking to me, and then he wanted me to join. So I eventually joined the Dreams FC, and I was happy to join them.
Since you said you've met Kurt Kweku, what do you think about his administration so far, ever since he took over as president of the GFA?
I'm not in the country, but I follow the league like often, and I see the league is doing very well. People are going to the stadium and cheering the players and the teams, and it looks good out there.
Sometimes do you miss the euphoria around Ghana football and stuff?
Yeah, I do, especially when Dreams is playing against Atufok, Santi Kotoko. It's like a tough one. It's a big game. I miss the atmosphere a lot.
If you had your chance, would you have stayed with Dreams FC just for one season to play in the Ghana Premier League?
Sure, who knows? Yeah, everything is possible.
But how tough was the Division 1 league? You played one season in the Division 1 league. How tough was it?
So the thing is, when I joined Dreams FC, we were in the Premier League.
Yeah.
We finished 4th. And there is this problem with this registration thing, and we had to go back to we're demoted to Division 1. And then we stood there, we played, we helped them. It wasn't easy. In Division 1, all the games are like finals, like war. But by the grace of God, we are able to manage our way through to back to the Premier League. But it's just by the grace of God.
Sometimes when you look back and you hear the current stories that emanate from the Division 1 league where referees are being beaten and all that, was it real like that?
Yeah, it was real. We played a game at Teshin, Nungwa, somewhere.
Which club was that? Mighty Jets?
Is it Dambot? Dambot, against Dambot. We won that game 2-1. After the game, the fans were attacking us. Like, it was crazy.
So something like that, where do you run to as a player? Where do you run to?
We have like people who protect us in the club, so they have to like make way for us to go into the bars first, early.
Wow, I see that. So, whilst at Dreams FC and you helped them qualify back to the Ghana Premier League, were you looking forward to playing the Ghana Premier League before that move came on board?
Yeah, sure. I mean, every player's dream is to play for the Premier League in the country. And me being like a player out here, I was aiming to play one of the biggest clubs. Being it's out to folk, Kotokoba, unfortunately, I got to end up in Dreams FC. And it was by then one of the biggest, like, great clubs coming up from the Division 1. And then I was very happy to join them.
But then again, the announced documentary took over and football came on hold for some time, and then Ryan Sport came on board. Other moments when that offer came, what was running through your mind? Was it to stay in Africa or go to Europe?
I actually had other offers I had an offer in Greece, but I was refused visa at the embassy.
Oh.
Right, and then after my agent called me, there's a deal in Rwanda, and I wanted to play. So I went there to like just start playing to see how it's gonna go.
So for you, it wasn't about the money?
No, I just wanted to play.
And at Ryan Sport, you did so well that you helped them win the league in the first season. How did that come true? Because there was a club that was on top, but they were struggling. But you came on board and you did the magic for them.
I mean, it's by hard work, doing extra whilst everybody is sleeping, do extra work. And I wouldn't say I was alone. You know, the players helped me too. We worked as a team. We had a very great coach, Mr. Coach Robertino, who was like very, very helpful to us. So he was trying to like make us feel like we are like one family. So we were doing everything together. So that's the whole idea about it.
You said while people were sleeping, you were working hard. What were some of the things you were doing? Run us through it. Like, how is it that people are sleeping when it's time to rest and you are still working hard to make sure?
I mean, if you know where you are coming from and where you are going, you don't like act like a normal human being. You have to go beast mode sometimes to like do extra, just to like do extra on the field too. Yeah.
And there was a time that one of your brothers in Ghana joined the club. How did that telepathy work for you?
Actually, he was there first.
Oh, he was there. Okay.
Actually, he was the one who made my agents got to know me from Ghana.
Okay.
And he took me. It's Prosper. Actually, he was there before I went there. And then we had a very like great great bond, like family.
Is that the player we call Olokwe? Or
Olokwe? No, we were three Ghanaian boys in the club.
Okay.
Before there was Prosper, and I went before Olokwe came. Commodore came.
Commodore.
Yeah.
How was that euphoria around the team? I mean, like, that you have some Ghanaian brothers around.
Yeah. I mean, off the pitch we like get to hang around, talk about Ghana stuff, how we missed the country, Ghana, how the league was, and now we are here. We need to like work hard and to go to the extra mile. It was fun.
Was the supporting base something that helped you perform better at Ryan Sport? Because you scored as much as 23 goals. Not every player, even some players in Europe struggle to score 20 goals per season, and you managed to do that. What inspired you to do that? Like you said, knowing where you came from, but aside that, how were you able to do that?
Like I said earlier, we were working as like a group. So even if one of us not having is the one who's over there like trying to encourage us. So I mean, it's about teamwork, and also it's about my personal, like I said, doing extra what everybody is not doing extra, and I'm always focused. I have a target before the league start, before going to Rams, but I have a target. Like after this season, I need to move to somewhere else. You know.
Also, you're a journeyman. You don't sit at one place.
Yeah, that was the main idea before going to Rwanda. Like after one season, I want to go to somewhere else and then try.
That's why after doing so well, when the offer came for younger, you decided...
I actually stayed there for another year before leaving. Yeah, because the club wanted me to stay there, the fans wanted me to stay, and then I
must say you were making waves in Ghana, because anytime, every week you are in the stories, like every time you are in the headlines, scoring goals. So I wondered, like, who is this guy scoring goals all over Africa like that? Because there was one guy, John Entry in Egypt. He was also doing so well. So anytime we see Entry, we hear about Sarpong.
Yeah.
Whenever you see your name in the news headlines, like in Ghana, what was the mindset that hopefully you will get a call up to the national team?
Yeah, first of all, I would say just by the grace of God. But I mean, national team is there. If the call up comes, I'm cool. But my focus was with my present club at the moment. If the call up comes, I'll move. But I was just focused on making my craft look golden at where I was at the moment.
We'll come to the Black Stars, but let's talk about playing in the Ghana Premier League, the Rwandan League, and now in Tanzania. What is the difference? What is the difference between the two other leagues that you've played in outside the Ghana Premier League?
I think football has one language, you know, so it depends on the people around you, how they're going to welcome you and how they're going to play with you. But in general, I would say football has one language, and sometimes facilities also count a lot. And people who can...
When you say facilities, which facilities are you talking about? Because
stadiums, good pitches and stuff. Back in Rwanda, they have good pitches, you know. Yeah, Tanzania also like have few of the good pitches, but in Ghana it was not too, as in like, you know, too like good to play on.
Okay.
Yes, that's a problem.
So aside the football pitches, sometimes we talk about the officiating, and we also talk about the clubs also making sure that players are well paid and all that. Is that something that the other countries do that we are struggling to replicate in our own country?
I wouldn't compare that to playing outside, because when you are playing as a foreigner, everything is different from when you are playing in your country, you know? Yeah, it's very different. So I wouldn't want to go to like, it's a very different thing altogether. Yeah.
But who is your favorite player that inspires you as a striker?
Thierry Henry.
Thierry Henry. I thought it was Balotelli.
No, it's Thierry Henry.
I asked people about
people comment that because they say I look like him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. My role model has been Thierry Henry.
What about Thierry Henry that inspires you? Because like he has some things that you also have, but what about him that inspires you the most?
His style of play, his personality. Yeah.
On and off the pitch.
Yeah, I watch him a lot.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh wow! Did you start as a striker when you started football?
No, I started as a defender. Like number 4. I came to the midfield, and when I was very young, we had a game, and then the coach was like, "Today you go and play number 9. Just go and play number 9." I just scored like 3 goals, and then I started.
Really?
Yeah. And that's how we started.
So you didn't start as a striker?
No, I didn't start as a striker.
Wow, that's nice. That's nice to know.
Yeah.
I never knew that. It's new to me, because some people just say, "Okay, I've always been a striker."
Yeah, I was a striker. I started from defense, but me, I mean, like where I was natured, our coach wouldn't make you play at a particular position. He keeps changing you. I can even be in the posting, be number 1. I can be right back, left back, anywhere. I can play everywhere in the field.
Wow.
Yeah.
Have you ever been a goalkeeper before?
Not yet.
But one day, if, let's say, you're good
at trainings, I try.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, which coach helped you develop your game? Like, which coach locally would you say was inspirational in your growth as a footballer?
I would say Siki Akono.
Wow.
Yeah.
The current Black Stars coach.
Yeah. He really helped me when I was at Dreams FC. He made my game went up, top. Yeah.
What was the motivation that he was giving? What were the things that he was saying?
He made me feel like he liked me, like I was all he has. So he was depending on me. And I never wanted to let him down. So I was always trying to do extra for the team, for myself, and for him too.
About Siki Akono, let's talk about the Black Stars for now. The last time we couldn't qualify to the World Cup in Russia 2018. Now he has been tasked to make sure we qualify to the World Cup, and the AFCON, it's also in the Ghana in January. Do you think he has what it takes to help the team qualify to the World Cup, and not only that, but also excel at the AFCON?
I think he's capable, because he's trying to blend the squad with young ones and the senior ones. I think the senior ones will help the young ones coming up. I think it's capable, it's possible. We can get there, but we have to be determined. The players have to be determined, and we keep our focus. That's how it's gonna be like. But it's gonna, I think.
So we should believe in him. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, sure. He's a good man. He's a very good man.
So moving on, we've talked about the player you model your football around, and which coach has developed your game. But one thing I've realized about you is your jersey number, 19. Ryan Sport, 19. You went to younger, 19. Why do you keep up with the 19?
I used to wear number 45. That was my latest number.
Whose number?
Balotelli, 45. Oh, okay. So number 19 because when I went to Ryan Sport, they didn't have 45. So I'm like, okay, we are in 2019, let me wear the 19. And then I took the number 19. We had my first friendly match for Ryan Sport. This were just there. So they were like, pick a number I want to wear. I took the 19. I thought about the year. I went to my room, pray about it. God to help me this number should make me flourish. Yeah. And then this
so MS19.
MS19.
Sharp.
Trademark.
Because you hear a lot of players say that numbers are sometimes bring pressure on you as a player. So some players don't like wearing the number 7 or number 10 or number 9. Has there been any time like that where you wore a particular jersey number that was tough for you? You had a tough game?
No. When I was younger, when I was young, playing for mine, I was wearing number 10. Yeah, I wore number 10 throughout when I was young. So when I got to start playing for Liberty, I wore number 45.
With football in Ghana, a lot of time people who go through the secondary level play at intercore and all those things. What was it? How was intercore for you?
It was great. It was great. My year, we won the regionals.
Which region was that?
Greater Accra.
Wow. Which
I went to Holy Trinity.
Holy Trinity. Hotcast. Oh wow.
Yeah,
wow,
we won that year. We went to regionals.
Which year was that? Okay, because my time 2012, 2013, we won handball. I was dropped.
Yeah, dropped.
Yeah. I wasn't that good.
I can't make a year actually. But that's we won that year. We went to the regionals. They was played in Kumasi. We had great squad. Yeah.
We often hear people say that when they were in school and the teachers come around and ask them, what do you want to be? People say, I want to be a doctor. Someone says, I want to be a pilot. What was it for you? Did you have any aspiration in mind?
Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about football. I was just thinking about, I love houses.
Houses?
Being an architecture, something like that moment, yeah. That was it. I was playing football, but I didn't know, just get here with football. I should speak now.
Has education been important in your career as a footballer? knowing that sometimes you have to read your contract when coaches come around. Sometimes the technicalities of the game, they have to explain it on the board and all that. Has education been important to you as a footballer?
It's education and God. Just that. Just these two. It's a weapon. Education and God. You need to just be able to express yourself wherever you go. Because in country or France, in country or UK, yeah, so you need to be able to. So my mom wanted me to like further my education. She wanted me to like go to the university, but after secondary school, I want to play football. Yeah,
did she accept the decision for you?
She didn't. It was a very tough decision until my first salary at Liberty. She saw my first salary and then she realized, oh, there's something. Okay.
The education aspect, we kind of see players fall out on the way sometimes. Junior high school, then they decide not to go to school again. What will you tell a young footballer out there watching you right now?
Let me tell you one thing. I was training with Artofolk under 20 Aroras. My mom came. I was in school and I was training. My mom came to the field and took me out to back to class. Right. And then she warned the coach, "Yo, like, of school, because he didn't have much education, so she wanted me and my siblings to get to the highest level in education, But I didn't really. I wanted to play football, so I would like to tell young kids watching me right now that you have to be able to express yourself, even in Ghana or when you leave the shores of Ghana, to be able to express yourself. So you have to know God and take your studies serious.
We'll come to the God aspect, but you played in 2 different countries, Tanzania and Rwanda. How do you get along with language, the language barrier? How do you get along with players, communicating with them on the field of play?
It was very tough in the beginning, in the way that when I started, I was in Rwanda. They speak French, and it's called Kenya-Rwanda. So I don't speak French. I don't speak either of them. Yeah. So it was very tough. And then I got close to one of my teammates who was from Rwanda, and then he speaks French, and then he was trying to help me gradually. So eventually, all my players keep speaking around me. So that's how I got to understand it.
Okay. So you would say education is important in football.
Very, very important as well.
Well, you're still watching Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Joseph Adamafiu. My guest today is Michael Sarpong, a former Dreams FC striker who currently plays for Yanga in Tanzania. We're taking a short break and when we return, we'll continue with the conversation.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Welcome back from the break. You're still here on Sports Check with me, Joseph Adamafiu, and my guest today is Michael Sarpong, who currently plays for Yanga as a striker. Michael, you said God has been very vital in your career as a footballer. In which aspect would you say God has been very good to you?
I'm from a Christian home, and then my mom has always taught me to not to forget where I'm coming from. It's been God from day one. She always reminds me to fast and to pray before a game.
So you always fast and pray before a game?
Yeah. I have days I fast, I have days I do other stuff.
You come from a community where Stephen Appiah says it's very tough, and at a point in time, he nearly became an armed robber. Did you ever fall into such peer pressure to become something else that you weren't? Tell us that story.
Very a bit of everything, but I don't know. I tried to stay on my lane, not to fall apart. You know, I don't know how that works. I didn't know how that came, but I wouldn't say I'm superior. But I have no idea how I was able to maintain my lane till here right now.
We say it was God that kept you in there to make sure that although the opportunity wasn't coming for that breakthrough, still stayed in football and make sure, because for me, growing up at a point in time, the pressure out there was people becoming scammers. You have friends who were coming to school with mobile phones and all that. You complete SHS and finding job was difficult. And playing football, so sometimes when you don't get your breakthrough early, you end up deciding to become something else. So at a time when the breakthrough wasn't coming, was like when another documentary came and Dreams FC and the entire football had to go down. How were you coping?
I was still training back home. I didn't have any different thoughts of not playing football. I was still working out, training and doing stuff at home. Yeah.
Were you hoping that God will bring that opportunity?
Yeah. I knew it's coming. I could feel it at that moment.
Have you ever faced any difficulty growing up? Like,
yeah, a lot. Not boots crying. The money to eat we didn't have.
How? Sometimes, how do you do that? How do you buy boots? Because
it got to a point when football shoes to play, it was very difficult for us to get. We want to eat. We need to call on people, reach on out our family members, someone, our cousins and people to help us. My pastor didn't help me.
Charlie,
have bread.
When you say football boots, like, where were you buying your football boots? Because sometimes I wonder where footballers get to buy their legit football boots, because here in Ghana, we don't have a shop that's dedicated to sports wear and stuff. So where were you getting your sports wear?
You have to wake up early and go to Cantamanto.
Where?
Get the first collection. Sorry. That's how the hassle was. You need to be up early, go to Kanta, and you get first collection. Not only boots, but dresses and stuff. You know, keep your fashion on point.
Charlie. So sometimes you have to be fighting with people.
Yeah, struggling, what to, you know, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Well, what were the struggles aside getting boots and stuff? What were the other struggles that you faced? That sometimes you return from training, there is no food to eat and all that.
With the food side, my mom was always provided food for us. Unless when I left home, at the point I left the house, because I was being a man, I need to like get my own place at Medina and stay there alone. That was when all this, but I was trying to be a man, so I need to like endure all the pains and just grow into it.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, I think Charlie, you've really struggled, and now you are enjoying a little bit of comfort. Would you say you've arrived, or we are yet to see the real Michael Sarpong?
And do we be cry? I think about Tanzania. You have a long way to go.
Yeah,
you have a long way to go. You need to win Champions League. In Jesus' name.
Charlie.
Mjindi.
Yeah,
so you have a very long way to go.
Like when you say Champions League, which league do you want to play? What's your dream league?
EPL, the EPL.
Which club, to be precise?
Manchester United.
Do you see yourself playing with the likes of Pogba, Rashford, Jesse Lingard?
Yeah, it's very possible. It's coming soon. Bye.
Yeah,
it's coming soon.
So one day you're going to see a Ghanaian wear the Manchester United jersey, because we've had some Ghanaians play for Manchester United, but they have decided to switch nationalities.
Yeah.
But you are setting your sights.
Yeah, I want to be there. Manchester United, Arsenal, Chelsea. Yeah, it's possible.
Really. It's possible, as you said. As a striker, for some time now, our goal poaching department in the national team has been some way ever since Asamoah decided to he's growing. I won't say he decided, but he's growing. And young players like you have to take charge and stuff.
Wear your shoes and stuff.
Sometimes, do you envisage that you will be in that team that Ghana will need to win the AFCON after 30 years and more?
Yeah, I see myself getting there, like becoming the next Asamoah Gyan. Yeah, it's possible.
It's possible, you say?
Not by faith, not by sight. Yeah.
How do you intend to do that? Is it through your performance that you think you earn a qualification there, or what?
Yeah, by putting in the work in my club I play, then I get the call up.
As a footballer, we always hear that people always say that you have to get more playing time at your club.
Yeah, it's important.
Is it the playing time or the money? Which one is important for players?
One, we are physical, but then in our job, you know, when you are getting paid and you are not playing, like people, maybe you're playing outside, your family is looking up to you. They want to see you play week in, week out, and you're not playing, you're on the bench. They're not happy to not seeing you in your club and every time. You're not happy. So we have to be playing and then giving them happy, giving them results all the time. Yeah.
Tell us about your foundation, the Michael Sarpong Foundation. What are you guys into? What do you do and all that?
You see, like I just said a few minutes ago, how I was struggling even to buy football shoes and even to eat and stuff. So just like I am right now, people are just at where I was before.
Yeah.
So like we're trying to reach them with the small that we have.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not only in Accra or only in Ghana. We are trying to trying to go from Accra to Kumasi and then even go out of the country gradually.
I think you are doing well with your foundation. I read a little about your foundation where you donated some stuff to people, and I'll say keep up with it. Well, let's talk about some of your toughest opponents you faced whilst playing for Ryan Sport, or even as you're playing for Younger. Who are some of the toughest side that you faced?
It was always our rivals, and you wonder APL. It's always like a big game, tough game, and it hasn't been easy beating them, but I always try to score them.
Charlie,
that's what I have to do.
It's like Hearts versus Kotoko.
Yeah.
And sometimes going to that game, what's the mindset? How do you prepare yourself for the games?
For me, in the game, I only have one objective, just to go and score and come back home, and I make sure I score in the big games.
And in Younger, who are your toughest opponents over
Simba.
there?
It's like the biggest derby in Africa.
Yeah, I see
60,000 capacity.
Really? Bigger than Accra Sports Stadium?
Bigger for some Accra Sports Stadium.
You've been meeting your brother in that rivalry games. That's Bernard Morrison.
Yeah.
How is the feeling when you meet your other Ghanaian?
The first game I played with Simba, he wasn't. I think he was injured.
Okay.
So he didn't play. The second one, I was injured. I didn't play. He played. So you haven't really met.
Okay. Are Ghanaians loved outside when they play in different leagues? Do you see the love?
Yeah, people in Tanzania are very lovely, but it comes with your performance. If you keep doing well, you get the people supporting you and screaming your name all the time. Yeah.
So before we wrap up with the conversation, you've told us about the club you want to play and all that, but what legacy do you want to leave behind? Once this is settled, you've come to the end of your career, maybe, I don't know where you want to finish your football career at, but what legacy do you want to leave behind as a footballer, knowing where you've come from and where you are going?
I want to be mentioned among Abedi Pele's, Stephen Appiah, and the big names, and also. So I'm trying to like I told you, I have a long way to go. So I'm trying to build my craft in a very respectful way, where if people will hear my name, they'll know, oh, this guy was here, was doing this. So I want to leave a very nice legacy behind.
After you are done with football, have you ever thought about being a coach, or you still want to continue with your architectural aspirations?
Let's see. let's see. Now the focus is on the game, so maybe a few months or years to end, and then I'll start trying to like. Yeah, I'm planning alongside, but not like as in like 100%, like 50, 20, 30 as time goes on.
Before we wrap up, finally, give us your top 5 secrets of being a good player on the pitch. Just top 5.
Top 5. For me, I'll speak as a striker. Before you get the ball, you need to watch the keeper.
Okay.
That's 1. You need to know how to stand. That's 2. And then you need to know like when to score and when to pass. Sometimes we are not always supposed to score. We need to assist people to score too. That's 3 or 4.
I think 3.
3. And then you need to know where to shoot at.
Okay.
If you are like hit the ball, target and yeah. And then you need to be humble to respect the opponents too.
Oh, okay. Yeah. As well as listen to the coach.
Coach too.
Sometimes they see the game from afar.
Yeah, sure.
Well, this is where we bring an end to today's edition of Sports Check. Well, I couldn't be a footballer, but I'm glad I sat with a footballer, and he has given us the secrets to becoming one of the best strikers on the planet. Well, my name is Joseph Adamafiu. We'll meet another time.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This program covers relevant issues from the hard truth to the facts and fears. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Today we are going to discuss the COVID-19, and coronavirus is still with us. We are in the 3rd wave, which has been caused by the Delta variant. The Delta variant has been described as the most transmissible of the variants of the COVID-19, and many people in areas where there's not been any vaccination, are the ones who are contracting the Delta variant. In Ghana, as of July 14, only 1.3 million people have been vaccinated. Only 1/3 of that number have taken the 2nd dose of the vaccine, obviously because there are no vaccines in the country. As at August 5, 2021, 874 people have died in the country, and the active cases are 6,969 according to the Ghana Health Service. Our guest is a 2-time survivor of coronavirus, and he was vaccinated and has taken both doses of the vaccine. We are going to discuss the effects of COVID-19 infections with a survivor in this edition of the Lowdown. We'll be right back. You are watching the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe, and our guest is a survivor of COVID-19. He survived it twice. He's already taken 2 doses of the vaccine. He's an accountant by profession and in his mid-30s. We are not going to disclose his name to avoid stigmatization. Welcome, sir, to the Lowdown.
Thank you, Mr. Akwe.
So you've gone through the infection of COVID-19 twice. Currently, what's your status?
Currently, my status is negative. Health-wise, also doing well. However, like you rightly said, I have survived the COVID-19 infection twice.
So what was the experience like when you had the first one? Did you expect to have it at the time?
Well, the first one, the question of did you expect to have it, well, protecting ourselves, so no one ever wanted it. However, it came. If you talk of experiences with the first one, I would say it was more easy compared to my second experience, because that one, it came as a hit to first to my wife, and we realized that no, I needed to also take the test. And to say experience in terms of health-wise, I was okay. I was taking my doses in the house, and I was not really sick. Just that, well, we were supposed to be out of the public and be isolated from people, and that's what we did. And thankfully, after the medication, together with the family, everybody was fine. Not any serious sickness, not that of the experience that I had for the second time. With this very one, I can say that I wasn't expecting to be that sick, because I also hold the belief that I have taken the vaccine. And for taking the vaccine, the 2 doses, if I should get it, then it shouldn't even be anything serious.
We'll come to the second one,
okay,
but let's still stick to the first one.
Yeah.
So with the first one, when you were diagnosed, I mean before you were diagnosed, what made you test for the virus?
Okay, so with the first experience, like I said, there was no clear symptom regarding getting the virus. However, there was a mass exercise, because my wife works in the hospital and she being a frontline worker. So periodically they were coming to take the samples, and for that matter, we used to take parts of the exercise as to arm ourselves to be. For one is to be armed. So we used to take the opportunity, go in, take our samples, and on that very occasion, it came out that I didn't even take initially. It came out that my wife was positive, had a virus. So I also went forward to take my sample, and also came out sadly that it was positive.
So you got to know out of a mass exercise.
Yes.
So it wasn't out of feeling ill,
No,
or just having doubts about your health.
No, it was an opportunity my wife took, because he's in the office, and it was required of them to take the samples periodically, because they were, whilst we were at home, they were still going to the office because he works with the Ghana Health Service.
Okay, what's the size of the family you live with?
I live in a family of 6 people.
So all the 6 tested positive?
No, okay. In that instance, I think among the family, the adults are 2, and then we had one who was below 13. She tested negative. We did sampling. We took the 13-year-old and then the 4-year-old and tested, so that if the 4-year boy has it, then obviously the rest are likely to have it. And then the 13-year, who is also a potential person to get it. For me and my wife, when I tested, it came out positive. So that is testing for the family. It was only my wife and myself, once again, who had the positive.
So that means after testing, half of your family, or less than half of your family, had it, and the other half didn't.
Yes.
Even though you were living together in the
Yes.
same house.
Yes.
So how did you manage to isolate yourselves and also to be sure you got better?
Okay. The painful aspect of it is the children. If you keep them at home, it means you are going to be with them 24/7. The risk is high. They have to also go to school. And at home, when they see you wearing the mask, you know, children, that's why you're wearing the mask. Are you infected? And they got to know more of the virus because of the education, the news was all about it in school and all that. So it was quite challenging maneuvering, making them not feel like they have the virus, and at the same time protecting them. So either you move away from them more often. We gave them our phones, the tablets, to be with, kids, where they get opportunity to watch those videos. Then they move themselves away from us. Then we separated the rooms. So whilst we share our bedroom, usually they will come in, sleep before we move them to their bedroom. But this time, we will have to sit and wait to make sure they've all slept so that nobody come to share our bed or any of our environment with us. It was quite challenging, but thankfully we managed it. And also what we did was that from the first time our results came, we started the treatment for the whole family. So whether you've had it or not, whether you tested negative or positive, once we are living with you, we can't isolate you. We can't move you out of the family, because at the moment you say, I have tested positive, nobody is ready to accept your child. Who would like to mingle your children with theirs? So we couldn't send them anywhere. And it will also be weird to say that I've tested positive, come for my children and keep them among your... It's like taking an infected something psychologically. So we could not do that. We have to maintain them, keep them in our home, and ensure that they are also treated.
Okay, were you able to break the news to the children?
The first instance we couldn't, but with this very one we did.
Okay, and I'll come to the second one, and then we'll go through that as well. But what was the first thing that you did when your results came out for the first instance? And what did the hospital do in terms of support?
I think the first instance regarding support from the hospital was good. They kept calling, but the first thing that broke all of us our heart was breaking the news to us. I think the lady who called mistakenly used my name for my son and said, this one has tested positive. I mean, a 3-year-old boy going to test positive was more serious to see that the father has tested positive. So we became worried, tried calling every specialist that we knew in church, that we know that they are up there who could help us. Then about a couple of hours later, she called and said, no, we got the information wrong. It's rather the father who has tested positive, but the son didn't test positive.
A couple of hours later?
Yeah.
So what could have caused the problem?
Yes.
Did they explain to you what the reasons were?
Well, he just said it was miscommunication.
Wow.
And said sorry for that.
Wow, well, that's very serious, and we'll talk more about some of these issues are surrounding the COVID-19 infections and how people are communicated with from the health facilities right after this break. This is a lowdown. Welcome back to the lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail. Akwe, we are speaking to a 2-time survivor of COVID-19, and you are telling us about how your result was mistaken for that of your son,
yeah.
And then your son was diagnosed, and later, after some hours, you were told that it was a mistake.
Yeah.
And was there any apology?
Well, of course, the normal apology that, oh, we are sorry that the earlier information we gave you was actually wrong.
And this was a 3-year-old son?
Yes, 3-year-old son.
That's really serious.
Really.
So what did you do after you were given the information? And what did the health authorities also do?
Yes, so since that is my wife being a frontline worker at a health service, then we were provided with the medications. So we were giving for every single person in the family. And some of them were not also available in the hospital.
Did you buy the medication? Or
yes, some we have to buy.
You have to buy some?
Some we have to buy.
Okay.
Medications are actually bought for, by the, I don't know, but I think it's bought by the patient.
Okay.
But because he works there, there's this package for them. So we got it for myself and her, and they didn't have for the children. So we had to go and acquire those ones. Okay. And especially for vitamin C's and other aspects.
So do you remember some of the medicines that were given to you?
Yes, it's the same medicine still being applied. I think azithromycin, the zinc, and the vitamin C.
Okay. Okay. So how were you taking it? Is it 3 times a day? Was it once a day? How often was it taken?
I think azithro comes in various types. Okay. So with mine, it was a dose morning and then in the evening. So 1 morning, 1 evening for 6 days.
Yeah. And was there any side effect?
Well, side effects is quite different. I think regarding my wife, she gets a bit of nausea and runs quite a bit, but well, I didn't get any of that.
Did she get a nausea before the medication started, or it was after the medication started?
I think before she complained of some slight cold, but when she started the treatment, I mean, things became a bit bad for her before she actually finally recovered. So that her nausea became quite serious.
Like you didn't have any effects of the COVID-19?
Yes, with the first one.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the other children had nothing?
No.
No effect?
No.
Okay, and how long did it take before you tested negative?
With the first one, I did the second test after, I think, 11 days.
Okay,
yeah.
11 days?
Yes, after 11 days.
Same for the rest of the family?
Yes.
Okay, and all of you tested negative after?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you were tested negative, were there any advices or any other things you were given by the health authority that you visited the first time?
Well, I think there wasn't anything like that officially from any, but the usual concern, how is the family, I mean, the health people used to call. And that particular facility, I think one time the administrator called that she wanted to visit to follow up on the cases, ask how we were doing. And besides that, nothing more officially, but well, families, people who knew Mawa because it's the same facility, they were calling to check up on us.
Okay, so maybe you had special treatment because your wife works with a health facility.
Yes.
Okay, so now let's come to your workplace and also that of your wife. Contact tracing. We know whenever someone is tested positive, the health facility is supposed to go around and trace the contacts of those who test positive. Was anything like that done? Did they discuss that with you, and did you give out some names for testing to be done on them?
Yeah.
Okay, and how did that go? Did they do the tests?
Yes, they did.
And they were positive or negative?
The results are actually sent to the various individuals. And I think, I don't know how the Ghana Health Service is doing it now, but previously in the first wave, the first time, when you test negative, usually you are not called. When it's positive, then they do call you to follow up and then the contact tracing. So as to, for the purpose of medical privacy, medical information privacy, those who were contacted, their status, I cannot have information on that.
Okay, so for the sake of clarity for our audience, we would like to know when exactly did you contract the COVID-19? The first one.
Ooh,
which month?
Month. That would be around when we came back from the lockdown.
Okay.
Yeah.
The lockdown was in March?
In March. I think when it came back, so that would be around April, somewhere, yeah.
Okay, so around April. So when did you contract the second COVID-19? And I know you went for 2 doses of the vaccine.
Yeah.
Do you remember when you took the vaccine?
Yes, the first time they rolled it out, and then the second time they rolled it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
And your wife also took the vaccine?
No.
Okay, so you are the only person in your family who took the vaccine?
Yes.
Okay. And you still contracted the coronavirus a second time after the vaccine. So when exactly was that? Which month?
July 29th. Well, that's when the test came out.
July 29th?
Yeah.
Okay. So when it came out, what necessitated that test as well? Were you feeling sick before you took the test?
This time I was.
Okay.
I was, I think that was around Thursday. The Monday, Tuesday, the usual feeling, chills, body pains was there, but usually as an active worker, it's all maybe stress, so I took painkiller in the morning, and then sometimes in the evening when I get home I'm feeling that cold and body pains. So I did that for Monday, Tuesday. Wednesday I decided to leave it so I could see the actual thing that is wrong with me, and it was very bad in terms of being able to go about my day. Then Thursday I decided that, okay, in that case I'll go straight to the facility, which is Legon lab, to take the sample before coming to the office.
So you opted for it yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
Because of how I was feeling.
Yes.
Then when I got to the office, I couldn't work. In fact, my HR had to send me home. With I couldn't even drive home. A driver has to take the car close to my house before I took over. And sadly, by evening time, the test was in. And my suspicion was right, positive.
Were you shocked about it?
I was. Because I was one of the people who also carried the myth that when I take the vaccine, I shouldn't get the virus. And even if I get, I wouldn't fall sick. So for me to have been sick and tested positive, it was quite shocking. Yeah.
Are you somebody who detests wearing the mask? Do you wear it not regularly?
I think rather I used to wear the mask religiously. However, after the vaccine, with this good information regarding the protection, I think I dropped it quite a bit. Because in my first part where I would wear it morning to evening, get home and even make sure I manage the mask well. This time, I mean, if you're protected, then you should be able to be a bit free. So I took advantage of that, of the vaccine, and I lowered my guard quite a bit. I think that was the cause.
So the vaccine is one of the reasons why you reduced your alertness in terms of your protective, I mean, being protective of yourself against the coronavirus.
Yes, it could be one, and then also I think the general feeling of the virus also has become a bit of becoming another new normal, apart from the first new normal that we had, that hey, you have to wear the mask. There's more like another new normal coming where, yeah, the virus is there, but we can still go about our daily activities. Not that loose in terms of being adamant about it. But well, it's not also easy to wear the mask as it came first, because we're enduring that. And for the purpose of having the vaccine, then when I'm alone, I try to drop it. And I don't know, maybe that could be the reason.
Okay, so this time let's come back to the family.
Yeah.
After you tested, did the entire family also test?
This time, no.
No testing at all?
We just went straight to
the medication.
The medication.
Okay, so you can't tell if it came also from the health facility where your wife works?
Unfortunately, how well, I cannot tell because body reacts differently. She could be a carrier, but she wasn't sick. But I started having the feeling of nausea, the chills, the dry cough, and the body pain. So that actually prompted her that, no, you need to test. And that is why I come and tested. And we also know that she didn't want to test. But from the experience that we've had, once I've had it, she's my wife, we share the same bed. Obviously, then the best thing to do is just treat. So we went ahead to do the treatment for all of them.
So yes, go ahead.
I'm sure this week there'll be an opportunity for them in their facility where they will take the sample and all of them will be tested to prove that they are negative.
Okay. Did you take the same medication as previously?
This time, well, when we contacted the medical specialist, that's the doctor, they prescribed the same medicine, which is the Azithrol, the zinc, and the vitamin C. However, I think after a couple of days, my expectation was still not met. I was expecting to get quite better and stronger. So I spoke to one senior medical person who said, no, there's another add-on to this very treatment, which is ivermectin or something, which we got it, and thankfully it really helped.
So the previous medicine didn't really change how you were feeling? You were still feeling sick?
Yes, I was still feeling sick after 2 days. Well, however, I will not be able to say emphatically that it didn't change, because I didn't steer through the course of the Azithrol. But for precaution's sake, I hate the advice that the senior medical person gave me. And I added the other dose to it.
Okay, so how long did it take it this time to be healed? How long did it take you to be healed?
I think the 5th day I got quite better.
5th day?
Yeah, the 5th day.
And then for testing, second testing?
Second testing, yes, I did a second testing. That was last week, Saturday, and thankfully came out negative, which means the medicines worked.
That's the first week of August?
Yeah, first week of August.
So definitely you are negative, that's why you are in the studio here with us.
Of course.
Yes, or else we would have to do this via Zoom or any other digital service.
Yes, and I brought all the results to show the HR that I could actually come out because the results tested negative. Yeah.
Okay.
From learning again.
So does the test center, that's learning, do they give you any advice after giving you the results?
Well, no. Because you take the sample, you come back home, you get the results through email and text message.
Yeah.
So the rest is up to you to take it up to either go to a health facility or you seek for advice.
So after private testing, there's no follow-up by any health official, there's no report sent to a health facility by the private testing centers. So it's up to you to do anything you want to do. And this is quite dangerous because if people test privately and then they see they have the virus, they might sit and infect other people or even affect themselves. They can even die out of it for not taking any precautions or precautionary measures. So what do you intend to do now after testing negative? Because you know with the vaccine or not, you could still test positive.
Yeah. Well, I think the lessons are learned already. If I'm allowed, the message is that we can't drop the mask because I'm a living testimony to let you know that with or without the vaccine, you can still get infected again. Yeah.
Okay. So you were talking about how you broke the news to your children. Yes. How was it? How did you do it? And what was their reaction?
Well, I think this time, the funny thing is that my senior girl, who is not actually like a senior person from the family who is with the children, so that in her absence she could take that seniority. We were there one time, she said, "Daddy, I can't smell." And I was like, "Why?" Then, funny enough, she said, my little daughter has done the thing, but she couldn't smell it. She couldn't. She's removing the whatever, the number 2, but she can't hear it. She can't smell anything about it. So, okay. Then, I mean, because we have information about my status, we said, then obviously we need to let these guys know. So we started medicating her, and she took her doses also. And like I said, she is still waiting to get the test done, coming either tomorrow or Wednesday.
Okay. And then the little ones, or for them, you didn't really tell them much?
Yes, they got to know. So what we said was that, hey, Daddy's mouth is now dirty. So we didn't say, hey, it's virus. We didn't say it's corona, because how they will manage it. So usually, I mean, as father with children, they want to play, they want to give you pay, they want to take your car, they want to share artifacts with you. So now, my plate is separated, my spoons are separated. When you're eating, they want to take part of your spoon, they want to eat from your spoon. You say, hey, my mouth is dirty. Oh, Daddy's mouth is dirty, okay. But Daddy, did you brush this morning? I said, yes, I brushed. So how come your mouth is dirty? It's dirty because I'm sick.
Okay.
So that's how we manage.
So those are the measures you put in place, where you don't share items anymore.
Yes.
So everybody has theirs.
Yes.
Yes. So do you know anybody personally who has suffered from coronavirus in terms of first being infected? You know somebody personally who has been infected?
Yes.
Besides your family?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know anyone who has died out of it?
I've heard of the death, but I don't know personally somebody who has died out of the corona.
Did you also hold the belief earlier when the virus or the pandemic started that it's not in Ghana yet and people would not die? Others were saying the death or the numbers were not true.
Well, initially, maybe I didn't hold it for long because my wife could testify that, hey, the thing is true. The memos and the reports coming from the various Ghana health facilities shows that really people are getting the virus. So though we all had this faith, I mean, I'm a faith person, and we all champion the fact that, hey, we can overcome, we have the sunshine. Because initially we're told that the virus cannot survive the sun. And they are dying because the atmosphere or their weather is different from ours. However, it didn't take us much time to notice the evidence all over. So, of course.
Yeah. So if you had known that you go through these phases earlier, before you went through them, what would you have done differently?
Well, I think I'm well informed regarding how the virus is and how it behaves. However, the challenge we have at the moment is the kind of environment we all find ourselves in. I think when it came first, one of my number one fears was the fact that I was sitting in Trotro. I mean, it really scared me because there are some environment that you don't have control of. There are others you have control of. When you're in your own vehicle, you have control of that. In your office, you have control to some extent, where you can actually instruct everybody around you too. But in the Trotro, others were not wearing it. In the markets, in other social gatherings where we find ourselves, was quite difficult to ensure. And the protection is not only for yourself. It has to be mutual for effective protection. Because you can wear the mask, but if your environment is not good enough, I mean, the little drop of the mask, you can also get infected. So though I took all the precautions, like I said, the first time, I still got it. It could be from my wife, well, it's possible. It could be that I also even took it home. However, the essence of it is for all of us to ensure that we protect each other. I wear it for you, wear it for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what advice would you give people who are saying, well, if you have the vaccine, because you are a typical example of those who have been vaccinated,
yeah,
and they still contracted the virus. So what advice would you give people who have such views that with the vaccine you are free, you can go and do anything you want, you don't need to wear the mask and all of these things?
I would say that it's not true. The evidence is what we are sharing today. I took my 2 doses. I have my card that shows that I've been vaccinated by Ghana Health Service, but I still got it the second time. The results are there to prove. The tests from Legon are there to prove it. So this is a clear message to you that if you are taking cover from the fact that you have been vaccinated twice, I would like to let you know that you can still get the virus. And probably your case may be like mine. You may be more sick than that of the first instance.
Okay. So what are some of the precautions you take now to avoid the Delta variant?
Now,
God forbid any of us getting that, because people are really dying out of it.
Now, you can see that I don't intend to drop my mask, even in this interview, where I know that all of us are protected. And the vitamin C is what we are stocking now.
So whether you have it or not, you are taking the vitamin C?
Yes, we have to, because the advice we are given from the medical practitioners is to boost your immune system. And good sleep is one of the things that you have to enforce, because when your immune system is not strong enough, you are more prone compared to those that are more strong in terms of their immune system. And the vitamin C, the veggies, and the fruits, and the good eat and good fruit are some of the extra precautions you can take. But the first and easy precaution is wearing of the mask, whether you are vaccinated or not.
So wearing of the mask, you're going to continue with the vitamin C.
Yes.
And what about the sharing of materials used in the house, from the spoons and
for family setting, a nuclear family in this age is difficult. It's difficult. It's difficult in the sense that the kids are small. Sometimes the water bottle that you have drunk, that's what they pick. And it's difficult. But if we are all protecting ourselves, right from our offices to the house, managing the nose masks well, and ensuring that the children are also masked up, getting them to eat well, getting them to sleep well, giving them the vitamin C regularly, then it means that the virus will not be able to affect any of us, and for that matter, a family will be protected.
Okay, so last question. With the way the variant is going, the new one, the Delta variant, and so many people are being infected, including yourself, you recently got infected again. Would you say that there should be another lockdown, in your view?
In my view, I think, well, I think we should accept the new way of working. I think if I read well, LinkedIn CEO has advised all his workers to work from home. It will be difficult because of our setting in our culture where internet is not that strong. A lot of people are not even used to the internet. But the virus still being in the system, we may not have the capacity as a country to go back to lockdown. And that is why we need to manage it in such a way that we also don't lose lives, and which are more precious than even a whole Ghana GDP, because the Bible says, what shall profit a man to gain the whole and lose his precious? So the soul of a man is more important than all the things in the world put together. However, we cannot say that we want to protect the souls of each person and will feed on nothing, will not produce, will not grow, will not continue our economic life. It's needed. But I think that one of the things we can do is to probably make internet cheaper from the government support, or probably ensure more sensitization, education, and rolling out more tools that can aid each and every one, no matter where you are, be able to work maybe some days off the office to reduce the congestion among us. That way can help.
Thank you very much, sir, for coming to the show. This was quite an informative edition of The Lowdown with our guest, a victim and survivor of the 2 waves of the coronavirus pandemic. Watch us every Monday on GhanaWeb TV and on all of GhanaWeb's digital channels for more interactive conversations. My beautiful clothes were made by I Marie Fashion. Call them on 057-096-3796 for yours. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail. Akwe, be safe.
What is wrong or right about premarital sex? Should it or should it not be encouraged? This and many more questions are begging for answers. And on tonight's edition of Mounts and Cuddles, we hope to bring you the answers that you seek. I am your host, Elsie Lamar, and I'll be sitting in for your regular host, Paulina Deda Opoku. We hope to bring you so much more. But before then, let's take a quick breather. We will be right back. Welcome back from that quick breather. You are watching Mounts and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV, and this program is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof rice, pag, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small size of pizza, chicken, and one Coca-Cola at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half a price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also, remember to start your weekend with our special jollof fried rice from all branches every Friday. Call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. To help me juggle tonight's discussion, I have here with me one beautiful lady and a gentleman. To my immediate left is Elombini. Elombini is a PR consultant and a publicist. And to my extreme left is the beautiful Cecilia. Cecilia is an actress and an entrepreneur. You're welcome, lady and gentlemen.
Thank you.
I hope you're all doing well.
I'm fine.
You seem calm. Elom, you are relaxed.
Sometimes I'm that way till the heat comes in.
Hey, because the Elom I know, no? Hey, Charlie.
Yes.
Let's start from you, Cecilia.
Hey. As they say, ladies first, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. You used to believe in sex before marriage until your mind somewhat along the line changed. What happened?
I'm not an in-betweener, should I say. Obviously, okay, so sex before marriage in terms of, you know, as we were discussing before with Elam, you have to try it out to see what's happening. You know, you have to see, and I mean, to see if you're compatible, you're emotionally connected, because I think the emotional connection comes with that extra mile. So if you've decided now that, yeah, this is the person I'm going to be with, the before is then having the intercourse brings that emotional connection closer. So now you can be more emotionally connected. But what I've witnessed, and that's why I'm saying I'm in the middle now, what I've witnessed over the time is I feel like maybe it's our African brothers. Yes.
What about them? Tell me.
I feel our African brothers are, you know, because that's how they're raised. They're raised that, you know, don't have sex before marriage, blah, 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 blah. So if they are now doing it, their mindset, though they are like, no, I want to try it out. I want to, you know, I want to do it. It's very much set to how they were raised. So I feel like a little bit of the respect for the woman goes down and they don't treasure it as much as they should. So that's where I'm saying that now I'm in between on, I think every case would be, you know, different. So you have to pretty much see what case it applies to. But now I'm more inclined to be pushing to the side of, I think, ladies, we should wait before we give them the cookie because they're not ready.
So as it stands?
As it stands, I'm still in between, but I feel like, you have to judge it case by case.
But is that all your reason? The African man, the mindset, is that all?
The mindset is very, and you see, once you lose that respect, it's very hard for the man or whatever to now respect you again. Because I feel like in their head, they're like, I've had it, Charlie, I chop 'em. You know, that's, yes, I see finished. And they're not more, I don't know, I think the commitment also kind of lets, because now they are like, okay, well, I chop 'em, she no be good, like, Charlie, my last girlfriend, cramp, they be better than, you know? So now the comparison starts coming in, and if you're not that great, or if you're now also, you know, maybe a virgin or something, they don't appreciate that. And it's all about how good you are. And if you are not as good as the ex, now it makes his head wander, and now he wants to go somewhere else. Not that when he gets married, he won't do it anyway. Because that one too, our African men are very, very, I'm saying our African men.
African men, see finish, eye clear. Hello.
So,
is it the same for you?
So my question, or I would put it out why do women always feel like it's only the men who crave for the sex, or that is the only thing men want? There are women out, there are a lot of there are a lot of women out there who also want to just have you.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Especially in recent times. They just want to have you for whatever motive that there is. Isn't it better for me to know than not to know and find out later? And whatever you think that I'll feel when I get married to you and we get intimate or we have sex and I feel a certain way, isn't it better for us to know before we get to that process? Do we have to move beyond that process and later now find out that, okay, our sex life is bad, and start having different perceptions about each other and doing things whilst we are married? Which would you go for? So on my stand, I would rather want to know the person 360 before I get married than I want to get the cookie before I get married. I won't shy about it.
He spoke, you made a point that as much as men would also want to explore women,
yes,
women, there are also women who would want to get the man, like I want to get him by all means, and I think that that's something that is also there. But you would want to explore your woman before marriage. Aside that part, aside you exploring her, what other thing would you want to look out for?
You see, it's not only about the sex part, but sex sometimes build a lot more connection, just like Cecilia said in the beginning. Psychologically, physically, emotionally, it builds a lot of bonding between the two of you. You get my point? And it might even reveal certain things to you before you get into the marriage stage or married life. So for me, I think it's very, very important for me to know. There are men who are married to nymphos. Sorry. They are married to women who love a lot of sex,
who cannot be satisfied.
Yes.
After the sex, they go and hide
Yes.
and use the dildos and the vibrators.
Yes. And they have their besties that they do whatever
Oh,
things
yeah.
they do with.
Backups.
You get my point? So won't it be better for the man to know these things and know what he is going in for? Won't it be better for the woman to know the kind of man she's going to get married to?
Right.
Especially in these times that you say, oh, he's a 1 minute man, he's a 2 minutes man.
Right. He's impotent.
Is it better for you to know? Would you rather get married to a gentleman and later find out that he's impotent or he can't satisfy you sexually, even though genital penetration is not the only way for sex, but it forms an integral part of the whole sex life?
All right.
So for me,
not to cut you, Cecilia made a point that because after sex, men seem not to appreciate the ladies like they do before, prior to having sex. And I had an interview with Tulenke some time back. He made mention about the fact that he said, if you want to see whether you love a woman or not, you for nakam. If that happens several times and the love is still the same, it means that that's the woman you love. Is that the case? Let's be honest and sincere, Elom. Is it the case that men after sex with a woman, somehow the love they have for them, does it depreciate? And is what Tulink is saying, is it right?
Okay, on that I think let me just give that to Lenke. That is how he feels. That is not what every man feels. There are different people and how they feel is different from, it varies from one person to another. Sometimes you make out with a woman and you feel like, wow, I think I need to respect her even a lot more. So it's not always about the banging or the sex. You can be a satyromaniac, a guy who loves a lot of sex, but
wow, I'm learning the terms. A what?
Satyromaniac.
Oh, okay. That's
yes.
a man who loves sex.
A lot of sex.
Oh, okay.
Yes, his sexual desires are just off the roof. But on the other end, it's not just penetration that, gets your woman more involved with you. Yeah. Sometimes when I am with a lady I'm dating, I don't always have to penetrate her. Sometimes I just need to give her a good massage from head to toe. And she's good for the night. It's not always about Pine. You could be doing that. You can have all the strength in the world. You can
But
have
it
the biggest mahogany and do whatever.
Uh-huh.
But that is not it. That is why in recent times you find ladies finding other options because they feel we are not satisfying them 360. It's just one aspect of it.
But you know, I'll come in and say, you know, men are predators. You're natural predators. You love the chase.
That's
and
how we
created. This is where it comes in, and this is where it doesn't work for us, because the chase. If you notice, the way a guy treats you before he has sex with you, and after he has sex with you, is two different things.
Cecilia, you said that. Yeah, I think you keep saying that. Okay, but let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. What, as ladies, what's there to lose? After the sex, what's there to lose? What does it take from us?
You see, with women, when you're coming into us, do you understand? It's an in. You're coming into my soul. What they say when you are having sex or making love to somebody, you are in a sense bonding, and you are entering my soul, and you're leaving a piece of you in me, and that is what that's what we have to lose, because you are coming in me, you are in me. So in a sense, if you're not, and with them it's totally different. They are it's outside here. They can go anywhere. We are the centerpiece, should I say, the centerpiece, if I'm making sense. I don't know if I'm making sense.
Yeah, I guess with the guys too, sometimes you see we make out with ladies and we regret.
Wow, tell me more.
Regrets. Go
on,
tell me. In what sense?
In so many ways you feel like, no, Charlie, this one they be wrong me too.
How?
That's what I'm, the same way you women feel like, oh, you've lost something. Sometimes some guys also feel the same thing.
No, like I'm coming to say, has it got to do with the physical?
Yeah.
It does with the emotional and the psychological
and the connection.
Yes.
Can you give me an example? Because I'm lost.
Okay. You want me to spill too much information?
Oh,
personal
yes,
information?
You need to.
Yes.
To make our audience, you know, clear on this.
Okay. So, for example, you're making out with a lady and you found out that hygienically she's not good. You've helped her severally, but that's just how it is. Sometimes some of these things demoralizes you, or there's a certain way that she wants a type of sex which you are not comfortable with, and that's what she's accustomed to.
I think that's where communication comes to play.
It comes to play. That's what I'm saying. Would you want to have these things after marriage or before marriage?
But in a sense, during a marriage is when all of this, you know, I mean, yes, it's good to have the conversation before you even get there, but whilst you're in there or you're in the marriage, this is when you have the patience to now listen to your partner and sort through all of those things. You know, because now this is life. I think people seem to forget that marriage is forever. Till death do you part. So so now, if you don't like something, you said something before when we were talking, what do? You now are, you made a comment that you are a man that solves a problem if you're not happy with it. So you have to solve it. So if it's a thing where a lot of couples now go for a lot of couple therapy where they talk about, you know, when you do this, I don't like it. When, you know, so that's when you now have to talk about it.
Elom.
Yeah.
Sex, if a couple decide not to have sex before marriage, does it lead to cheating?
It depends on the type of relationship you have with your partner.
On both sides, from both sides?
Yes, from both sides. Yes, and I'm not trying to say that solely I must get the cookie before marriage. Sometimes, depending on the bonding or the relationship, I've dated some ladies before, we've not had anything intimate. And it's very fine. Nobody, even after breakup, we don't feel bad about each other. We're just not the right pair. And we understood it like that. So in cases too like that, they exist. So it doesn't mean, oh, because you want to know somebody intimately, you must do it. Sometimes there's like Cecilia was saying, it's like an extra reward for you after marriage. When you do it, like, oh wow. So I didn't know this was the lady I have.
But you know, some men go like some women, you know, let me I'm trying hard not to go there, but let me use some of our Christian sisters, for an example, they go like, okay, my Bible tells me not to have sex before marriage, and then they tell the guy that, please, like, to prove that you love me, can we abstain from sex? And the guy who is not as religious as you, because he loves you or something, he tries to, okay, fine, I'm okay with it, but he goes elsewhere to cheat.
And also,
and some of the girls also pretend, but they also go out and cheat.
And so, also, to even get to that, that is even a second or a further point. You see, people tell you, oh, I don't want sex, I don't want this, but they are using dildos. Isn't it hypocritical?
Okay, so that brings us to the question. What is the difference, though?
The difference is
because
the flesh.
Because earlier you said sex shouldn't only be about penetration.
Exactly. Yes,
so if a lady also uses dildo, it means what?
Yes, but that is also penetration, isn't it?
It is not penetration by natural means.
By artificial means, but it's still what? Penetration. So sometimes I find it quite hypocritical. People say, oh, I don't want this, but behind closed doors, they are doing things that are even worse than what they said they don't want to do.
Oh, is using a dildo even worse?
I'm not saying it's worse. I'm saying people do things that are worse.
Right.
Yes. Right. So depending on how you want to define it as worse or better, in whatever context you want to put it, that's it.
On this note, let's take a quick breather. When we come back, we have so much more for you. This is Moons and Cuddles here on GhanaWeb TV.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational. But that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Welcome back from the break. We are still here chit-chatting and talking about issues related to premarital sex. But before we delve in further, we went out to sample the views of some Ghanaians about their thoughts on sex before marriage. And here's what they have to say.
Marriage or sex after marriage?
Sex before marriage.
Why?
Because then I'd like to know my partner's prowess, like do's and don'ts. You need to know my body so that when we get there on the marriage day, it's not now, oh, do you like this? Do you like that? Oh, what then? You know, the synergy has to be right so that we enjoy ourselves.
Sex after marriage is okay. Biblically, yeah. You have to marry before you have sex.
I think, I don't know. Sex before marriage. Yeah, sex before marriage.
Why?
Because then no, I'm shy.
Before marriage or sex after marriage?
After.
Is it sex before marriage or sex after marriage?
Sex before marriage.
Reason?
Practice makes one perfect. If you go and meet a virgin and you're both virgins, it doesn't speak well. We share on Pima, but what's my training? Uncle say, see net here. Nah, my wife, come on.
For me, I did it. Yeah, but I mean, scripturally speaking, I think it shouldn't be so. Yeah, so that's it. I mean, youth of today, you know, they try to taste before they eat. So, what?
Sex before marriage, yeah. At least you have to try and be sure it's working, like it's how you want it. You don't get into the marriage and realize, Charlie, the thing is like, and now before you are trying to look elsewhere. So, before, to me.
Sex after marriage.
Why?
Because that's what my religion taught me, and that's how we've been taught from childhood. And then I think that it saves you a lot of hurt. Yeah, because from friends, I think a lot of people leverage sex to be like, you know, when somebody has sex with you, then that means that like everything, like you are now nobody and stuff like that. Because especially in a relationship like a man and a woman, a lot of heartbroken people, when you talk to them, it's really not about maybe what has happened, but it's about like how long they've been with this person. The person knows their nakedness, they've had sex with this person, and now the person is moving on with another person because maybe they feel like the person is now old for them, like you're no more juicy as they may think, so they move to another person. So I think sometimes when you try to save it, keep it after marriage, definitely it's one person. So whatever happens, you have your own, like there's this respect that you have for yourself, and then you feel proud of yourself.
So would you prefer sex before marriage or sex after marriage?
Sex after marriage.
Reason?
Because I'm a Christian and I don't believe in fornication. It's a risk you're taking. So even though the outcome may or may not be favorable, once you vow to take the person for better or for worse, you deal with it. Yeah.
After marriage, well, I have a pact with God. It's a personal belief. I'm Christian and I love God, so it's something that I hold on to.
Sex after marriage. I think that the fact that even people will discuss sex before marriage means that it's wrong, because the whole thing about sex has always been institutionalized for married people or for couples who have institutionalized their marriage or their relationship. So the idea that we want to have a conversation about it is just to make us feel good about something that is not right.
I do prefer sex after marriage, but I really do not have any problem with people who have sex before marriage. I think it's just a personal decision.
Sex after marriage. I believe what the scripture says, that we should keep ourselves holy, and then when we enter into marriage, you can have sex with your wife or your husband. I believe sex is a special thing, something special that God designed for couples, married people. You realize even in marriage, the couples begin to share similar traits in the way they think, the way they talk, in the way they do things, and sometimes they even come to resemble each other. Because sex is spiritual, they share in each other's traits or some of the things that happens to them, the spirit bonding. When you have sex before marriage, you'll be having sex with different people, and then you'll be bonding souls together, and you also share in whatever happens to them, whether their sorrows, their joyful moments, or their pain. You begin to for all this world is not only physical, it's also spiritual.
Now I didn't want to start reading sex before marriage. It's always sex before marriage. You have to share someone. You have to know or test to see whether you people are sexually compatible. What I say, very, very important. So be slow.
Those views are certainly interesting, aren't they, Cecilia?
They sure were. Yes, so it gives you a mindset of what's going on.
Okay, so let's delve further into this topic. Before we went on the break, we were talking about how this whole issue about sex before marriage can affect the already existing love to some extent among the couples. What else, aside from all that we have spoken about, what else is there that you think that it could be health-wise, it could be any of that? What else is it that shouldn't make couples indulge in premarital sex?
What else? I think in a couple, you have to, what else? There's financial. Let's talk about your finances, boo. You know, let's talk about your health. Let's talk about your mental state. Let's talk about your childhood traumas. That's not going to come into our relationship at some point, because I'm going to do something and it's going to trigger some type of childhood trauma that you have. Let's talk about actually getting to know one another, because what you find is sometimes you'll be in a relationship, and because of the sexual contact you have with this person, that always kind of like comes in, you do it and it's gone. You don't actually connect with this person. You realize that you don't even like him. You don't have the same political views. You don't have the same likes for people. I've been with a person who eventually he's like, I don't actually like any of your friends. And I was like, what? This is new. You know, when did this happen? And all of those kind of things. So
what were his reasons though?
I don't even know. I don't know whether it was just, you know, I think they're too rich, they're too pompous, they're too something. You know, it was always some type, because obviously if you're coming from different backgrounds, how are you, there's certain things of, you know, if somebody comes from, I'm not going to, maybe if somebody comes from Kumasi and it's a mixed relationship and the other person is a Ga or something, now it's almost like, oh, I don't like that your friend because of the way she talks, because Gans are, and, you know, all of those kind of things play a very big role in this whole circle of relationships. So once you don't find all of that out, because when you're together you have sex, you don't talk about anything else. Because after the sex, you finish, you rest for 2 minutes, then you go back second round, third round, fourth round, then you sleep. What have you talked about? Nothing, you know? So you don't know each other.
Cecilia has stated her stance to defend her point.
I very much agree with her largely. And I would also add to it that in academia too as well, you need to watch these things. Yes, people will say, oh, it doesn't matter, but please, it matters. Yeah. It matters. If the two of you, sebi, you are coming from a background that is very, very, very unstable, and decide to marry again, and decide to have kids again, what type of family are you creating for yourself, for the community, for the country? Are you coming to add up to a lot more problems that the family has? Are you adding up to more problems that the society has? Are you adding more problems to what the country already has? And also work routines. Yes, it also matters a lot. So these are things, regardless of whatever, we should consider them before dating people or getting married to people. For me, before I take you as my girlfriend, I must know your blood group. There are certain details. It doesn't matter how much I am into you. If I don't know those things, forget it. I'll turn you down. Respectfully. Yes, I have to know.
You know, I don't know if, because I once said this before with a group of guys and they were like, no. You know, and I was like, you know, what I used to do in the past, if I'm even dating and we are considering even having sex or whatever, we both would go to the doctors together and we would get a sexual test done. And everybody like, no, what be that? And I was like, but why not? And somebody said to me, I just look at the girl, see she clean. I would just look at her like that broken. And I was like, so you think that you can determine somebody's cleanness from looking at their face? And so these are all conversations that need to be had. That when you even have conversations with couples these days, they tell you that, oh no, we didn't do that. It was just, and those days are gone. Seriously, with everything that is happening and all the sexual diseases that you can get just by even breathing in the same direction as somebody.
I know. Elon, with your stance on assenting to the whole idea of premarital sex. Let's look at it from this way. What will make someone who used to have sex in his or her previous relationship back down on a current relationship, as in not wanting to have sex in his or her new relationship? What could make that happen?
There are different things that happen to people and they decide to change their mindset. So I can't specifically point out this or that, but depending on what people's individual experiences are, they will decide that, all right, even though I've had this in my past relationship, I would want to maintain a clean sheet with you so we understand mutually and know what exactly we are doing. Then I think that way it has to be both of you, something that the two of you agree on or disagree on. Then that comes to answer your question. Yeah.
Cecilia, what
as
about
I was
you?
saying, wanting something different, wanting, you know, as I think I made a reference to it before, because what happens is, maybe especially women, you know, sometimes it has to be tall, dark, chocolate, handsome. You know, you have
artificial boyfriends.
Exactly. You have your mindset of what you are looking for, and meanwhile, your partner could be some cute, short, skinny ass.
Like
you know,
me.
exactly.
Yeah. Like
He's
me, I go
sitting
jump.
right
I
here.
go jump inside the picture where you go weak for me.
Yes,
You don't know what to do.
you know, so it really is wanting something different, because you always see the guy and you always want to go for it, and the lust in the beginning of a relationship is just a fog of intenseness, and real people, I don't know, a lot of people can't get away from that fog, and by the time you realize that, or the fog clears, you are with a guy or in a marriage with somebody that you don't know at all.
And you know one funny thing about me, sometimes I'll be dating you and I'll just ghost on you for some days.
Why?
See this one.
Not because I want to maltreat you, but I need to find out a couple of things. You know, when you are silent for a moment, a lot of things get revealed to you.
Ah.
Yes. So sometimes I
but this
intentionally
test,
ghost.
I don't like this test.
Yes.
It's
But
a test.
Yes. So I do it sometimes to also see how I can cope with certain behaviors on my significant other.
Are you an introvert?
Me, I be everything some. Cool.
So in some instances, some couples, for some reason, will decide to come back, you know, to revamp their relationship. But in this case, they do not want to lose their partner, so they will agree on having sex in the relationship. What should be the frequency? How often should they have sex?
This is the problem.
Is this question coming to me as well?
Yes,
will
it's
come to
coming
you.
to you.
Go ahead. Okay.
You answer first. Yeah, see your
No
answer
problem.
there.
See, for me, it's very, very easy. When I know that's the way you want to tie me down, and you're in the mood, Charlie, hey.
You go give her, man.
Oh, I no go give you, sure. I go come out to the house, you no go see me. My phone self go day off. And I'll pile it later on when I give it to you. Yeah, that's
After the problem has been solved or what?
Yeah, that's the power packed one. Then you shut up.
You sure say you know they run?
Is that? No, I'm not running, because I know that's a thing that you always do on a regular. So I also want to variate it. So I'll swerve you for a day or two or for a few.
He says he's going to swerve. Cecilia, what about
Not
you?
always though.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't always happen, especially if you're in each other's face. And it doesn't, you see, but
it becomes too normal a thing.
Yes. See, once you allow it, it becomes the normal way of fixing a problem. And this is also a problem. So the problem never gets solved. So I think abstaining from it, teaching the partner that this is not how you are going to fix it, even though some guys are very overpowering and will take it probably anyway.
That is rape.
Well, I've heard this story a few times, and a guy would say, Charlie, that be my girl. If I want it, I want it.
No. It's still rape.
But for couples who cannot abstain, how often, what should be the frequency of having sex?
Please, we can't decide for them now.
That one is very individual. And I think it's up to how busy the person is, what is going on in the house,
But ideally,
oh, I don't think there's an ideal. I wouldn't want to say an ideal number.
Hello, why are you looking at me like this?
And 4 times would be not enough for somebody, or 4 times.
Do you have something to say, Elo?
Charlie, this show I go try it. You know, sometimes you know, with me, I want to use myself as an example. Sometimes you want to have sex continuously for a number of days, and it's very fine.
Yeah.
And for some times too, you feel like, okay, let me just go off for a while. So it depends.
Yeah.
If the person mutually understands you that, okay, for this whole Monday, every day there we go bang, bang. If your mind day, my mind day, let's do it. And if it gets to a point where we feel like, oh, we are too accustomed to each other, let's break for a few. It's good. Sometimes it's good to break off and feel brand new again when you get back together. And the intimacy is even more stronger than before.
Yeah. Or not. Sister girl. I think, okay, in this sense, you know, because women will always consider, oh, if I don't do it, he'll go somewhere else. No, that whole pressures. In that case, you give him the taster. Let him, because I can say, no, don't do it. Stay away from it. But that would be unrealistic. And I don't want to be unrealistic to somebody who is probably there wanting real advice. And if it's going to be that problem and you think that this is the guy or this is the one that you want to be with, to death do you part. Give him that taster. But a conversation needs to be had as well, I think.
Before or after?
Before, because then you ask that question, if I give it to you or if we do it, how often do you want it? So then at least you know that, okay, it's something that because you're not comfortable with it. So if you're now going to do it, you need to know how many times he's gonna want it or how often, or you know what I mean.
What about if you guys decide to be spontaneous out of the blue?
No, fine. Spontaneity is great. How many times do you want to be spontaneous? That's what I'm saying.
Yes. You know Jackie, right? You know her biggest song, right?
No, I don't know.
Okay. There's a phrase in that song that says, my mind day for you. Yes. So if along the line she feels like, all right, I want to give in. First of all, like I always say, and I'll repeat again, no woman is stupid. Again, no woman is stupid, no woman is foolish. It's because she likes you, she respects you, and she submits to you. That's why she's giving in. So you need to equally give her that respect and submissiveness as well, regardless of whatever. And if you see that she's quite vulnerable, you need to guide your woman. You don't need to take advantage of her and always come bang, 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 because that will be an abuse. So you should always have it at the top of your mind that, okay, we decided not to make out or get intimate until we marry, but along the line we decided to put that aside and do something else. But still, the golden rule states that we need to cross this river before we fully get into that aspect. And I think if the two of you, or if couples understand themselves on that level, it makes a lot of sense.
Okay, on this note, let's pause and go for a quick breather. When we come back, we have more to talk about. This is Moans and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
And welcome back from that quick breather. If you just tuned in, you are watching Moans and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV, and we are still discussing the topic premarital sex, sex before marriage. Is it good or is it bad? Moans and Cuddles is proudly brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 Ghana cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, and chicken. One Coca-Cola at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from every Cheesy Pizza branch. Call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. Cecilia, at what point would you let your guard down? You are saying right now that for now you're on hold, you are in the middle. Yeah. But at what point would you let your guard down and say, this one, dear, mama mensaso?
Do you know what? I think it's all about the connection. It has to be, it has to be the emotional connection. I keep on banging about the emotional connection. It's very natural to meet a guy. The first time you meet him, everything is hot. You fancy him, he fancies you. All the lust is in the air. So it kind of blocks out a lot of things about the guy that you would have seen had you stepped back and said, you know what, this is lust. Let me just calm down and see what this guy is really about. And I think it gets to a point where it's about a maturity a little bit, where you're like, you know what, without the lust, without the sex, what do we have? How do we exist without this? Because when you go into certain marriages, what happens is sex is often used for arguments. You have a disagreement about something, instead of solving it, we have sex. It's over. Meanwhile, you know how women we are. We carry it. We'll carry that thing.
Another argument will remind you.
Yes. So now the second argument, I have the arguments from before that you didn't resolve. That all you did is resolve it with sex, which was fine for the moment, but still is in me.
Yes.
So now I have my second arguments to throw at you. So now you have two arguments to battle in this one argument that we're having. So again, you conquer it with sex. Okay.
It piles up.
And you know how men are. As soon as you now want, after the sex, if you bring the conversation back up again, oh, why? So this becomes the problem in the marriage or in the relationship. So that's why I feel like right now, getting to know the person fully without that sexual contact is very important, because he himself, you'll find that, and I'm talking about deep relationships. I'm not talking about these. Yes, you know what I mean? If you meet somebody really and you're like, yo, this guy, this girl, and that deep connection, I feel like right now, I would say that without the sex, what do you have?
Without the sex, what do we have?
At what point would you let your guard down?
Yes, before I even come to that, like Cecilia said that, the last statement you made.
Without the sex, what do you really have?
What do you really have? I think it's one very, very key thing that most of us, we don't really put into consideration when we are in a relationship. Yes, people just feel like, oh, it's about the intimacy, even if it's not sex, like the connection and all of that. But beyond that, how solid is the relationship? How beneficial is the relationship to both of you beyond sex and the intimacy? It's one thing that we have to look at.
How are you helping each other grow?
Yes. Because if you are not helping me upgrade myself, what are we living for? Then again, there are women who would always come around with sex when there's an argument. How about that one too? Because they know, yes, after when we are quarreling, I'll just come out of the shower without clothes.
So you have to
close your eyes. So in that case,
and
when
there's
you
another
know that,
twist to that. If you don't do it, that means you are cheating. The man is
no.
cheating.
If you know, no.
I was in a relationship where I decided not to have sex for some months. Charlie, the fight way I get.
What was the communication? You see,
yes, the communication was that I needed
I'm doing this because
you would.
How about
Cecilia,
okay?
you give
So
every explanation.
So if you know
at that time, I was working on a creative. Not to cut you, I was working on a creative, and I needed a certain mindset to write that type of literature. But along the line, oh, because you're in the showbiz space and there are girls all over you and all of that, you are cheating and all of that. I'm like, yo, I'm like an open book.
You see, but what I could have said, your communication could have been in that safe space is explanation. Women, we like you to explain it to death.
I've exhausted
and
every
then
form
we
of
like
explanation.
you to reassure.
Yeah.
Every day, if you have to
point.
reassure, and also, even if you're not having sex, there needs to be some contact. You cannot just say you're not having sex. If you hold my hand, is it sex?
No.
If you come and rub my shoulder or link our legs when we are sitting together on the sofa,
Cecilia,
is it sex?
Even when you
that
women,
contact still
even
needs
when
to be
you
there.
women are in your time of the month and the mood swings come in, Charlie, if you make mistake, touch myself, trouble for you.
But Elom, you made mention about the fact that if how do you call it? If a woman tries to use sex to solve this quarrels and petty fights and all of that, if you know you're not really in the best of terms with your partner, why don't you meet outside in public, in a restaurant, pub, wherever, and talk about your issues rather than meeting in the house?
Come back, still go on.
But okay, but you can still sort it out outside and
then
come back home and do whatever.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, that even after that or later on, they will hold on to it. They will hold you on to it and say, okay, because I gave it to you, or I did this, that's why you are still messing up. That's why you are doing this, because you think you have all of me.
All right.
You get my point. Let's letting the guard down. To that, sorry, we took a long route. Letting my guard down, I think it depends on the connection. I don't even, we get, the two of us get to that point, I don't need to even tell you. It comes naturally.
Yeah.
That's two people who are truly, truly, truly intimate about themselves. When you get to that point, you don't need to say it. It comes out naturally, and nobody feels anything ulterior when it happens, or if it should happen. So I wouldn't say, okay, in the afternoon we for do 6 a.m. or every Saturday we have to wait till the first Sunday of this month and do it. No, letting my guard down, it has to come naturally, and I believe in organic vibe.
Cecilia, what are some of the myths associated with having sex before marriage?
What are the myths? Gosh, what are the myths?
One is, okay, I can speak, I don't know whether to speak for myself or speak for girls.
Please
but I feel some girls, or most girls, believe that they do not want to give up the cookie because the man will run away after the cookie.
Which mostly happens.
So
sometimes.
So give us more of such instances, or
I think
some of the things.
Our number one fear, and that is what takes the whole the lead in the race, is the fact that, and I think it's because it's happened, a lot of guys do that, and it's our number one fear that, Charlie, if I give it to him, he's not gonna be around anymore. What are the other
And from
myths?
the man's angle too?
The man's, you see, men are very complicated. They say that we are complicated species, but I think it's them that are more complicated than we are, because we say our mind. I don't think there's any woman that keeps anything secret from anybody.
A lot of them keep a lot of secrets. A lot.
These women, I haven't met them before. Me, I'm talking for the women that talk plenty.
No, some
if
do.
there's a problem, we'll say it.
I think if there's a creature, you know, a human being, an aspect, male or female, between the male and then the female, I'm trying to say, if there's anybody who is very open-minded, it should be the man. They tell you as it is without holding back.
Yeah, we say it, but we are
As
the ones that
compared to
are
women.
always misunderstood, or
yes,
or
They do not mince words.
Right. No, we say it, but you women find it very difficult to understand or accept it as the truth.
Right.
So
okay.
You tell us the lie.
You are very skeptic all the time. Then you're like, okay, if you are not going to accept this, then let me say it the other way. Maybe that will make you comfortable.
Okay, back
so
to
many times it's the women who actually lead some guys on to say the otherwise.
Yes. Cecilia, back to what you were saying.
So apart from that number one headliner, what are not being respected by the guy, I think is another concern, which pretty much falls into the first one. Everybody thinking that you're a slut.
What about the guys? Do they have any?
I don't talk for them.
We don't get to this, we just do. We just did it. We don't.
You guys don't have any myths associated
The thing is,
with...
we don't put that on our mind as a myth or whatever.
It is subconscious, Elam. You have to admit. I think you guys, it's subconscious.
No, it's not something that if all guys or many guys would admit. It's not something that we put at the back of our mind that there's a myth, with having sex before marriage or after marriage. Charlie, we just there.
But you know what? I have to remind everybody about it. If you're gonna do it, do remember that babies do come.
But I was going to say that, but in another way, I thought that wouldn't be a myth.
But are you saying having babies is somehow a wrong thing? Because
no, she didn't say it's a wrong thing, but
it's not.
You said babies are going to come.
Yes, because
what
it's something
if they
that
are ready for the baby?
No,
what
but
if they are not ready?
But if you're not in a permanent relationship with this person, you're not ready.
Yes.
That means you're having this baby out of wedlock. And though it is, okay now, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, is the responsibility that comes with it and the society and how they judge you. That is what I'm saying in terms of how it applies to a myth. But in terms of even just giving general advice in terms of going forward with having sex before marriage, also realize that you could get pregnant if you don't protect yourself. So protection should be number one key, because this is also a man that you are not fully with, in sense of you might have said, oh, we're together, we are exclusive, but if this man chooses to go elsewhere, as I've seen some pastors, say that, if you are not married to the person, you are free to do whatever you need to do. So if this,
they do say that?
I've heard
I see.
that loud pastor.
Which pastor? Mention his name.
Oh, I can't remember. He's bald-headed, but anyway.
He's
Don't say or whatever, but I've seen it on social media before.
Yes,
and it's kind of like, so if this man now goes elsewhere and he's bringing back to you and all of this kind of fluids mixing about and all this kind of stuff,
and the women could equally do same.
Which, yes, I'm not saying me. I'm talking for my women. You talk for your men, yeah. But yeah, just be aware that, listen, this is a thing where you could have a baby outside, and the man could pretty much decide also at that point that he doesn't want to go through with the marriage.
Cecilia, aside from the myths, let's look at the health. The health aspects too. What are some? Let's look at the woman.
Yeah.
What are some of the diseases or certain things that can come out of having lots of premarital sex? Aside from the regular STDs and
with the same person or with a different person all the time, or like chopping and changing
it could
partners.
be different. They are all premarital sex,
Well, I mean, that's why I'm saying that we need to protect yourself, because regardless whether you're married to this, if it's the same guy and you're exclusive and whatever, and you're choosing that, listen, if I get pregnant or whatever, you are still going to take care of me and we're still going to go through this marriage, then kudos to you.
What about the same guy goes out to cheat and comes back and gives you whatever?
What about the same lady goes out to do something and comes
back? We'll come
back?
To you, Ellen. Relax.
That's why they say there's an understanding. There should be an understanding that we are exclusive to each other. When that word exclusive comes through, that means you're not going nowhere. It's me and you. We are in this house.
You not follow the person wherever he goes.
Right, but it is intended. So that means if you're going to do something, it's either when you go there, you use a condom, you use something to protect yourself so that you're not bringing anything back to me. You know, because that thing is very, I think guys are very oblivious about it, and they think that is not, they can't bring anything back because they wash their thing. I've heard this from a guy before. Charlie, me, my thing be clean, oh, I wash it. No, that's not how you transfer anything. It's not because you are bringing the juice straight from here to me that I get it. It's internal.
But aside the STDs,
yeah,
let's talk about the damages.
Yeah,
that ladies who even take in this after morning pills.
Yeah.
Get. You know, sometimes you are okay, you are free, you are having, but once you start to have unprotected sex, you are compelled to take in these pills.
Yeah.
As and when some people take it like edro, mojedro, you know, weekly.
Yeah.
As soon as they have sex, they have to take in morning pills. What about that?
Girl, listen, you have to pretty much choose your health or this man's sex. You know, because I've experienced a lot of girls come up and say, hey, you know, I have to go and get the pill. You know, you take it, and it's very damaging. Understand that these things, you could, you know, the long term is that it could even stun your pregnancy, getting pregnant in the future, fertility. So you stand the risk of doing that. And this same guy that you are now with, that you are now taking all these pills, eventually you now want to have a kid. Now you can't have his kid because you've been taking all of these pills. It's a roller coaster of all kinds. That's what I'm saying, that it needs to be, you need to think about it so much and think about, what do I want from this relationship? If this is the one, if he is the one, outside of sex, who are we? What do we like? What don't we like? And that's how and you can go forward from there. And all of these, and then you talk about it as well.
Elon, you are for premarital sex, but advise the people who side with your assertion. What should they not be doing health-wise?
Like Cecilia said, you know, it should be exclusive. If it's exclusive and you decide that, okay, the two of you want to engage in it, you have to honestly understand each other that, okay, you are exclusive to each other. That way the rate of whatever infection or health concerns that will come is lessened, because you know you are exclusive to each other. But if that doesn't play and each other is doing something extra outside the box, then that opens the Pandora's box for more health problems. Yes.
I know there's this one last question I want to ask. I don't want to go there, but I'll just throw it in anyway. Is sex before marriage a sin?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I don't necessarily think I would call it a sin. You see, and I don't also want to necessarily put myself out there that I'm not godly or whatever. You know, I wouldn't call it a sin, no. I wouldn't call it a sin.
You won't call it a sin? No. Hello, is this a sin?
For many who are already born are already in sin. And then the question I always ask
what does that mean?
Everybody born on earth, the Bible says, or the Holy Book says, we are all born in sin.
What part of the Bible is that?
Oh, I know.
We want to go and look for it.
Oh, we go find them. Yeah.
The gospel according to Elo.
Yes. But what I'm trying to say is, you know, I always reference people back to, like, in the days of Adam and Eve, who did the ordinance for them before they got married in the first place, before they had sex and had their babies?
No.
So it depends on the mindset. I'm not trying to say that don't respect that institution of protecting each other before marriage, but it depends on your viewpoint, where your mindset or your religious or spiritual beliefs. I can't falter you. I can only be answerable to myself. Even if I'm not a Christian or I'm not a Muslim, there's a spiritual connection that comes with everybody. Everybody has a soul. So once you make out with people, there's some form of connection spiritually. So you need to know thyself and know where somebody is coming from, or try to know where somebody is coming from.
We have had a fruitful and a thorough discussion on the topic sex before marriage, otherwise premarital sex. We have shared varied thoughts. My guests have shared their opinions on the issue. But my take from this whole thing is that we or I will not decide for you where you should stand. The ball is in your court. You can either go with the premarital sex or go with the sex after marriage. Whichever, the ball is in your court. Cecilia, it has been an interesting show, has it?
Yes, it has.
Oh, thank you so much for coming. You have been so phenomenal. Elom,
yeah,
it was good to see you again. Good to have you on the show.
You put me on the spot, and I threw a lot of arsenals I wasn't ready to give the internet. It's all good.
Oh, you didn't. That was good. All too soon, we have come to the end of this edition of Moans and Cuddles. I hope you had a good time watching at home. We hope to join you, come your way another time. My name is Elsie Lamar. Till then, stay safe and be good. We out.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.